say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo, what up fools? Today is 5/5/2025. It is 11:18 p.m. Eastern time. Oh wait, I might have some stuff I gotta X out of real quick. Let me double check. And yes I do. Yes I do. Alright then. Got that hub open, yeah. Alright. So you guys wanted me to cover a Trump interview yesterday, so we're probably gonna cover that, and then we'll get into some debates on TikTok, on the Tiki-Taki.
President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days in office. It has been an incredibly busy 100 days. You've signed more than 140 executive orders. You've been focused on the border, the economy, foreign policy. What is your biggest goal in the next 100 days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999 And nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact, Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation. And I said, no, you just need a new president. And I guess I was right. We have the best border we've ever had.
He keeps saying this. We've got 99% or we've got 99.9. He's not even saying what the 99% is. 99% of what?
We're doing great on illegal immigration. We are being hit hard by judges that I think they're trying to take away the power of the presidency. I was elected in a massive landslide in a big vote. We won the swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the district votes by tremendous numbers. We won everything. And one of the primary reasons I was elected was to get people out of our country that were allowed. We have prisoners, we have murderers, we have terrorists in our country, we have people from mental institutions that are seriously insane. They all came in through Biden's open border policy, and I was elected to get them out. To seal the border, but to get them out. And we'll have judges, they're activist judges, they're saying, well, you know, you don't have the right to take out murderers and people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad.
The activist judges say you don't even have the right to take out murderers and people who are really bad. That's what the judges said, guys. You didn't see that ruling?
Criminal people, and they're here illegally. So, you know, they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process, but do you get due process when you're here illegally?
We're going to talk about all of that. We are going to talk about deportation, but I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today, better than expected job numbers.
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. Costs are. I was able to get down the costs, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. $5 to $6 billion. And I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. You know, we're talking about 100 days. But just think of what that is. $5 billion a day we're losing on trade. And we were very tough with China, as you know. We put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. And we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff on. And that's okay. We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. You know, we lost $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey because we're not doing business with them right now. And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal. But think of it. We were losing $1 trillion. And that was a big part of the $5 million a day.
And I want to talk about China, but just staying on this idea of the economy. On the eve of your inauguration,
$1 trillion,
the stock market spiked. You called it the Trump effect.
It spiked because I was elected president. Well, it spiked because of anybody else. It spiked because they see what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do with the tariffs and everything else.
And then did it drop because of what you're going to do and what they know you're going to do?
I think it's actually working out better than we anticipated. Did you see oil prices? Did you see gasoline is now below, in many cases, in many states, below $2 a gallon, $1.98, $1.99, $1.97?
Well, my question, sir, is
there's literally nowhere where it's that low. Nowhere. Nowhere is it that low. Like, that is pure fabrication. It is not that low anywhere in the United States.
When the stock market spiked, you said this is the Trump effect. When the numbers weren't so good earlier this week, you said it's the Biden effect. Are you only taking ownership of the good numbers and not the bad numbers?
Well, I think he did a lot of very bad things, and despite some of the bad things, we're overcoming them. But he was bad on the border. He was
the stock market drops 100 days into his presidency, and it's the Biden effect, man. It's because of Biden. He hasn't been around for 100 days, but it was him that made it drop that one day.
It was bad on the economy. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Look, Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. People, it didn't matter what they made because they were losing their shirt because of cost.
Biden.
Now take a look at what happened Oil is down, gasoline is down, groceries are down, eggs. You were the one that asked me. You asked me about eggs. It was the first week. I didn't even know anything about what were you talking about. Egg prices were so high you couldn't buy eggs. They didn't have any eggs. And they said...
He didn't know anything about eggs at the time. What are eggs? I don't know anything about this.
Easter is going to be a disaster. Well, we had Easter at the White House, and we had thousands of eggs, and they were down 87%.
Yeah, a lot of that, of course, spike was because of bird flu. But when does it become the Trump economy?
Why do you say that?
Well, tell me,
we had the same bird flu as he had.
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now, and I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy, because he's done a terrible...
This guy, dude. This guy, bro. Nobody would ever say that out of their real open mouth. Nobody would ever let those fucking words come out. Everything that's bad is the Biden economy. Everything that's good is the Trump economy. Nobody in their right mind would ever let those words come out of their real open mouth, bro. And this guy just said it and kept a straight face while saying it. This is ridiculous.
Terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything. From his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about some of the things he was supposedly signing, to immigration. You look at what happened with immigration, how bad it was. Think of it. We have murderers, 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Think of that. And they're in our country. Now, we've gotten a lot of them out, and we know who many of them are, and we're on the hunt. But why would anybody do that? Why would anybody, who could do such a thing where they'd allow hundreds of thousands and even millions of people into our country who are criminals and murderers at the highest level? Who would do this?
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market dropped. It's been volatile. It has since gone up.
It is,
do you
but now
take
it's going up.
responsibility
Look at
for
today.
that? Yeah. Do you take responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up? And the tariffs have just started kicking in. And we're doing really well. Psychologically, I mean, the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Like, I think generally we want people to get as much as they possibly can. We want people to prosper as much as they can. We want people to have as much as they could possibly have and be as best off as they could possibly be. And Trump's like, no, $3, that's enough, dude. That's enough. What, like 5,000 square foot house? No. Like 2,000 square foot house. That's a lot. Okay? 2,000. Why do you need 5,000? Like gas? Fill up your whole tank. You don't need to fill up your whole tank. Okay? Quarter a tank. Who's using more than a quarter a tank at a time? You can use the quarter a tank. When you're done doing that, go get more gas. Why do you need more than this? Come on.
They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply shortages because of the tariffs.
We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items,
whoa.
tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did, he spent like a stupid person, which he was, but he spent like a very stupid person. And that was bad for inflation. But
Trump spent way more than him. Trump spent way more than Biden. What is he talking about? Trump spent way more than fucking Biden. What is this?
what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places. But when you say costs are going up, even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up. Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you
energy is the big.
You campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day.
Well, I don't know. When you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller someplace.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
even mortgage rates?
different items I just
Mortgage
mentioned?
rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said even dolls could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe they might, but you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4 and save a lot of money. We don't need.
He's so obnoxious, bro. He's so obnoxious, dude. What a really dishonest interview this is already. So dishonest.
Need to feed the beast.
I guess you're talking about this transition cost. How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again, we're losing more than $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're going to be at a point very soon where we're making money every day. Look.
How soon?
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple.
You take me to my next question, which is about China. They've been making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. First of all, you're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S. wants to negotiate. It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made. First of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made numerous statements.
You know how many people speak for China? It's like 50
They've made numerous statements.
I can give you a statement for any occasion.
Yes.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China, and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely.
He keeps saying China's saying they want to talk, but every time he says they want to talk, they come out and they're like, we never said that. We never said we wanted to talk. We're not talking to him. He has to get rid of the tariffs before we're willing to talk to him. And then he comes out, yeah, we're great negotiations with China. The China negotiations are doing great right now. They come out again. They're like, no, we are not talking to him. We have not spoken to Trump. There are no negotiations. I'm sure Trump in a couple of days is going to come out. We got a deal done. The deal is done with China. It's all over. They're going to be like, we don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. We haven't talked to them.
destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof. I'm not looking to do that to China. Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table. Those tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do that?
Would you lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Yeah.
And they want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is collapsing.
So small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut down.
And many businesses are being helped.
Are you considering tariff relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you know, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who was no fan of mine, Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what Trump's done for the automobile. I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say is, I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing.
Waited my whole life.
Why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing...
I've waited my whole life for somebody like Trump to come around. It's... Me and my father, when Trump won this presidency, we put on our MAGA hats and we held each other and we cried. And we cried. Days must have passed by as we just held each other and cried over how happy we were. We had waited our entire lives for this moment. Our whole lives. We said, you know what? We really want a guy who's able to just do whatever he wants and just walk up and grab him by the pussy. We really need a guy like that. We need a guy who's not only going to do that as some here and there locker room talk. We want a guy who's gonna get found to be liable in court. That's the kind of guy we want. Not just somebody who says this stuff. Somebody who takes action and does it. That's our president. That's our president, Donald Trump, and it was finally here. We've waited our whole lives for this moment.
Strollers.
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses. Are there any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it.
Okay.
They don't need it.
They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy. It's very simple.
That's not true. That's just not true. If you want to, if you want to get other things from China outside of just the product that you're building, you can still end up having to pay tariffs. And the other countries are tariffing their businesses as well, which are making it harder for our businesses to sell in those countries because they're actually doing reciprocal tariffs. They're not just saying they're going to do reciprocal tariffs and then just doing 100 times that, but they're actually doing reciprocal tariffs. So our companies are having trouble selling in other markets because of these tariffs as well.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought... So I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, you know, let's say we had to get started We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had
A lot
to
of
beat
fake
that
news.
down. But
Beat it down.
so let's say in 2 months. So in just a short period of time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number
Couple
ever
of hours.
in history invested in the United States and committed. We have between guaranteed spoken for and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion. We've never had anything close. Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now they're building their plants over here. That's the biggest computer company, the biggest chip company in the world. You know, the chip company from Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion. Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And let me tell you the other thing, very importantly, automobile companies, plant after plant after plant, Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico, and they're stopping work in Canada, and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not taking the possibility.
I haven't really seen anything that actually says that this is true. I know that people have made verbal promises to do these sorts of things, and I think that that's even what he said, is that they said they're going to do this. So maybe they actually will, but yeah, I haven't seen anything that actually makes this binding, that actually like makes this real in any sort of way. And so it could be that, yeah, like a lot of these people are just telling him what he wants to hear until they can find another way around this. But it just doesn't. Yeah, it's just that all of the wins that he's claiming, I don't see anything that's actually making this tangible just yet.
That these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Let me ask you
You
about,
understand that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, but that's why I'm asking, because there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty for CEOs, for business owners. They want to know,
See, I don't
are
think
these
there is
tariffs
uncertainty.
permanent?
I think there's only uncertainty in the fake news. I don't think there's
So
uncertainty.
nasty.
I mean, I've been very rigid, very strong on it, but I will say I'm flexible. Like with respect to parts made outside of the country, I gave the automobile companies a little extra time. You know, you're talking about 15% and then 10% of the parts put in a car. I gave them a little extra time without penalizing them. And I did that only to help, you know, companies. We're looking to help companies. We want them to thrive and to hire a lot of people, and that's what's happening.
Let me ask you about some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think about that. Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you know, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street say this is the greatest thing that ever happened.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, though. It's the same question.
Yeah, there are many people on Wall Street say this is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question.
Remember
the
this.
long term.
Yeah.
Is it okay in the short term to have a
Remember
recession?
this. Look, yeah, everything's okay. What we are, I said, this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically. One of your colleagues on another fake news station, ABC, said, do you guarantee 100% that a certain person is going to do a fantastic job as, let's say, Secretary of Defense, okay? Because that was the question. I said, what kind of a question is that? Do I guarantee 100%? Nobody guarantees 100%. But I will say this.
I did say, I was like, this is probably one of the smartest answers he's ever given, is that, yeah, like, you can't guarantee 100% that somebody's going to do something. Normally, he is the person to just do the hyperbole. So it makes sense to ask him a question like that, because he makes statements like that all the time. But yes, that is probably the smartest thing I ever heard him say is, yeah, I'm not going to guarantee 100% that anybody's going to do anything for 100%. But, or the statement right before that, which was, I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I don't trust anyone. Like, that's, yeah, these are some of the smartest statements I've ever heard from him. in that interview.
I think we're going to have an economy the likes of which we've never had before. You know, my 4 years were phenomenal, as you know, the stock market. In fact, even though we had to go through the COVID thing, that horrible situation with COVID, we did numbers. And when I gave it over, when I handed it over, the election was rigged. And because of that, we have a lot of problems, by the way. But when I handed it over, what happened? The market was...
Because it was rigged.
Was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming in.
Yeah.
Nobody could believe it. The stock market I'm
Nobody
talking
could
about.
believe it.
I don't want to look back, but you did take your case to court about
look
that.
back.
You took your case to court about your allegations against the election. Let me ask you,
There's
sir.
no question about it. The election was rigged. The facts are in, and it's
the
still
facts
being
are in.
litigated. Let's go.
You did take your case to court more than 60 times and didn't win those cases.
I won a lot of court
Just
cases.
to button that up, though, sir. Just to button that up.
What are you talking about?
How
the election
worried
of,
are you?
Are we talking about
No,
the election
let's
of
talk about
2020?
here and now. Let's talk about
The
here and
election
now.
of 2020?
Let's not talk about. Let's talk about here and now. Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we're going to have the greatest economic...
I mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen, but I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos this week in response to a report that Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think what is a great misnomer is the word tariff in many cases. It's not, to me, I don't view it as a tax. I view it as an incentive for people to come into the United States and build plants, factories, offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but the thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and friend is oftentimes worse than foe. But what people don't understand is, and this is a lot,
What?
the country eats the tariff.
What was that?
The company eats the tariff, and it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have.
Uh-oh. We got somebody spurging out. You low IQ libtard block me because I made your pussy hurt. No, why don't you hop on? I don't want to block you. I want you to come on and talk. You think you know better than me? Let's go. Just hop on. There's a link in the description. You can just jump on through Discord. You got like 3 mods in the chat. None of them blocked you. None of them give a fuck that you say anything. You're too dumb to insult? Sure, but you're so dumb that nobody cares if you insult them, so... So just hop on. Make your case, baby girl.
Have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right now.
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near that.
What did you say to Jeff Bezos?
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
I grabbed him by the pussy.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs if you
I'll
feel
always
like...
call people if I disagree with them. If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call, absolutely. Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
Takes me to my next question. Today's strong jobs report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them, and at some point
just
he
because I
will.
want it.
He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine. Not,
It has nothing to do with him, bro. He's so dumb. He has no idea how this shit works. He just makes it up as he goes. I want lower. I want lower. He won't do it. It's not fair. I just wanted to be lower. Come on. I said.
He just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should.
That's his nominee, bro. He put him there. Trump put him there. Trump is the one who nominated this fucking guy. And he's still doing the whole, he's an activist judge. He's an activist.
Lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower, because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he...
Bro, none. Why are you so scared? This is some fatherless behavior, running around and going into people's chats and talking shit and then not being willing to back it up. I'll be your fucking father. I'll be daddy, okay? You can call me daddy from now on, none. Just hop on. Let me spank that ass real quick. We'll teach you a little bit of discipline, okay?
He should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
In 2026. You're not going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026 when his time's up?
That was a total, why would I do that? I get to replace the person in another short period of time.
Okay. This week, you reshuffled your national security team.
Yeah.
You moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to UN ambassador. Just to remind our viewers, Waltz, of course, started that unsecure text chain where sensitive information was shared. Mr. President, was that move a punishment?
No, I just think he'll do a nice job in the new position. Marco's doing an outstanding job. No, Marco won't keep, Marco's very busy doing other things, so he's not going to keep it long term. We're going to put somebody else in. But I think Mike, who's, as you know, he's a fine guy, and I think he'll do a very good job. Knows the countries, knows leadership, and I think he'll do a very good job at the United Nations. And in the meantime, Marco's really doing something special, and it's going to work out very well.
We're hearing some...
What did they move Waltz to? I didn't know they moved him to the UN. Was he an ambassador?
Potential names, Stephen Miller's name, one of your longtime most loyal aides. His name has been talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking at?
Well, I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that, in my opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is right now?
I have a lot of people that want it. I will tell you, I have everybody calling. Everybody wants to be a part of this administration. So at some point we'll, probably do that. There's a theory, Henry Kissinger did both. There's a theory that you don't need two people, but I think I have some really great people that could do a good job.
So Secretary Rubio could continue to have both jobs indefinitely?
He could, yeah, he could. But I think he even would like to probably see, because it is a little bit different. But in the meantime, he'll handle it. And I think Mike, if that goes forward, that
he's probably going to end up giving it to somebody like Kanye West or, Kim Kardashian, Kyle Rittenhouse. Something like that. Some other reality TV show star, some shit like that.
She still has to get approved. But I think Mike will do a very good job at the United Nations.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth obviously also on that unsecure text chain. He was sharing sensitive information. Are you looking for a new Secretary of Defense?
No, not even a little bit. No. Pete's going to be great.
His job is safe right now?
We're doing a fantastic job against the Houthis, who like blowing ships up and watching them sink in the ocean. We're hitting them very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now?
Totally safe.
Okay.
He said he didn't even know who the Houthis were. Fucking Pete Hegseth said he doesn't even know who the Houthis are. So if the media asks about it, just say Joe Biden's bad and it's Joe Biden's fault. Just say that. We have no idea who these fuckers are, so we're just gonna bomb them, and then we're gonna say it was Joe Biden's fault.
Let's talk about the border.
Okay.
Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border?
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's absolutely
Isn't that good?
secure.
When you say that, doesn't it just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even though you're saying
exactly
the border's
what you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really
We're going to
bad
talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me first about
That's to me
this.
the emergency.
Talk to me first about this
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is.
So then why don't you lift the emergency order? If it's not an emergency, then you lift the emergency order. That's how that works. What the fuck? What the fuck, bruh?
It's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the
You
Supreme
know,
Court.
they change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens, but they do change.
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to
They
lift that
change.
emergency order
They
anytime
change.
soon?
No,
now that the border's
No,
secure?
we have an
You say the
emergency. We
border's
have a
secure.
massive emergency overall. It's an overall emergency on immigration. And if the courts don't.
This is the fucking grossest shit, dude. Like, it's your own nominees to the Supreme Court, and you're still saying that they're all biased, that they all hate you, that, it's just anytime somebody disagrees with him, they automatically hate him. He's always trying to get just nothing but yes men around him. And anytime he gets somebody who's going to be honest with him and tell him the truth, they're automatically a piece of shit.
Don't allow us to take people out. If we had to have a court case, think of it, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks a court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's talk about this, because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision,
dude?
The Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past, of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though.
Wait, yeah, that was... They don't view the Supreme Court decision that said you have to bring him back as you have to bring him back. That's crazy. That's weird. It's interesting. I would love to hear their interpretation of this sometime. I would love to hear them say why they interpret it that way, because I'm sure we'll never get a real explanation as to how they came to this conclusion.
Your Attorney General says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have
ordered?
the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your Attorney General has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that. There are some people that say, bring them back, put them in trial, and you get them out right away because you see what happened.
Well, no, facilitate just means that you have to ask for him back. That's all it means. It just means that you have to ask for him back. If Bukele says he's not going to give him back, then that's one thing. But the fact that they're saying like, oh, well, we don't have to ask for him back. We don't know what facilitate means. Like, what could it mean to where you wouldn't have to bring him back? What is a possible thought process on the word facilitate? What is a definition of facilitate to where you don't have to attempt to bring him back? Because they've already clarified. The court told him that he had to go back to the district court, and the district court would tell him what he has to do to move forward. And the district court did. The district court told him. They said, all you have to do is just ask for him back, make an attempt to get him back, and show evidence that you've done this. That's it. Very simple. But the simplest shit is still too hard for him.
This morning, tapes came out, horrible tapes from his wife. You don't get much worse than that. You don't get, I mean, he seems certainly like a very dangerous, very bad person, but even the wife who was so afraid, she was afraid to talk, and all of a sudden tapes got released this morning that were devastating to him.
And this is the point, sir, about due process. The Constitution says every person, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Why not push to have him come back, present all of that evidence in court, let a judge decide?
Well, I'll leave that to the lawyers, and I'll leave that to the Attorney General of the United States,
but
because they're in it. You have to understand, I'm dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm dealing
We're going to talk about that.
I'm dealing with Iran.
Dealing with Russia.
I'm dealing with Rwanda and Congo, who are fighting, and we're trying to get that one straightened out, and I think we have done that. Did a great job. Nobody even talks about it, but I think we're close to doing that. They're looking like they're going to maybe make a peace deal, which would be good. But I'm dealing with a lot of different things. I don't know much about this gentleman other than I hear he's an absolute not good person.
Absolute not good.
I have very capable legal people, John Sauer, as you know.
He talks like a
top
child.
people. And I have to rely on that to interpret whatever's said by the Supreme Court. Now, with that being said, I have tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, 3 of the people are...
Our fucking president of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, talks like a fucking 5-year-old, dude. Absolute not good person.
People I appointed.
Right.
And I have great respect for the Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and...
Damn, it's almost as if, like, those are, like, protections for those people in case somebody like you ever existed. That's wild. It's almost as if our founding fathers just knew that he would exist at some point and put in a bunch of protections to make sure that he wasn't able to do exactly what it is he's doing right now. That's wild.
Some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth, some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in Congress?
What is the interpretation? Ask him. What is the interpretation? How do they interpret it? What do they think that means?
Contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United
I don't know.
States?
You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
Okay. At least 2 Americans have been mistakenly detained and released by your administration, immigration authorities. Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying paperwork with them when they leave their homes?
I don't think that'll be necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came over that are from prisons and from jails and from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long. We need honest, we need honest media, and we need walls. We need to have borders. And by the way, I built a lot of walls, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to have those. You know, we would not be able to have the kind of numbers if I wasn't successful in building hundreds of miles of wall.
Very quickly, sir, the last time you and I spoke in December, you said that you would consider working on getting Dreamers legal status. Dreamers, of course, those who were brought here illegally as children. Where do those efforts stand? Is that a priority for you?
Well, it's not a priority for the Democrats because every time we talk about it, they don't want to talk about it because I guess they like it as a political issue, but they're not good at political issues because they still want to have men playing women's sports.
Well, Republicans do control Congress right now, Mr. President.
But the
Are you going
Democrats
to make Dreamers a priority?
Well, you need for that, you would need to have support from Democrats, and we have no support from the Democrats.
Have you had any discussions about Dreamers?
Yeah, we've had discussions. We would do something. I'd love to put in beautiful immigration for everybody. But the Democrats don't want to approve anything. All they want to do is knock out a tax bill. We're trying to get approved.
Why does he keep saying the Democrats? They have the majority in the House and the Senate. Republicans have the majority in the House and the Senate. Why are they acting like the Democrats have anything to do with this? They have no say in any of this. Why? How is he blaming Democrats right now?
Right now, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't get approved, it's a 68% tax increase, and that's what the Democrats want. They want a 68% tax increase. It's rather incredible.
And I do want to talk to you about your legislation, but let's talk about DOGE very quickly. DOGE has fired and then rehired thousands of federal workers, including FAA employees in charge of aviation safety, specialists working on nuclear weapon safety. What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, he found $160 billion worth of fraud,
no, he didn't.
Waste and abuse.
Give me a break.
I think he's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked him, what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people were, in many cases, crooks. But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found, your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
Yeah.
Well, we're not finished yet.
Well,
we're not finished yet.
Do you think the work continues even though he's leaving?
He
said
he's leaving behind some very brilliant people. They were on television last night. They're super high IQ people. I like high IQ people.
Oh.
The Democrats don't have many of them.
Let me ask you about some news that broke. You are threatening to rescind Harvard's tax exempt status.
I'm sorry, dude. He's just a fucking child, bro. Like, there's no fucking way. This is a full-grown adult, bro. I like high IQ people, but the Democrats don't. They don't like them. They don't have any of those.
And yet directing the IRS to investigate and rescind a university's tax-exempt status is contrary to what's in the federal law. The law says you can't do this. Do you think you're following the law? Well,
I tell you, I'm going to just follow what the lawyers say. They say that we're allowed to do that, and I'm all for it. But everything I say is subject to the laws being 100% adhered to.
Are you willing to take this to court if it becomes a court fight? You're going to take it that far?
We've won a lot of cases.
All right, let's talk about some of the other actions you've taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceive to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political foes. What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these two people. They might have known it, or they might have heard it from 2 years ago. One person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it was well known that this one person, it was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, you know, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of a room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there. And then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you
It's something.
passed
And
an
it's
executive
something.
order calling for your Attorney General
he's been
to
looked at
investigate that.
for a long time.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's something really bad. Something really bad.
And the other one said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it
So
turned out it wasn't a
wonderful.
wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
Let me ask it this way, sir, because
Turned out.
when we talked in December, I asked you, what is your message to people who didn't vote for you? Let me remind you of what you said. You said, I love you, and we're going to all work together. How does pursuing your political foes help to unify
Did I really
the
say I
country?
love you?
You really did. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but I'd like to
I
see.
promise I'll show it to you. I'll show you the tape.
Look,
How does that help to
I
unify
want to
the
treat
country?
people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including
So
like even
fake.
the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, you know, whatever, but you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know what?
It's not. He's such a fucking liar, bro. Why? Why do people vote for a guy who lies this fucking much? This is so obnoxious, dude.
Why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr.
Well,
President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
I'm
you
fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things like, sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline. Because you know what? Gasoline's big business. A stroller is not big business.
To this question, Mr. President, you said you wanted to unify the country. Does going after political foes undercut that goal?
No, not at all. No, we want honest people.
Okay.
I think you have to do that. We want honest people. In this
Let me ask you big picture. People who have lived in countries like the Philippines, Hungary, Russia,
You
they
have
look
to
at
break
some
the
of your
First
actions
Amendment.
going
You
after
gotta
civil
do it.
service, going after universities, law firms, the media. They say it's out of an authoritarian playbook. What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why
Negative
don't you ask
question.
it a different way? Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election.
They didn't
I
win.
got a lot more votes than
He
they
won.
did. I won the
got way
popular
more.
vote. I won all
You won all
7
of the
swing
votes.
states by a lot.
You
a
won
lot of people were
100% of the
surprised. I
votes.
said, I think you could win 4, maybe 5. No, I won all 7, and I won by a lot. And I won, actually, I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news.
There was a lot of hanky-panky going on, guys. There was a lot of it. So much hanky-panky. Show him the tattoo. Get him the, yeah. Get him to say. Get him to say that that's not photoshopped on here. And get him to say that this is fake. What is this? Huh? What is this? That looks real to me. Look at that shit. He's got him coming out of his fucking sleeve, dude. How is this fake? How could this possibly be fake? Look at all that. That looks real as fuck, dude. Look at all of this. You can't tell me this is fake. This is real as it gets. Look at that. That's his fucking hand. He's got MS-13 on his fucking knuckles right there. Give me a break. That's real, dude. He's got like a trident or something on his finger here. I don't. Maybe he's a big fan of The Little Mermaid or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's like, you can't tell me this isn't real. Look at these neck tattoos, bro. Come on.
It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about people say this, people, well, you know, they had their chance at the election and they lost big. So you should.
I just X'd out of the game.
Ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this country?
But what do you say? I'm asking it on behalf of those people to give you a chance to respond to them. What do you say to those people, sir?
Those people are going to be very happy. They're going to have to see some results. And I think we had a great 100 days. There are a lot of people that say it was unprecedented. It was an absolutely unprecedented 100 days. And I hope that they're going to be right.
Do you see dissent as an essential part of democracy?
I hope they're gonna be right. They're gonna be right? What do you mean? The 100 days already happened. What do you mean they're gonna be right? That's in the past, tell me. He's getting his participles mixed up.
It's a part of democracy. It is.
Is it an important part of democracy?
Yeah, you're always going to have, Kristen, you're always going to have dissent. There's nothing you're going to do about that. Am I going to get 100%?
There's nothing you're going to do.
It would be a strange place. I can't even imagine it where 100%. Look, you have people that are good people. They're very smart people. And they honestly believe we should have open borders and the entire world should be allowed to pour into our country.
Name one person.
I think it's a 95-5 issue, but they believe it.
Name one person who says that we should have open borders, bro. Give me a fucking break. If it's a 95-5 issue and you think that all the Democrats want open borders, why didn't the election go in a 95-5 direction? It's fucking retarded. It's true. It's true. It probably is only 5% of the country that actually wants open borders. That's the most accurate thing he said this whole interview. But the fact that it's Democrats who want this, or that Biden ever had open borders, this guy.
Not even bad people. Some of them are bad. You have people that honestly believe that men should be allowed to play in women's sports. Some of these people, I don't know any. I haven't been able to find any, but they exist. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I don't believe that. I think it's a 97-3 issue.
Do you think people should have the right to criticize you without fear of reprisal?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. That I do.
And how do you square that?
And I think that happens.
How do you square that with the fact that you have passed these executive orders asking the Attorney General to look into some of the people who've criticized you, who've been harshest against you?
I have been investigated more than any person in the history of the United States of America. I've been investigated more than the late, great, as I say at my rallies, Alphonse Capone. Alphonse Capone was a nasty man. He was the highest level gangster. And I have been investigated more than Al Capone, more than anybody. These people are evil people, and I won. And I'll tell you what, all I want to happen is for the Department of Justice and the FBI. Pam is great and Cash is great. I think they're two great people, but they're their own people. They want to do a fantastic job. And all I want to do and all I want to ask for is that they be allowed to do their job. I'm not telling them to do anything, and I believe I have the right to do it.
All of them just keep passing the buck. Like, if you ask it, Pam or Cash, they're like, oh, yeah, it's not on me. I serve at the the pleasure of the president. I don't, these are not my decisions. I'm doing what the president tells me to do, and so I'm here to do whatever it is he says. And then you ask the president, he's like, oh, I don't know. I mean, that's their decision. I don't know anything about that. That's on them. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't know those things. You go back to them. They're like, well, I'm not the president of the United States. I couldn't possibly say what is or is not. So you'll have to ask him. That's not a decision that I can make. Over and over and over, just back and forth.
But I'm, in theory, the top law enforcement officer as the president. We went over this once before, and it turned out I was right.
Are.
But I'm not looking to use that.
Okay.
We have two great people, and we have many, many incredible people under them, and I just want them to do their job and do it well.
Let me ask you about something I don't think you've been asked much about, which is you've branded your own cryptocurrency. The coin's values actually surged recently after you announced that top holders would be invited to have dinner.
I don't even know that. What did it surge to?
What did it surge to?
Yeah, what's it worth? You might as well tell me, because I have no idea.
Well, it surged. It surged. I will find it. Hold on one second. 5.2 or 58%. So 58%.
To what number?
That's not bad. 14.32.
What? Billion?
No, dollars per cryptocurrency.
$1 billion?
No.
What's the number? I mean, what is the amount?
The meme coin's value hit a peak of 75.35 on January 19th.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
And that's before your inauguration, and then it surged.
Look, I'm in favor of crypto.
Okay.
She's talking about per coin. He wants to know what the whole value is for the entire thing, which is probably better because that actually says more to what it is that he gains in this entire thing. So just saying like what it is per coin doesn't really help much. He is actually like, I think he's correct here. I believe that, yeah, like we would actually have to know how much, but I know that it did get above $1 billion. So.
But let me just ask you, what do you say to those who argue that when they hear that, they worry you're profiting from the presidency?
I'm not profiting from anything. All I'm doing is, I started this long before the election.
No, you didn't. He started it. He started it on Inauguration Day. On Inauguration Day, came out with the fucking meme coin, and then since then, him and the people who work on it, the admin on this coin, have made billions of dollars off of it, just in surcharges. Like, this is such bullshit that he did it way before. No, he didn't do it way before. It came out on Inauguration Day.
I want crypto. I think crypto is important because if we don't do it, China's going to.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, they're not.
It's new. Mm-hmm. It's very popular. Mm-hmm. It's very hot. If you look at the market, when the market went down, that stayed much stronger than other aspects of the market. But I want crypto because a lot of people, millions of people want it. I don't know if you know that Biden went after it violently, and then before the election, he changed his tune entirely. His head of the SEC, everybody changed their tune. You know why? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that are participating in crypto, and they wanted to get their votes.
So you're not profiting off of the cryptocurrency business
I haven't
at
even
all?
looked.
Has your family?
I'll tell you what, look, if I own stock in something and I do a good job and the stock market goes up, I guess I'm profiting. But who really profits is somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who uses inside information. She worked for $175,000 a year.
Every time, dude.
At the high end. And
every
she's worth
time, bro.
$150, $200 million. Okay? You ought to look at Nancy Pelosi, and you ought to look at some of these politicians that are stone cold crooks. I was very wealthy when I came in. Being president, I probably cost me money if you really look. In fact, I do something that no other president has done. They think maybe George Washington has done. I contribute my entire salary to the government, back to the government.
So will you contribute anything you earn from crypto back to the government, if that happens?
I never thought of that. I mean, should I contribute all of my real estate that I've owned for many years?
Yes, that's why you're supposed to relinquish all of your holdings, bro. Yes, as president, you relinquish all of your holdings. That's why you are not supposed to have any of these things when you're the fucking president. You're the only one who holds on to all of your business ownership. This is insane. That like, he made hundreds of millions of dollars just in his first term. And his total net worth went up, I believe, like 4 billion. Like, I think he was worth like 900 million when he won the first presidency, and now when he comes into the second presidency, he's worth 5.5 billion. Like, yeah, I think he's made a lot of money off this. Yeah.
If it goes up a little bit because I'm president and doing a good job, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I've done something that surprisingly, they say nobody else has done, no other president has done. And it's a substantial salary. It's like $500,000 a year or $550,000 a year, 4 years, a couple of $1 million. I gave it to the government last time. I never got a story saying I gave it.
I miss Terry crying face.
Aw. We'll try to get Terry back, Bucky. We'll try to get Terry back for you next time, okay, buddy? W. Terry.
Nobody cared if I gave it. I guarantee if I didn't give it, there'd be a big story. But no other president, they say, with the possible exception of George Washington, and they haven't been able to find those records. And we've had wealthy presidents before, but no other president has contributed the salary. And they told me before this that
Obama gave his salary away. Obama did not take his salary.
you will probably be asking me whether or not I'm going to contribute my salary again, but you haven't asked that.
Are you going to?
Yes.
You are. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate we just made news there. Let's talk about foreign policy, sir.
Yeah.
You just signed a minerals deal with Ukraine. It's a sign, it seems, that the United States is invested in Ukraine's future. The Secretary of State told me this is a very critical week. Are you any closer to reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
I hope so.
How would you characterize
I do believe we're closer with one party and maybe not as close with the other, but we'll have to see. I'd like to not say which one we're closer to, but
we all know you're closer with Ukraine.
We did do a deal for the American people that was good. We were able to get.
We all know you're closer with Ukraine. Everybody saw you guys sitting together. We've heard Zelensky say 1 million times that he's trying to get peace, that he's accepting all of the deals, that he's doing whatever is asked of him, and that it's Putin who's refusing to do this shit. So we already know. Shut the fuck up. Like you're keeping a secret here.
At rare earth, you know, the Europeans are getting paid back. They have a loan. We didn't. Biden just gave them $350 billion. He has no idea where the money is, what happened. And at least we'll, in one form or another, get our. I don't feel so foolish. And remember this. This is Biden's war. This was a war that was never going to happen.
Shut up.
This is
oh, my goodness.
Horrible, horrible war.
Horrible,
and I get to see shots of soldiers through, satellite that are just so terrible. 5,000 soldiers are being, look, 5,000 soldiers a week on average are dying. They're not American soldiers, but I want to solve the problem. They're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers. And if I can save 5,000 souls, I just love doing it.
How long do you give both countries before you're going to walk away?
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does
keep
that
fighting.
come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it and then positive things happen, okay? So I hope it gets done.
Your close ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, has a sanctions bill against Russia. If you get to that point, Mr. President, where you're prepared to walk away, will you sign that sanctions bill?
Well, it depends on whether or not Russia is behaving toward coming to a peace. We want a peace deal. We want Russia and Ukraine to agree to a deal. We think we're fairly close, and we're going to save a lot of people from being killed. We save a lot of money, too, because we're spending money like,
Save a lot of money, too.
you know, Europe is spending a third of the money that
save
we're
a lot of
spending.
money,
And
guys.
it's more important for Europe than it is for us. Biden had no control. He just sent money over there willy-nilly. Nobody had any idea what was happening, why they were doing it, why they were sending it. And it was massive amounts of money.
So you think you're close to a deal? What will Russia have to give up? Because Ukraine, there's been discussions they will have to give up some of the land.
Russia will have to
Russia's
give up all
illegally
of Ukraine because that's what they want.
All of Ukraine, meaning they wouldn't keep any of the land that they've claimed?
Russia would have to give up all of Ukraine because what Russia wants is all of Ukraine. And if I didn't get involved, they would be fighting right now for all of Ukraine. Russia doesn't want the strip that they have now. Russia wants all of Ukraine. And if it weren't me, they would keep going. Do you know that the European Union leaders have asked me to call Putin so many times because he doesn't return their phone call?
You posted on social media he might be tapping you along.
Might be.
Did you misread
But you might
him?
be tapping me along, too, when you tell me how nice an interview this is going to be. So,
Did you?
know, I'm used to being tapped along.
Did you in any way misread Vladimir Putin?
Did I what?
Misread him, now that you're saying that?
I'll tell you about that in a month from now or 2 weeks from now. I have no idea. I can tell you this. His ambition was stopped to a large extent when he saw that it was me that was now leading the charge, because he wasn't dealing with anybody in Europe. He wasn't calling him back. Do you know that I asked him, I said, did Biden ever call you in 3 years? Did Biden ever call? He said he never called. Do you know Biden didn't call him one time? And all these thousands of soldiers, hundreds, millions of soldiers are dying, and people, not only soldiers, people dying in the cities and the towns, and the whole heritage of that country is being blown apart. I mean, the country's heritage is being blown apart. You know the steeples, those beautiful spires that you see, you know the most beautiful in the world?
Yeah.
Almost 95% of them are laying in smithereens, all broken up and so sad, laying all over the ground because they were shot. It's really a bad situation. And he didn't get one phone call from Biden. The war would have never started. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't start. I was there for 4 years. It was the apple of his eye. This was the apple of Putin's eye. There was no chance he would have gone in.
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when...
Yeah, like, this is such a fucking dumb statement. Like, why are you so sure he wouldn't have gone in if you were president, yet you're president now and he's still there? Like, you were pretty sure you'd be able to stop this on day one. So, I don't know how the fuck you can still be so sure that this never would have happened if you were president, but whatever, bruh. Whatever, bruv.
And I may say that, and if I
you're
do,
not
there may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men and between, you know, some of the soldiers, frankly, between the generals. They've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you do walk away, would that mean that you would pull military and intelligence?
I don't want to say that now. It's too early to say that. I don't want to
Okay.
get into that argument.
Let's move on to Canada. You have long talked about making Canada the 51st state. There's obviously a new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who you spoke to after his victory. He says that you didn't talk to him in that call about making Canada a 51st state.
No, he called me. He was very nice, and I congratulated him. He had a victory. It's a very close victory. It's, you know, there's no majority or anything, so that's going to make things a little bit difficult, I think, for him to run. But he nevertheless had a victory, and he's a very nice man, I think.
Do you plan to talk to him about making Canada a 51st state?
He wants to come and see me. He's going to come this week or next week.
So will you talk to him about making Canada a 51st state, annexing Canada?
I'll always talk about that. You know why? We subsidize Canada to the tune of $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. In fact, we don't want their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't even want their energy. We have more than they do. We don't want their lumber. We have great lumber. All I have to do is free it up from the environmental lunatics. We don't need anything that they have. We're giving them. I asked Mr. Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau, I said, you know, not Prime Minister, Governor. I said, Governor Trudeau, could I ask you one question? Why are we giving you $200 billion? Why are we subsidizing Canada? If Canada was a state, it wouldn't cost us. It would be great. It would be such a great, it would be a cherished state. And if you look at our map, if you look at the geography, I'm a real estate guy at heart. When I look down at that, without that artificial line that was drawn with a ruler many years ago, it was just an artificial line, goes straight across. You don't even realize what a beautiful country it would be. It would be great. But I don't think the American public wants me to pay $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. Again, remember this.
Yeah.
We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything.
That's just not true. That's just not true. It's not true. Canada gives us over 70% of our fucking oil. We need their lumber because our lumber is not like we don't have old trees. Canada has more like old, thick trees. And we don't have those. We have lots and lots of young trees that are very thin, and we're not going to be able to get as much out of them, and they're not going to be like as sturdy. But Canada has that, and we're one of the few countries that still makes houses out of lumber. So we're the ones that need that shit. Like, nobody else needs it. It's just us. So we need to go get that shit.
We do very little business with Canada. They do all of their business practically with us.
True.
You and I,
they need us. We don't need them.
You and I talked, and I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not with
I think
Canada?
It's highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than practically any nation in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation. They think we're subsidized. They think we are going to protect them. And really, we are. But the truth is, they don't carry their full share. And it's unfair to the United States and our taxpayers.
But you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which we'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that.
But
we need that for international security. Do you know we have Russian boats and we have Chinese boats, gunships all over the place, aircraft carriers, gunships, going up and down the coast of Greenland. We need that to be protected. Internationally, we need it.
So you are willing to send U.S. troops to claim a sovereign territory?
I didn't say that. You asked me a question. Would you? Is there a circumstance?
What else are we talking about?
It could happen. I doubt it will, but it certainly could happen with respect to Greenland.
Okay, let me ask you about Iran. Your administration has had conversations with Iran. Is the goal of these talks limiting Iran's nuclear program or total dismantlement?
Total dismantlement.
That's all you'll accept?
That's all I'd accept. Now, there's a new theory going out there that Iran would be allowed to have civilian, meaning to make electricity. But I say, you know, they have so much oil, what do they need it for? But, you know, I've seen it with other states where they're looking to do something and they have a lot of oil. Iran has tremendous energy. You know, I put sanctions, if you know that. I put pretty strong sanctions on 2 days ago on the oil. The sad part is that if Biden didn't get involved, if we had a competent president, you would have never had the attack on Israel. October 7th would have never taken place. Hamas would have had no money.
Again, if that's the case, then why haven't you ended it? If they're all so terrified of you, if they're all so afraid of warring when you're around, then why is it happening while you're in office, mofo? You're there now, and it's still happening. What the fuck? How can he still say this shit?
Money because Iran was broke. And now in a period of 4 years during the Biden administration, they became very rich. They have over $300 billion cash in the bank. And they had no money. They were ready to make a deal with me. And it's very sad. Because of this rigged election, they didn't do it. Just another
This
thing you can
rigged
mark down to a
election.
bad election.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, because Secretary Rubio has said that he would accept, or the idea is there is an openness to accepting peaceful civil nuclear programs.
Well, that's what people, I didn't say anything contradictory. I said that people are talking about that, and this is something that's really pretty new in the dialogue. And I'd have to be, my inclination is to say, what do you need that for? You have a lot of oil.
So you want total dismantlement, bottom line.
I think that I would be open to hearing it. Civilian energy, it's called. But, civilian energy often leads to military wars. And we don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple deal. I want Iran to be really successful, really great, really fantastic. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. Okay. If they want to be successful, that's okay. I want them to be so successful. And the Iranian people are incredible. I just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon because the world will be destroyed.
Just to recap, we're talking about your desire to claim Canada, Greenland. What do you say to people?
You forgot the Panama Canal.
Panama Canal. What do you say to people who say they voted for you because they wanted you to end foreign conflicts, not start new?
I don't see that as conflict. I think that's good for our country, those things. Look, the Panama Canal was taken over by China, effectively. Now China seems to have left, but the Panama Canal, think of this deal. We built the most expensive object we've ever built in the history of our country. That was Mount McKinley. They just took away, I just gave them back the name, but McKinley made the money. Teddy Roosevelt spent the money. McKinley gets very little credit, but he made, how he made the money? Through tariffs. He was the big tariff president.
Tariffs.
Okay, but forget that. We built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive.
Bro, he was not successful with fucking tariffs, mofo. He's like the last president to do fucking tariffs because of how fucked up it was. What the fuck, dude? This guy is delusional.
Thing. It would be the equivalent, like almost $2 trillion today. We've never spent it. And it was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Panama insists
This is the kind of leadership.
Panama says they do control the canal, but we have a couple more questions left tonight.
Panama said what?
A little wrap.
Panama said what?
Panama says they still control it. I know you're saying China. Panama says they still control it.
If you would have gone there about 5.2 months ago,
Yeah.
every single sign on the Panama Canal, with the exception of about 15% of them, was in Chinese.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because we're nearing the end, just a couple more questions here.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining. You keep saying to me like I'm rushing.
No, you're not, and I really appreciate it.
I don't want to
really
rush you. I don't want to make you nervous.
Thank you. The Trump organization is selling hats that say Trump 2028.
Yeah.
Are you seriously considering a third term, Mr.
No,
President, even though it's prohibited by the Constitution, or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this. So many people want me to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I have never had requests so strong as that. But it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you to do it or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028 hat. But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican, to carry it forward. But I think we're going to have 4 years, and I think 4 years is plenty of time to do something really spectacular.
The Constitution does prohibit it. Some of your allies are pretty serious about this, though, Mr. President. I've spoken to them. They say they are coming up with potential ways.
Well,
obviously, the biggest one would be a constitutional amendment.
That's because they like the job I'm doing, and it's a compliment. It's really a great compliment.
Has anyone approached you, though, with an actual plan, a way to actually start the process
Well, there are
of a
ways of doing
constitutional
it.
amendment?
There are ways of doing it, and you know the same thing. And if you look at the vice presidential thing, and you hear different concepts and different other people say you can have a write-in vote. There's lots of different things. With all of that being said, I want to be a great president. I will have served. Hopefully, everything will go well. I feel very good. I just did a physical. I took, unlike all other presidents, I took cognitive tests and I aced it. I got 100% correct. And one doctor said, there were numerous doctors watching. And he said, I've never seen that before. Biden didn't take a cognitive, he couldn't have gotten the first question right. But I came out great with the physical, both physically and mentally. And I just want to serve, do a great job. I'll be an 8-year president. I'll be a 2-term president. I always thought that was very important, to be honest with you. You know, if you look at President Polk, he was a 1-termer and he did some great things, actually. Pretty good president. And I'm not saying you can't do that, but there's something about being a 2-term president that was very important to me.
And just to put a button on it, has anyone in an official capacity presented you with, sir, here are some ideas by which you could actually get a constitutional amendment?
Well, in a capacity of being a big supporter, many people have said different things, but I'm not looking at that.
You haven't had official meetings about it?
No. And just so
Many people have said different
4 years
things,
is a long
guys.
time. I have almost 4 years. You know, all of these things that we've done more than any president, and even you might admit that. Nobody's done the extent of the things that we've done. Nobody's done this in essentially a little bit more than 3 months. As they say, 100 days. I'm looking to do a great job as president and set the country on the right track, because if I didn't win, this country would have failed. We would have been a failed nation.
You have built a political movement that has transformed.
We would have been a failed nation. Dude, there's no fucking shot he even knows what that means. There's no shot he even knows what that means, bro. Oh my goodness.
The Republican
Greatest
Party.
industry.
It's transformed the country,
The
quite
greatest
frankly.
political movement in history, MAGA. Make America great again.
When you look to the future, Mr. President, do you think the MAGA movement can survive without you as its leader?
Yes, I do.
What gives you
I think it's so strong, and I think we have tremendous people. I think we have a tremendous group of people. We talked about a number of them. You look at Marco, you look at J.D. Vance, who's fantastic. You look at, I could name 10, 15, 20 people right now just sitting here. No, I think we have a tremendous party. And you know what I can't name? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. And I really believe in a 2-party system. Because it's good to be challenged. It's really good to have a 2-party. You know, it's good. Being challenged is okay. It keeps you sharp. I don't know what they're going to do. They have nobody. Bernie's 87 years old or something. And, you know, Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because he was grossly incompetent, and I think maybe for artificial reasons, you know, with operations and things. So maybe
he was the worst thing that ever happened to old people? What? What does that mean?
Artificial. But I know people that are unbelievably sharp, and they're older than 87. But I watch Bernie Sanders. He's a nut job, but he's still sharp. He's sharp as he's the same guy he was. He hasn't gone down. But Biden is really, he's the worst thing to happen to old people.
I know that you are only 100 days
What does that
in,
mean?
but as we sit here today,
he repeated
who do you
it.
see as your successor, Mr. President?
Well, it's far too early to say that. But, you know, I do have a vice president, and typically it would be, and JD's doing a fantastic job.
He would be at the top of the list?
It could very well be. I don't want to get involved in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity. But certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I think the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, you know, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
Thanks for watching.
Worst thing that ever happened to old people, dude. It was the worst thing that ever happened to them. So rough for old people. They were all so upset when that stuff happened.
That's going to be great. That's going to be a very big event, a year-long event.
Very great,
So,
very big.
Thank you.
Very big and great.
Trump just hit Hollywood where it hurts by announcing he's slapping a 100% tariff on all foreign-made films.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
He says the movie industry in America is dying a very fast death, and we want movies made in America again.
Done as other nations have been stealing the the movie-making capabilities from the United States.
Trump kept it vague with how exactly these tariffs would be applied. It's true that foreign nations lure Hollywood productions out of America with cheap labor and tax incentives. The result? The American middle-class film worker has been out of work due to the shift abroad, according to the New York Times. Couple that with the fact that...
What? That's... Okay. To say that they're out of work because of the shift abroad is kind of dishonest. There were... when COVID hit, there were massive writer strikes that were demanding a lot more pay, a lot more from unions, a lot more collective bargaining that was happening. And so the idea that they were just shipping it abroad and taking away all these jobs from these people because it was cheaper. It wasn't just cheaper. It was like all of our shit just got way more expensive over here. And then on top of that, all of the movies were being made in California, in Hollywood, where their taxes just keep fucking skyrocketing. All of their, their labor union regulations and regulations on every little thing across the board through the roof. That before, there were 3 places that you could make movies. LA, New York, Atlanta. These 3 places were pretty much it. LA and New York, expensive as fuck, dude. Expensive as fuck. They are insanely expensive. They are very liberal states, and everything there is so expensive. Then you got Atlanta, that's got a lot of, industrial complications. It's got, a lot of traffic, it's got a lot of issues where it's just not an easy place to film a movie. And so, and a lot of gay black men. Yes, Atlanta definitely has a lot of gay black men, for sure. Yep. So yeah, the idea that like everybody's just randomly shipping everything off to other countries, it's not really like a crazy thing that they're doing. But then to tariff it on top of that, like it's already just insanely fucking expensive to do shit here.
That production in America is already down 40% after the SAG-AFTRA strikes last year. Hollywood is in a slow decline. Trump also considers Hollywood outsourcing business a national security threat.
Wait, what did she just say?
Already down 40% after the SAG-AFTRA strikes last year. Hollywood is in a slow decline. Trump also considers Hollywood outsourcing business a national security threat. The Wall Street Journal's Hollywood reporter Eric Schwartzel explained it like this when it comes to China. He says, "No studio in Hollywood today would touch a movie that concerns a storyline involving the Uyghurs, or Xinjiang, or issues involving Taiwanese independence, or demonstrations in Hong Kong." It's still pretty unclear how the Department of Commerce and Trump plan on rolling this out.
The work is mysterious and important.
On May 5th,
it's a good show. That's a good fucking show, dude. Have you guys watched that? That's Severance. If you guys haven't seen Severance, you got to watch it, but you have to go get an Apple subscription because it's only on Apple TV. Very good. Very good show.
On May 5th, a White House statement said that no final decisions on foreign film tariffs have been made, but Commerce...
I watched season 1. Well, they just finished season 3, I think. I think it was season 3. Maybe it was season 2. But yeah, they're about to come... They're going to come out with the last season in about a year, so...
Secretary Howard Lutnick responded to Trump's post on X, saying, "We're on it."
You're listening to the Tony Kinnett Cast on 93 WYBC.
CYTV on the Daily Signal.
A very fine evening to you and yours. It's the Tony Kinnett Cast here on the Daily Signal, nationally syndicated first on 93 WYBC. We've got a lot going on, and it is not going to slow down. The Democrats are having a really, really rough time. You say, Tony, how is that different than usual? Because again, no matter how often the Trump administration leaves a small, slight window for just a bit of the old pokey, the Democrats can't seem to pick up on it at all. And of all the issues Democrats should be picking up on, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later with Paul Teller over from Advancing American Freedom. Right now, the discourse in this country is happening between the kind of Bushian Republicans, who some would call more establishment, and then on the other side of things, the kind of the populist isolationists, and in the middle, the traditional conservatives. That's where like 90% of the conversation in this country is going on right now. And I do mean most of the conversation in this country. And the reason is that, first of all, the left really can't enter into the conversation on any of the stuff that's going on. They can't. They can't talk about the economy because their ideas for the economy are truly terrible. Hence, they have no ideas at all. The Trump administration's outmaneuvered them. Their foreign policy sucks and is scorned openly. So what does that leave them with? Social policy domestically? Oh, yeah, that transing the kids thing worked out real well, didn't it? So what do they have? Well, they have their most important issues, which is that illegal immigration is a wonderful thing. And that if you came into this country illegally, they're going to not only try to fight the government from their legislative podium.
I don't know who this is. The Tony Kinnett cast. Tony Kinnett is the Daily Signal's national correspondent and host of both the nationally syndicated radio show and podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to get like a bias meter on him. I can't find anything. Even sounds like him. Well, he reminds me of the redhead guy from, what is it, like Worst Best Friends or the Best Friends podcast or the Worst Friends podcast or something like that. He reminds me of that guy. Worst Friends? Yeah, he reminds me of the guy from Worst Friends, I guess. Yeah, he seems right-wing, but it's on the same, so this is the Daily Signal.
Trump just hit Hollywood with,
And that's who she is as well. This is from the Daily Signal. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm interested to hear what this is.
And in the middle, the traditional conservatives. That's where like 90%.
Is that who you guys were saying he sounds like and acts like is the guy from Worst Friends? This guy?
But Confederates, I thought, were the good guys.
No, the Confederates were bad.
Stars and straps and stripes, pal.
No. He was white. There's no Asian guy that's a Confederate fucking guy.
How
like
funny
that.
if there was one Confederate Asian.
I would love to be that guy.
They're like, what do we love? He's like, slavery. That's the movie we should write for you.
Yeah.
Is the only Asian Confederate? What's the name of this guy? This Asian Confederate soldier.
Robert E. Lee.
Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, yeah.
The real story.
Real story.
The real Robert E. Lee.
Ah, that's good.
Pick at the cotton faster.
Is that slavery?
But Confederates, I thought, were the good guys.
I want to end the slavery. I'm a Robert E. Ray.
Percent of the conversation in this country is going on right now. And I do mean most of the conversation in this country. And the reason is that, first of all, the left really can't enter into the conversation on any of the stuff that's going on. They can't. They can't talk about the economy because their ideas for the economy are truly terrible. Hence, they have no ideas at all. The Trump administration's outmaneuvered them. Their foreign policy sucks and is scorned openly. So what does that leave them with? Social policy domestically? Oh, yeah, that transing the kids thing worked out real well, didn't it? So what do they have? Well, they have their most important issues, which is that illegal immigration is a wonderful thing. And that if you came into this country illegally, they're going to not only try to fight the government from their legislative podiums or their judicial podiums, as Chuck Schumer outlined, but, you know, they're going to do a little direct advisement on how to evade the feds altogether. And here's AOC not only, again, doubling down, tripling down, saying, yeah, I'm going to give people advice on how to break the law, which is, you know what, illegal. She then dares Borders Czar Tom Homan to arrest her, which it's a wild dare. Here's AOC.
When we first did one of these seminars, Tom Homan, then acting director of ICE, said that he was going to threaten to refer me to DOJ because I'm using my free speech rights in order to advise people of their constitutionally guaranteed protections. And do they want to do it again today? And to that I say, come for me.
Okay, so you do, in fact, have the right under the First Amendment to tell people how to do things. That's true. You ever notice when a financial advisor or someone in a legal profession suggests that you do something either legally or financially, they'll say, I'm not actually advising you directly to take this legal step or this financial step. That is because in the right court of law, you can be liable for causing significant damages to someone based on false pretense or expertise. And in the case of AOC, yeah, you have the constitutional right to say, I sure hope these people do this. You do not have a constitutional right to say, hey, here's how you avoid the law. Here's how you break the law. Nope, because that's conspiring, that's aiding and abetting. That's not something that one can do. So best of luck to AOC. Of course, she's still petty because the last time she argued with Tom Homan, he bent her over his knee.
When you're in the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through a port of entry, do it the legal way.
And she, of course, had nothing to say to that because AOC likes to pretend that she understands the law. And the law is really not that difficult. Any individual, any classic American can pick up the law and read it, especially the constitutional provisions, get a little background on those Federalist Papers, and read a little bit of court precedent. The idea that Americans in flyover country, in the South, the West, those who aren't in the ivory towers of, for example, Harvard University, which we'll get to, are more than capable of reading the law. This nonsensical idea that if you put up a bunch of fancy words on top of something, this now excludes common Americans from participating is one of the reasons Donald Trump has won so consistently in regions that were dominated by blue labor Democrats. The ivory tower elitism of this country has seen its golden age and has passed because they made promises and they didn't deliver. But that won't stop people like Representative Ilhan Omar, the alleged brother marrier, from making some wildly...
Okay, yeah. 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 All right. All right. That's Ice Cube's son. The guy who wrote the Stop Cooming Tom. I mean, he's not a bad looking guy, but I was more interested in the skit, I think. Ew, that's fucked up, dude. He did Republican shit to him. Ew, he's grooming him, dude. Oh my goodness, he's grooming him. The Republicans are grooming people now, dude. Yes, because you're fucking black, yeah. All black people wear crosses. That doesn't mean shit, dude. I want to apologize to Mantis and Aryan. I stand on everything I said in the convo, but I could have not been rude. Radical Coder. Tom was making retarded arguments. You were right. Shut the fuck up. Also, you were not being rude. Mantis was being fucking rude. Shut the fuck up. And I was not making retarded arguments. That's what the fucking words mean. We can literally go pull up the definitions. The definitions will agree with me. Shut the fuck up.
Quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job.
Look at this fucking guy here. Oh no.
The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you? I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing.
Oh man. Bitches be crazy, bro. Bitches be fucking wildin'.
¿Sabías que existe una enfermedad llamada dierna que lo... amigo, estoy aquí arriba, Bueno, vale, como quieras, te dejo disfrutar.
Oh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up, dude.
Put his name in yellow hearts.
Please believe me. That is not a do-rag. Please don't cancel me, please. That is just my hair. Please.
That was good, dude.
This shit just took me out, shorty.
Put his name in yellow hearts.
Please believe me. That is not a do-rag. Please don't cancel me, please. That is just my hair. Please.
Show us your waves. Bro, why you wearing a do-rag and this not cool? Is she wearing a do-rag? Very insensitive of you.
Oh god.
This shit just took me out, shorty.
That's fucking good shit, dude. That's good. Look at this fucking guy. He's shoving him, dude. He's just staying behind him the whole time.
Господи, пожалуйста, спаси и сохрани.
The bag is bulletproof, bro. The fucking bag is bulletproof.
Его отвлекла? Его уже тут не щитилось, да?
In nomine Patris et Filii et
That's fucking so fucked up, bro. That's so fucked up. They're just going like this, just following him around the whole fucking elevator, bro. That was good. That was fucking hilarious, bro. I thought that was Jack Doherty. It does kind of look like Jack. Oof. My cheeks hurt now, dude. Trump's 48-hour scramble to fly migrants to a Salvadoran prison. The administration rounded up some of the Venezuelans 2 days before the flight took off, pressing forward even as Venezuelans agreed to accept deportees. Will it play? No. Okay. Well, actually, I think I have an app that will play it.
Trump's 48-hour scramble to fly migrants to a Salvadoran prison. The administration rounded up some of the Venezuelans 2 days before the flights took off, pressing forward even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportees. From left, Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Attorney General Pam Bondi meet at the White House on April 14th. Win McNamee, Getty Images. The message...
It did actually say President Bukele. It actually did say that.
The message from Secretary of State Marco Rubio to El Salvador's foreign ministry outlined an audacious plan. The United States would be sending as many as 500 Venezuelan gang members to the Central American nation, and it planned to do so within 24 hours. The March 13th communication was part of secretive negotiations with Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele and served as Rubio's formal notice that the Trump administration was sending the Venezuelans to be imprisoned there for a year, or until a determination concerning their long-term disposition is made, documents show. Detainees at the mega-prison have no access to lawyers or contact with their families. A Washington Post investigation shows how officials raced to execute the plan, rounding up some of the men at their homes the same day Rubio's message went out. And they pressed forward with the removals, even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportation flights, in a high-stakes bid to show power and deter migrants from attempting to cross the border illegally. The Post examined immigration and court records, and conducted interviews with attorneys, friends and family members, to piece together information about more than 50 of the men believed to be imprisoned at the Terrorism Confinement Center, the mega-prison often referred to by its Spanish acronym, CECOT. The review shows that despite the administration's claims, many of the immigrants sent to El Salvador had entered the United States legally and were actively complying with U.S. immigration rules.
Many of them? I want to know how many.
At least 2 of the men imprisoned in El Salvador had been approved by the State Department to resettle as refugees in the U.S. after extensive vetting by federal law enforcement authorities, documents show.
Wait,
At
so
least
there's
4 had protections against removal.
So that means there's more of these. That means there's a bunch more now. So earlier, when they first sent people to these prisons, we found out about a couple of people who had been approved for asylum, and then they got shipped off to a prison. And a bunch of people were like, yeah, so what? They're allowed to take away their asylum status anytime they want. It's like, yeah, that's true. They can. But they don't get to send them to fucking prison just because they took away their asylum status. They have to commit a crime, mofo. They have to actually commit a crime. And this is the thing with like Trump and all these people where they keep doing this whole thing where they're like, they're saying that we have to send all of these people to court. Yes. Especially if you're going to keep fucking sending them to prison, dude. You're not just deporting them. You're sending them to prison, homie. Yeah. You gotta let people go to court if you're going to send them to prison. What the fuck?
Approval through temporary protected status, often called TPS. Granted to those fleeing Venezuela's humanitarian crisis, according to attorneys for the men or records shared with the Post.
Play it, mofo. Come on. Play that bitch. Others had been active members of Venezuela's opposition and had open asylum claims. Play it, bitch. What the fuck?
At least 4 had protections against removal through temporary protected status, often called TPS, granted to those fleeing Venezuela's humanitarian crisis, according to attorneys for the men or records shared with the Post.
Why does it do this? Sometimes it won't read like certain parts of this. What the fuck? Many had no deportation orders. It's not even reading like the right parts anymore. What is wrong with this thing?
At least 4 had protections against removal through
Why won't it read these? What is wrong with this stupid thing, dude? If I switch the voice to something else, will it read it?
The first flights were over international waters when a federal judge in Washington ordered the on March 15, a day later than Rubio's message anticipated, the U.S. sent more than 260 migrants.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to this fucking voice.
On March 15th, a day later than Rubio's message anticipated, the U.S. sent more than 260 migrants.
No, shut up. These voices suck, dude. Oh, I don't have the fucking... What the fuck? So I have to pay for these? Canadian French? Oh, Oh, fuck this thing.
On March 15, a day later than Rubio's message anticipated, the U.S.
On March 15, a day later than Rubio's message anticipated, the U.S. sent more than 260 migrants, including 23...
Okay, I guess that's as good as it's gonna get. We'll go with the Google voice.
Was Abrego Garcia Tat's code for MS-13?
I don't think so. Who knows? Maybe. I think it's like highly coincidental that those tattoos were there, but I don't know why. I don't know one way or the other. So I think it's totally possible. I think it's totally possible that those are code for Notebook, LM, Google. What is this? It just reads shit or what? I have no idea what any of this fucking shit is. This is... What do I do with this? Do I just create a new one? And I can link this website? Wait, it's giving me summaries? I don't want summaries.
Salvadorans to El Salvador.
Why? Why won't you read it? Read the fucking thing. I fucking hate this thing.
The first flights were over international waters when a federal judge in Washington ordered the Trump administration to turn them around. Instead, they flew to Honduras, where they waited on the tarmac for 4 hours.
Why won't it read it, bro? Why? It's only the robot voices that will read this fucking shit.
The first flights were over international waters when a federal judge in Washington ordered the Trump administration to turn them around. Instead, they flew to Honduras, where they waited on the tarmac for 4 hours. Buccal would not allow them to land in El Salvador until the international airport there was closed to commercial traffic for the night.
Hello?
Hold on. So that AI program I sent you, like, what I use it for is, like, I'll grab a bunch of YouTube videos and I'll put it into it, and it will, like, extract all the basic information out of the videos. Like, say, like, I'm doing a program on somebody, and it's like, say it's a rapper with like 8 interviews. You know, I could sit there for 14 hours and watch 8 interviews of this rapper, or I can grab, you know, I can watch 1 interview or 2 interviews, and I can grab the rest and put it into this AI program, and it will basically spit out. It will start a AI conversation, so you can start asking it questions. You know, who's this? You know, who's this person, or what's the person's mother's name, and it will extract all the information. But what I was saying for you was, there's also a feature where they make like, it'll make like this silly little podcast out of the article. So if you would have linked that article into the program, it would have made, you know, you can play with it on stream or you can play with it off stream. But I just thought it would be, you know, a silly way to listen to it is the way they make the podcast. So they make like a man and a woman, and they'll just sit there and like, discuss it. It's sort of it's kind of, it's fun to play with, and there's channels that actually like try to monetize this shit. But this you know, this is Google's AI. It's pretty good. It's free. It's fun to play with. So I figured, like, you know, while you're sitting here fucking around with TTS, you might want to fuck around with this. I don't know.
Okay, that's funny. Okay. All right, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll look at that.
Yep. All right, peace.
All right, later. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. We got 16 likes on the stream today. We got like 300 views and 16 likes. What the fuck, bro?
Buccal would not allow them to land in El Salvador until the international airport there was closed to commercial traffic for the night, around 10 p.m., according to a U.S. official and an airport administrator.
It's Buccal.
Like others interviewed for this article, they spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss internal matters. Rubio has said that the U.S. had to send the Venezuelans to El Salvador that day because their own country would not take back alleged gang members. But records reviewed by the Post show that 2 deportation flights to Venezuela were also scheduled to leave that weekend carrying dozens of alleged criminals, including at least one man Rubio has publicly accused of gang membership. Those flights were cancelled after Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, prompting...
Shut up! Oh my goodness. Fuck, and I missed the TTS. Pay for the good shit. Alright, fine. Shut up. Wait, stop. Okay. All right. So let's refresh this bitch. And then
Trump's 48-hour scramble to fly migrants to a Salvadoran prison.
You shut the fuck up, bitch.
The administration rounded up of the Venezuelans 2 days before the flights took off, pressing forward even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportees. From left, Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele.
From left, Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, President Donald Trump, Vice President. A Washington Post investigation shows how officials raced to execute the plan,
all right, that's much
rounding
better.
up some of the men at their homes the same day Rubio's message went out. And they pressed forward with the removals.
Are there any good IA voices? Yeah, there's a lot more in here. Like, we can even get some with just accents. So like if we wanted to do like a Dutch accent, we could do this one.
And they pressed forward with the removals, even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportation flight.
We do this one.
And they pressed forward with the removals, even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportation flights in a high
German. Oh, the German one doesn't want to read either. What the fuck? Yeah, I think we're going to stick with this one.
And they pressed forward with the removals, even as Venezuela agreed to accept deportation flights in a high-stakes bid to show power and deter migrants from attempting to cross the border illegally. The Post examined immigration and court records and conducted interviews with attorneys, friends and family members to piece together information about more than 50 of the men believed to be in prison. Ned at the Terrorism Confinement Center, the megaprison often referred to by its Spanish acronym, SACO. The review shows that despite the administration's claims, many of the immigrants sent to El Salvador had entered the United States legally and were actively complying with U.S. immigration rules. At least 2 of the men imprisoned in El Salvador had been approved by the State Department to resettle as refugees in the U.S. after extensive vetting by federal law enforcement authorities.
Yeah, that's insane, dude. That's fucking insane.
At least 4 had protections against removal through temporary protected status, often called TPS, granted to those fleeing Venezuela's humanitarian crisis, according to attorneys for the men or RICO. RDS shared with the Post. Others had been active members of Venezuela's opposition and had open asylum claims. On March 15, a day later than Rubio's message anticipated, the U.S. sent more than 260 migrants, including 23 Salvadorans, to El Salvador. Many had no deportation orders. President Donald Trump invoked the wartime powers of the Alien Enemies Act against the Venezuela-based gang known as Tren de Aragua to remove over 100 of the migrants without giving them a chance to see. Test their removals. The first flights were over international waters when a federal judge in Washington ordered the Trump administration to turn them around.
Judge Boasberg.
Instead, they flew to Honduras, where they waited on the tarmac for 4 hours. Bukele would not allow them to land in El Salvador until the international airport there was closed to commercial traffic for the night, around 10 p.m., according to a U.S. official and an airport administrator. Like others interviewed for this article, they spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss internal matters. Rubio has said that the U.S. had to send the Venezuelans to El Salvador that day because their own country would not take back alleged gang members. But records reviewed by the Post show that 2 deportation flights to Venezuela were also scheduled to leave that weekend carrying dozens of alleged criminals, including at least one man Rubio has publicly accused of gang membership. Those flights were canceled after Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, prompting uncertainty about whether Venezuela could still safely send a plane to the U.S. to pick up deportees, according to 2 people involved in the discussions. Trump's Alien Enemies Act proclamation says that property belonging to an alien enemy and used for hostile activity is subject to seizure and forfeiture. Though Trump administration officials have called the migrants sent to Socorro in mid-March the worst of the worst criminals, in court, the government has admitted that many do not have criminal recourse. Neither the U.S. nor El Salvador has released their names, leaving families to scour unofficial lists and sleuth through videos and photos released by Bukele's government to determine their loved ones' whereabouts. The Trump administration has admitted that it sent one man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, to El Salvador in error. A federal judge has ordered the U.S. government to return a second man while his asylum claim is adjudicated. The operation was so hurried that officials also flew several women who could not be detained at the all-male prison and had to be returned to the United States.
Oh my goodness. What the fuck?
El Salvador also declined to imprison a Nicaraguan the U.S. had sent, fearing conflict with its neighboring countries, court records indicate.
Dude.
In response to detailed questions from the Post, a senior state...
Like, they literally flew a bunch of women out there to an all-male prison. And when they got there, they were like, yeah, we don't have places for these fucking women, dude. Like, this is not a place we can put women. What the fuck is wrong with you? They're like, oh, alright, we'll just take them back.
Department official acknowledged that the Venezuelan government had planned to accept deportation flights the same weekend as the flights to El Salvador, but dismissed those as one-offs. The Venezuelan regime began to accept regular repatriation flights of Venezuelan nationals only after the U.S. began the criminal alien deportation flights to El Salvador, the official said. White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said the administration would not detail counterterrorism operations and foreign policy negotiations with foreign countries for the press. A Justice Department spokesperson said, Activist judges do not have the jurisdiction to seize control of the president's authority to conduct foreign policy, remove dangerous illegal aliens from our country, and keep Americans safe. The Department of Homeland Security did not respond to a request for comment. The Post asked 3 communications officials in the Salvadoran government to provide the identities, whereabouts and additional information about the deportees transferred to SACO but received no response. Rander Peña, Venezuela's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, said his government has not received an official list of names of those detained in El Salvador. The deportations have triggered a standoff between the courts and the Trump administration, which has asserted that its executive power overrides certain due process rights. The administration's attempts to circumvent court rulings have sparked concerns among some legal scholars of a looming constitutional crisis. On Thursday, a federal judge blocked the administration from removing migrants in South Texas under the Alien Enemies Act, finding that the president's invocation of the act had exceeded his authority. It's horrifying, said Noah Bullock, executive director of Cristasol, a Salvadoran human rights group. The Venezuelans have not had a trial. They have not been convicted. They've been deported to El Salvador and disappeared into one of the most brutal prisons in the hemisphere. They're outside the reach of the rule of law at this point. Trump and Elon Musk exit the Oval Office on March 14, the day before the president would invoke the Alien Enemies Act. Demetrius Freeman, the Washington
Remember again,
Post,
Trump says he didn't
Roger
invoke
Eduardo
the
Molina
Alien
and
Enemies
his
Act.
girlfriend, Daniela Nunez, arrived at a Houston airport less than 2 weeks before Trump was inaugurated. The couple had wanted to start a new life in the U.S., but only if they could do so legally. They applied to resettle through a State Department-run program called the Safe Mobility Initiative that spent several months vetting them through security checks and face-to-face interviews. In September, they were conditionally approved for refugee status and, after completing the final clearances, given plane tickets to Texas. Trump was actively campaigning for president and touting his plan to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which would allow the government to bypass standard removal proceedings for anyone age 14 or older whom it deemed an alien enemy. The 1798 authority had been activated just 3 times in the nation's history, all during times of war. It had last been used during World War II, when it paved the way for the incarceration of more than 100,000 people of Japanese descent. Those were the old days when they had tough politicians, Trump said at a campaign rally in Arizona last year. More than 500,000 Venezuelans had entered the United States since 2019, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP. And increasingly, Venezuelans became a target in Trump's remarks. He falsely claimed that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro had emptied out Venezuela's prisons in order to flood the U.S. with criminals, and he often spoke of Tren de Aragua, which began in a Elon prison and is now a loosely operated transnational network. Experts who have studied Tren de Aragua say it has not established a strong presence in the U.S., but Trump spoke of the gang as if it were in every American city. Indeed, the same week Molina was granted refugee status, Trump was
Yeah, the only reason that Tren de Aragua ever became like a talking point is because there was one gang in Chicago that supposedly was taking over apartment buildings, and everybody got really upset about this one gang, and so they started using it as a talking point because they knew that all of their fucking MAGA fucks were all terrified of these people, so the Trump administration immediately started using them as a talking point to say that this is the new boogeyman. I'm gonna let this play for just a minute. I'm gonna run and grab my stuff that just got here. My food was just left at the front door, so I'm gonna grab that real quick and then we'll hop on some TikTok debates.
blasting Venezuelans at a news conference, suggesting, without. Indeed, the same week Molina was granted. Experts who have studied Tren de Aragua say it has not established a strong presence in the U.S., but Trump spoke of the gang as if it were in every American city. Indeed, the same week Molina was granted refugee status, Trump was blasting Venezuelans at a news conference, suggesting, without evidence, that Tren de Aragua had overrun a city in Colorado. "They're taking over the place. They took over buildings," Trump said September 6. "This is just the beginning." Roger Molina and Daniela Núñez on the day they left their apartment in Bogotá, Colombia, before heading to the U.S., courtesy of Daniela Núñez. Molina, 29, was not politically outspoken, but his family said he caught the ire of a local official aligned with Maduro after he organized a fundraiser on Facebook to improve the soccer field where He played. The official saw Molina's fundraiser as a jab at the government and its poor maintenance of public spaces. Molina began receiving threats on WhatsApp, Núñez said. The couple fled to Colombia in 2021. They were prepared to start over again when they arrived in Texas on January 8, in the last days of the Biden administration. Then they were stopped by a CBP officer at the Houston airport. The officer asked Molina whether he had any tattoos. He showed him the crown on his chest, the soccer ball and forest on his wrists, the palm tree on one ankle and the infinity sign inscribed with the word family on the other. The officer told them the tattoos were associated with Tren de Aragua, recalled Núñez, who witnessed one of Molina's conversations with a CBP officer. Next, the agent looked through his phone. In a WhatsApp group chat that included several friends, Molina had once made a joke about the hamburgers he sold to help support his family. He told his friends that if they didn't buy his burgers, Tren de Aragua would come after them. It was the kind of joke heard often among Venezuelans living in Latin America, the couple told the agent. "These aren't the kinds of jokes we make in my family," the officer said. The officer detained Molina for further questioning. Núñez was told she could either wait in U.S. detention for her case to be sorted out or could return to Colombia that day. She chose the latter. Molina wasn't given the option. Another official asked him whether he was afraid of returning to Venezuela. He later told Núñez. When he responded yes, he was informed he would be taken into custody while his case was adjudicated. 3 lawyers with extensive experience in refugee law said they had never heard of a vetted refugee being arrested on arrival. Migrants sit on a military aircraft at Fort Bliss in El Paso on January 30, awaiting their deportation to Guatemala. Christian Chavez, AP. Days after Trump's inauguration, the new administration began to put in motion plans to speed up deportations. Trump said he wanted to deport.
Yeah, just to be clear, when they say there had never been, like, they'd never heard of people who were previously vetted getting arrested on arrival, these people weren't arrested by Trump. They weren't arrested by the Trump administration. They were arrested by the Biden administration. So this was, even though that was an odd thing that happened, it wasn't the Trump administration. Let's see if we can find a better voice before we move on.
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs.
This is so small, I can't, like, see any of the fucking names here. Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Okay, these are all the English voices.
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs and ebooks with natural voices.
Yeah, with the natural voices. I already did this. What the fuck?
Movies? Oh my gosh, I just absolutely love them. They're like time machines taking you to different worlds and landscapes.
Oh shit!
And I just can't get enough of it.
Oh, that's a good one. Can we use that one? Is that one?
Days after Trump's inauguration,
no!
the new
Shut up!
administration began to put in motion.
Why did it change to Indian Anna? It had... Why did it change to Indian Anna? What the fuck? Why did it do that? It had American Anna. Why?
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs and e-books with natural voices.
And e-books with natural voices. Oh wait, here we go. Is this?
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs and e-books with natural voices.
No. Bro, I've had like really good voices on this the last couple of times we used it, and now all of a sudden they're just gone. Why? I don't want Korean Anna.
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs and ebooks with natural voices.
This whole thing is so frustrating because every time I choose a name, I have to go back and find the fucking English a second time and click on it again. And then pull this up again.
Text-to-speech, TDS, reads aloud text, PDFs and ebooks with natural voices.
Yeah, with natural voices.
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs and ebooks with natural voices. Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDFs and ebooks with natural voices.
What the fuck, dude? Why are they like this, bro? Why are they like this? Alright, can we find English Anna? Where the fuck did English Anna go?
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud text, PDF.
Text-to-speech, TTS, reads aloud.
Text-to-speech, TTS.
Text-to-speech, TTS.
Text-to-speech, TTS.
Reads aloud.
Text-to-speech. TTS.
Text-to-speech. TTS. Reads aloud.
Text-to-speech. TTS.
Text-to-speech. TTS. Reads aloud text, PDFs and ebooks with natural voices.
I like it.
In late January, Richard Grenell, Trump's special missions envoy, traveled to Caracas to meet with Maduro and persuaded Venezuelan officials to temporarily accept deportation flights from the U.S. The meeting generated international headlines and seemed to signal the level of authority Grenell wielded in the new administration and the contrasting approaches he and Rubio had on Venezuela. While Grenell favored engagement, Rubio had long been a Venezuela hawk keen on applying maximum pressure on Maduro. Grenell did not respond to questions or an interview request. Rubio meets with Bukele at the Salvadoran president's residence at Lake Coatepec on February 3. Mark Schiefelbein, AP. 3 days later, in early February, Rubio announced an agreement of his own. He said that in an extraordinary meeting at Bukele's lake house.
It says I can close this tab now, but it won't let me. It's just stuck on this shit. I guess it'll let me like create my own TTS. Maybe I can just like do my own voice and then I can just make it sound like I'm reading all of this shit in the future. Because yeah, I wanted to do this
Movies, oh my gosh, I just absolutely love them. They're like time machines, taking you to different worlds and landscapes.
But yeah, I can't download this one. Can we up her pitch? Let's make her a little bit high. What's that? Let's get her pitch way up. Okay, never mind. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit! Okay. Let's go to... Tiki-Toki. Let's go to Tiki-Toki. Dude, these people are so fucking annoying.
Yumi!
I was today years old.
Okay.
They try to pass a bill to increase border security.
Where'd the... They froze. Stop freezing.
They did.
I didn't do anything.
Yes, they did.
No,
and it didn't make it
you're
through
wrong.
the House.
You're wrong. You're
wrong.
Mainstream media is failed.
We can say that.
They did. You can. It's a factual thing. They tried to pass.
We didn't try to do anything.
Yes, they did.
No, we did the opposite of
Just because you say no, they didn't, doesn't mean make your argument valid.
Got him.
No. But how do they make it valuable?
What?
How do they make it valuable, sir?
How do they make it valuable?
Yeah.
How do
the Biden administration make it valuable?
Make what?
So I normally, if you guys are new here, I try to like scroll through these first to try to find the conversation that I'm actually interested in, and then I'll go jump on if there's something that I disagree with. But sometimes I have to listen for a couple minutes to see what the hell they're talking about, because yeah, right now I don't know what these people are talking about. I don't know what the topic is, and so I'm trying to figure it out before I jump on.
Patrols, yeah. And just increasing border security.
Allow them to do their job and build the damn wall.
Although we only have 2 minutes left on the clock, and we got $7 in the TTS so far. Oh wait, I didn't add errands. So yeah, we got $17 in the goal so far. $17 on the goal. So yeah, we got 17 out of 25. So we're $8. Yeah, we have $8 to go.
Past that, he would appeal. He would appeal to Republican agenda.
At the other end of the side, Trump's gonna finish it. It's gonna be a Republican agenda. We're gonna finish the wall. And
yeah, so I don't get why when Biden tried to increase border security, why did Republicans not let him legislate it if they were for border security?
Because if the wall was there, we wouldn't have to patrol.
The wall was there. The wall was built before.
It's not 100% built.
He's not still working on the wall right now. He's deporting citizens right now.
Okay, and as we should.
Good enough that he's
okay, but I thought the wall was supposed to fix everything, and he built the wall.
Okay,
his first term, he built the wall, and border security.
As a liberal, that Obama deported more people than Trump did.
And on the Trump
we're trying to build the wall
under what Obama did.
Okay, border security is a great thing. I think that's great.
That built the cages and separated families where AOC was out there in the White House.
I'm just going to join out.
Yeah, I just think the way he's doing it is unconstitutional.
Okay, well, you know what? If you're coming in illegally, that's unconstitutional.
It is. I 100% agree.
I think
via due process.
I think the way I work, I'm a construction superintendent.
That's not true, Patriot Mama. In the 14th Amendment, it says all persons.
I get that you guys like the Supreme Court ruled on it, but honestly,
Patriot Mama, it doesn't apply to citizens. It applies to all persons.
Okay, hang on, guys. I just have to vet 2 new people that have come up on the panel. Tom, welcome up. How old are you? Who'd you vote for? Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Atlanta. I'm 36. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm 36. I'm from Atlanta, and I voted for Kamala. I also am streaming on YouTube, if that's okay. I generally stream on YouTube and hop on different panels.
Okay. Melissa, welcome up. How old are you, and who did you vote for? Where are you from?
Hey, I'm 44. I'm from Western New York, Ohio, and PA, then New York City, just so everyone's clear. And I voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, so it sounds like we have an even panel up here. All right, go ahead, you guys. Continue.
Patriot Mama, what you said earlier wasn't true. The Constitution doesn't apply to only American citizens. It says all persons.
Different parts of the Constitution say different things. Some only apply to citizens.
In my opinion, I feel like that was a wrong ruling. I know what the ruling says and stuff. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I will criticize Trump. I will criticize the Supreme Court. I'll criticize the Constitution when I just, in my opinion, don't.
You'll criticize the Constitution?
Will I go against it? No. But if I have an opinion that I'm like, maybe I don't agree with it, I will voice it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
so you disagree with Trump going against it, right?
So Tom Foolery, are you just talking about like voting rules as citizens?
The Constitution is not Tom Foolery.
No, there's different parts for
his name is Tom Foolery, Josh.
There's different parts that some
154 tipped
have been made to our Constitution over the years.
Probably.
Yeah, and we can make amendments.
Yes, there are things that people, as time goes on, they disagree with, and they vote on it, and they change some stuff. So it's not like it's in stone and can never change. I just feel like that's a part that probably needs amended, in my opinion. I know that's not everybody's opinion. But
I think there needs to be a pathway for citizenship, but there's got to be a vetting before people are allowed to come in.
Yeah, Josh,
we're $4 off. $4.
And there was a vetting process until Trump erased it because Trump got rid of the app that people were using to sign up for appointments.
No, they're trying to come in.
Appreciate it.
And then they're so mad because and people don't understand most like if you're coming from Mexico or whatever, South America.
I mean, they're not all Mexicans. They
come in
all over the place.
No. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's not just Hispanics and Hondurans and Colombians and everybody else. There's also Chinese people. There's fucking people from Vietnam. Everybody wants to come in, but you got to go through the path of entry.
And Josh, do you know how long on average that takes? That takes on average 7 to 10 years.
I understand that. That's what I'm talking about. Path of citizenship.
We need to
However,
getting them.
We're not path of citizenship. You can come in legally without being a citizen. You can get a visa. You can get a green card. You can get a temporary protective status.
I do have a question for the people.
What I'm talking
on the panel
about is coming in.
Hang on, Melissa was speaking. Go ahead, Melissa. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
For the people on the panel and anyone in the comments who is in favor of Trump's, mass deportation plan and what he's been doing and everything, have any of you spoken to an immigration lawyer as to what the process is when someone is like seeking asylum, seeking refugee status, anything like that? They actually have to be physically present in the United States to make that request. So they would have to cross illegally to get into the country.
That doesn't
immigration process.
It's prior,
not inside the U.S.
Go ahead, Patriot Mama.
Through that border and hit that line and say we are seeking asylum, they automatically get a lawyer right then and there. That's how the process works.
And it's not automatic, and you're not allowed to come into the options.
They're giving the process starts right there. What I'm saying is our immigration process to actually be legally here sucks. We can all agree on that. We need to be more focused on fixing our immigration process to get people here legally and veteran, because it's a long process.
Yeah, but part of the problem though is that a lot of these people. Hold on, Josh. Hold on. Like a lot of the problems with what's going on right now is that we have a lot of people who did come over legally. They did come over and apply for asylum and got approved. They came over and got. Hold on. They got. Yes, there are, but over 75% of the people who are going to CCOT went there without any criminal actions, and I think the last number I saw said over 50% of them were here legally and had some sort of legal status. So we're not just deporting people who are criminals, we're deporting people just for being here and being immigrants, legal immigrants.
That temporary protection status.
No, it's
put in place.
And without due process of law.
I'm not talking about temporary protective status.
Wait, hang on, guys. Patriot Mama was talking.
Okay.
Patriot Mama, you gotta get a little closer to your mic, I think.
Sorry.
No, and before you speak, hang on, Patriot Mama, before you speak, 1 second. We just have someone new on the panel.
No,
Mike,
go ahead.
Mike, welcome up. How old are you, and who did you vote for?
43. I voted for Harris.
Okay, go ahead, Patriot Mama. If we have any Trump supporters, come on up.
What I was saying was, the Biden administration did some very kind of dirty dog, is what I'm going to say, type stuff, where they use that app where immigrants can try to come in and things like that, and they twisted it to make it easier for them. Yeah, that. And this is where it goes wrong now, because a lot of, like I say, when I said that the people that come to my town were victims also, they were brought here under false pretenses. They are also victims. Because they were brought here saying you get temporary protective status. Well, okay,
sure, I don't disagree with that, but we're putting these people in prison, though. Like that's the difference. Is we're not just deporting them; they're in prison.
Not just any prison. It's basically a torture camp.
Crimes
and without due process of law as well. Throw that on top of there.
Due process.
I'm sorry. I wanted to hear Patriot Mama actually respond to it. I can't hear it.
Illegally, and then you committed more crimes, you're going to go to prison.
But they didn't commit crimes.
Except Kilmar Abrego Garcia did not commit any crimes.
No, 75% of these people didn't commit crimes.
Any other.
75% of them have no crimes.
I'd like to see that status.
Like literally, once you cross that border,
show me
in statistic, Josh.
You cross the border, it's a misdemeanor.
No, I want to see
it. It is a misdemeanor. Unless you have an established criminal record in another country, it is a misdemeanor.
So you are a criminal.
He had his due process.
What was his due process?
He did not. His due process came to the conclusion that he had status.
Tom, I want to hear what she says. Tom, I want to hear what she says.
Hello, I was speaking.
Yeah, let's hear it.
He had his due process. He had, oh my God, I can't speak tonight. He was in immigration court, was denied bond twice. he was in court. He was denied bond. He was known to be I don't know why I'm having such problems getting my thoughts out. He was known to be a danger. The courts wouldn't give him a bond because he couldn't prove to them that he could safely live in the U.S.
No, they did. They gave him legal status. They gave him legal status in the country. So they hold on. Let me just go through this real quick. So in 2019, he got arrested for being outside of Home Depot. They believed that he was a part of a gang. After they believed he was part of a gang. Hold on. He appealed. His appeal didn't go through. Yeah, that's Josh. So yeah.
Music, can you? Yeah.
So he appealed and he lost the appeal. Then he applied for asylum. They denied him asylum, but they did give him legal status in the country. They gave him a work permit and they gave him a social security number, and then they let him out. And that's why
that wasn't just the court. That was DHS.
Yes, and that was correct. That was ICE and DHS both worked to give him legal status in the country, and so
and that was
after
under the Trump administration.
Yes, correct. So after he went to court, I don't know what you guys think happened, and they just let him out and sent him back to his house in Maryland. Like, why didn't they deport him then? Why is he just being deported now and been free this whole time?
And not only that, Tom Foolery, why is it that ICE admitted in federal court that they were aware he was not to be deported? That was admitted in federal court.
That his country saying he should have been.
What is his country?
Well, we don't listen
He's
to
in the
that.
United
his
States.
country's not relevant.
He renounced El Salvadorian citizenship.
I will agree that this specific situation is very complicated because his country saying one thing, our country saying another, and to be honest, I don't know enough on it to have an educated yes or no on it. So I don't want to speak yes or no on that.
Well, I think you're educated enough to.
Well, the Supreme Court already said yes or no on it. The Supreme Court did, so we don't really need you to say yes or no on it.
Josh, you have a lot of background noise. Josh.
Know that he's supposed to uphold the Constitution.
Can we talk one at a time, please?
Josh has got a lot of background. He muted.
So Patriot Moment, I was just saying we don't need you to say yes or no on it because the Supreme Court already ruled on it. So we don't need.
What I will say is I'm going through a lot of stuff personally here, and in the last month I have not kept up as I usually do. I don't want to put my yes or no opinion on this specific subject because I don't know enough about it.
In my opinion, he had his due process. He should be gone, and I personally don't want him coming back.
Yeah, did you not listen to everything Tom
I heard
just
everything you said. I just don't agree with you. He
don't
had a
agree
process.
with me.
According
that's
to
awesome.
what? He has no criminal record in this country or any other.
He is known to be a gang member.
Whoa.
According to what?
See, this is the part I love. You guys just don't want to admit that I'm speaking, please. You guys just don't want to admit that he was part of a gang. It is clearly...
The majority of people who were found to be gang members on those field reports were found to not be gang members. The entire process was found to be unreliable, and that's why in the new federal courts, they said, yeah, there's just not any evidence that says that he's actually in a gang, because everything that they used back then is now considered inadmissible in courts.
No, that's not true.
There was evidence.
Did you read the
MS-13 on
police
his knuckles.
report?
Remember that, Tom? MS-13.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. They're not. All of those things are found to be inadmissible in courts.
I know. I'm just bullshitting.
That's not true.
It 100% is true. Go look up and see if in Maryland they're allowed to use the gang field reports anymore.
No, but what about the Photoshop MS-13 on his knuckles? What about that?
Yeah, true. That there was two things that they used. One was a gang field report. The other one was an officer's what do you call it? Somebody's testimony, but that officer is also he was fired a month later after that court process, and is also not allowed to testify in courts. So literally, yes, his informant. So literally all of the evidence that they use, all of it is no longer admissible in court.
I disagree.
You can't disagree. It's an objective thing.
You disagree.
Well, okay, the fact of the matter is the guy's not coming back. I don't know why we're still talking about him.
Because none of us disagree that Trump's not going to follow the law. We all agree Trump is not going to follow the law.
In this country,
he's not coming back, and quite frankly, I'm glad he's not coming back.
Yes, but that's what we're saying is that is what we're saying real quick, is that we know that you guys are glad that Trump refuses to follow the law, and you guys are happy that he's breaking the law, and we know that that is our problem.
We want to go down that path. Do we want to talk about all of the laws that were broken?
Not to mention, he said he doesn't know if he has to uphold the Constitution. It was part of his oath.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Go down if you want to start picking that out.
Frankly, that's grounds for impeachment in my eyes.
But he has free reign. The House and the Senate Republican. He's not getting impeached anytime soon.
Because none of the Republicans are going to grow a pair.
Yeah.
So what would be the point? Like, you tried to impeach him. You impeached him. You impeached him twice, knowing that the Senate was not going to push through the impeachment. So you wasted all of the taxpayer dollars and time when Congress could have impeached him. So you wasted all of the taxpayer dollars and time when Congress.
Oh shit. Fuck. I just kicked myself from the panel. Stop. Fuck.
The lowest common denominator that voted for him.
I accidentally just
literally,
what does that mean?
Impeachment has lost its fucking value because of how many times they've used it unnecessarily. Yeah. They used it against Clinton, just like racism is starting to lose, and it's like, oh, here we go again. Like, you can't just keep throwing the same word out just because you disagree with it.
Because people, for some reason, don't see a problem with being racist.
Clinton was impeached, so...
Because racist is thrown around. You guys, like...
has majority of the House can do whatever they want, so it gives it no meaning after a while.
What about the DOJ study that said Trump wouldn't give out hotel rooming loans to black people, but he would to white people? What about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Of course.
The crap out of him in terms
of course.
So, you know.
I'm just curious, host. Why did you vote for Trump?
Why did I vote for Trump? Because I made a lot. I made more money when he was in the first time, and I agreed with a lot of his policies, and I most importantly agree with his border policies.
Okay, what about his border policy? Did you?
What state do you live in?
I live in a blue state, unfortunately.
No, but I mean, are you in a border state?
No.
So what do his immigration policies matter to you?
Because it matters to me a lot. It matters to America. I want to see all of America succeed.
That died from fentanyl.
And I don't think that's...
I don't care if you live on a border state.
Let's talk about how much fentanyl Trump brought into the White House when he was president, because that was disclosed in a report.
You cannot say, Melissa, you can't say that word.
Don't drop
Oh, excuse me.
That's okay. Just please don't say it again. That's okay.
Stuff in there wasn't Hunter
We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop.
Okay, what about economic? Can we switch to economic policy?
The bomb.
Can we talk about economic policy and the tariffs?
Tariffs are great. They work great.
Why do you think that?
Because they work.
How do they work?
Because if you put tariffs on another country and
you don't put tariffs on another country, you put tariffs on your...
Sigma, if you're gonna ask her a question, can you let her finish?
Okay.
Apple and all the Nike and all these big corporations that moved their businesses out of our country because it was cheaper to make it somewhere else. When you start making them pay more, they're going to come back here, and then they will build their businesses here, and then they will come from here.
Okay, time out. That's where you're
those costs onto the consumer.
They don't pay more. We pay more.
I don't have to buy Apple. I don't have to buy Nike. But in the long
okay,
run,
here's the thing. When the prices go up of foreign goods, it also increases the price of domestic goods because of how supply and demand works.
Just come out that we got $2 million put into.
Thank you, Angela.
Sorry, say that again, Patriot Mama. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, that was my fault.
I can't say that this is factual, but right before I come on here, it just said that the April effective tariff said that America got $2 million more this month.
Yeah, and where did it go?
To a military birthday parade.
Yeah. To a military birthday parade.
If it went to the military, I'd be great with that. But
no, Trump's military birthday.
Saying that,
you know, the one that he's having on Flag Day to celebrate his birthday, and he's going to have all these tanks and troops.
Kind of like what they do in communist
to celebrate
China.
him.
He was president in 2016. He was president for 4 years. He used tariffs. They worked. And you know why Biden didn't get rid of his tariffs when he was in office? Because they worked.
Probably because they weren't as dramatic and they weren't hurting low-income families.
Because they worked.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Trump during his first term didn't use tariffs as a intimidation tactic.
I got bigger balls than you type thing. This is just, they've been screwing us for years and we're tired of getting screwed type thing.
The thing is, it screws us even more. Patriot Mama, it screws us even more.
No,
because if you increase the price of foreign goods, the demand for domestic goods go up, which inflates the price of domestic goods, and also supply goes down because they know that the price is going to increase in the near future, so they supply less of it, which also causes inflation. And when you have cost push inflation and demand pull inflation at the same time, you have stagflation.
I mean, when you have hundreds of economists who say these tariffs are going to be harmful to the country, how many people who actually have experience in economics and education in economics is it going to take for you to listen?
I don't need to have you guys sit here and tell me the same thing that everybody fucking on CNN and everything else.
Right.
We have different opinions. This is a subject we will never agree on, and I respect your opinion, but I have mine, and I feel like it's good, and you guys feel like it's no, and I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to argue about it. We will never agree on that.
But it's not. Shouldn't we all have like shouldn't we all have like evidence to our opinions and be able to like make a case for them? Because if somebody asks me like, why do I have these opinions, or what is it that I would normally appeal to, like American values or the Constitution or the law, and then I would be able to show evidence that there are laws broken and that those values are being broken.
You know what it says when someone says you will never be able to convince me? That's closed-mindedness.
No, it's not.
Well, here's really
hang on 1 second, Brian. How old are you and who did you vote for?
63 and Trump.
Okay. Did you have something you'd like to add to the conversation?
Yeah. When was the last time that economic experts have been right? Not
all the time.
Jerome Powell,
literally all the time.
No, they have.
Jerome Powell,
they have
literally
all the
time.
Right. And you know what?
Guys, let him speak. He just came up here.
He asked the question.
He asked the question.
Okay, he's still speaking.
Oh, I didn't ask you a question.
Then who'd you ask a question?
No, I'm just telling you that economic experts have not been right forever. I mean, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're on CNN and the guy that you never want to do a stock trade with because he's always wrong. And, these people that are proclaimed economic experts, no way. It just doesn't work. And sometimes it doesn't work that way because it's always a changing economy and things shift. So I don't understand. I don't want to hear any facts.
You don't want to hear any facts? You don't want to hear any facts?
You know what? Shut up. All I want to hear is common sense. And, common sense economics.
What is common sense?
And what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to bring jobs back to the country.
What is common sense?
That's what he's trying to do with his
Here's
tariffs.
the thing, Brian.
And so if you can't see that, then you are you're not seeing things in the right light.
Brian,
what is common sense, though?
Tariffs is to protect domestic jobs and factory jobs, but the thing is, nobody in America wants to work in a factory. It's like 10% of Americans
you don't know
want
that.
those jobs.
I
know that. There's statistical data. There's statistical data showing this.
Love it, Patriot Mama.
That is only a
there's statistical data
assumption.
showing.
I would burn that. I would put a match to that if I was around.
Okay, well, it's not yours, so you don't need to worry about it, do you, Melissa?
Well, so Brian, let me ask.
But it's not mine.
Insult people or
I already plan on collecting Trump flags from people
that
don't support him anymore, and I'm going to burn them on June 14th when he's having his military parade. It's going to be a great bonfire.
Hold on. Wait. Let me. I want to ask. I want to ask Brian something.
That nobody can reason with or have a good conversation with because you're so embedded with the the TDS that you're just like, oh, I'm gonna burn Trump flags and things like that's somebody we
Patriot Mama. I'm a registered Republican and I voted for him in 2016,
awesome.
but
That's
I absolutely regret my vote, and I wish that other people would see the light.
I also used to be a Republican.
I didn't support I didn't support what happened to him in his rally at all. So please don't try and speak for me because you don't have the intelligence, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Let me. I wanted to ask Brian. Brian, who would you say is like the richest country in the world?
That's so.
You know what? I don't care.
No, I didn't ask if you care. I want to know who is the richest country in the world.
You know what? What
Brian,
does that matter?
Brian,
in the whole
Brian,
scheme of
who is the
things?
richest? I'll
Okay,
explain after you
listen,
answer. Who's the richest country in the world?
I don't want to.
Okay, that's fine. I'll answer for you. I'll answer for you. It's the United States of America. It's the United States of America. We do have economic experts. Hold on. I asked you a question. You said you don't want to answer, so let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, Brian. Brian, I stopped. No, I did. You said you said you're not going to answer. I'm going to continue.
So out stupid points.
Okay, Brian, please. You already said that you're not going to talk. Okay, you already said you're not going to answer. Okay, so I got it. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we do have economic experts and we do listen to them, and we have become the richest country in the world by going through by a certain philosophy. I'm sorry, Brian. I got to be able to finish.
Jerome Powell.
So we have tons of economic experts, and we have a certain philosophy, especially when it comes to free trade and the way that we import and export and try to have as many trade agreements with as many other countries. That's going to get all of our citizens everything that they need. And we want them to get those things for as cheap as possible so that however much money they make, they're able to get as many things as possible with that money. The things that Trump does goes directly against the philosophy of everything that has made us the richest country in the world and the biggest superpower in the world.
Yep, that's called comparative advantage in terms of trade. Some countries are better at producing things than we are, and that doesn't make us weak. It makes us strong that we have terms of trade with other countries because of just because we're independent doesn't make us strong.
Wow, there's actually silence. What happened?
I don't know.
We're just that right. We're just that correct. We won. We won. That's it. We won. Let's go, dude. High five, guys. We won.
No. So you don't understand what the whole point of what is going on here. So the whole point is to have equal trade, and we can't have tariffs on things that are coming over or going over in the opposite direction as what we have. And granted that they have more industrial because we have let it go over to China because of the lack of labor and what it costs. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to bring it back.
So what was how does unequal trade? Well, no, hold on. Wait. Okay. How does unequal trade hurt us?
This is a ploy. Okay, so you shut up. Well, so this is a ploy. You shut up. So
oh my goodness. Dude, you talked over me the whole time that I spoke, bro. Come on.
Brian, just ask him to be quiet. Don't say shut up. Just be kind. Go ahead.
Okay, Brian.
Brian, you can speak. Go ahead.
Brian, this is also hurting our terms of trade as well because I'm sure you've heard of the soybean.
Josh, you're echoing again.
Josh, I think you need to drop down and come back. You're echoing.
I'll mute.
Okay, so a lot of big exports for us are soybeans, and Tennessee whiskey is a big one. And so that's hurting a lot of our American farmers and exporters of whiskey and American businesses because they no longer can. We export a lot of Tennessee whiskey to Mexico and Canada because they enjoy it because it's known to be good. So when there's a trade war, it hurts those American industries and businesses in terms of trade. So it's hurting us more than it's doing it more than it's helping us, because if you're saying you're trying to protect domestic jobs, but no one in America wants to be a factory worker. It's like a very small percent of the population wants to be in those jobs.
Yeah, I was asking earlier how unequal trade hurts us, because generally the types of unequal trade that existed before was not harmful to us in any way whatsoever. It was actually beneficial to us. And the trade agreements that we had, especially with Canada and Mexico, those were actually trade agreements that Trump signed in his first administration. And then he came back this time and said those were horrible trade agreements. But he actually did sign like fair and good trade agreements in his first administration, and then now comes back and blame Biden for those trade agreements.
Yeah,
that
and then
he
he'll cherry
actually
pick
signed.
on what parts of the economy or stock market is his and Biden, and which is Biden's. He'll cherry pick that there.
No, he's not cherry picking. He literally said in his NBC interview that the good parts are his and the bad parts are Biden's.
Yeah, that's
he straight up said
yeah, that's cherry. Yeah, is that not cherry? Is that not cherry?
So I think it's a system on how he evaluates things.
Yeah. And I thought he did good things by funding some COVID vaccine programs, right? Didn't he fund? But
C19.
After he said it was a hoax and it was fake, and then he got it and realized it was real. But I mean, he did fund vaccines, but that was after he said it was a hoax.
Jabs. You gotta get the TikTok language down.
What about the fact that he was pushing hydroxychloroquine?
Okay. You're hysterical, Melissa. You really are.
What? And he never even took it. If you look at the list of medications that he took when he had C19, it's not even on there.
Well, that's his prerogative to not take it.
Are you looking into somebody else's medical history without their permission?
No, because it was broadcast on national television.
Yeah, it was released.
So you're supposed to know everything that's in their medical history, and it's supposed to be publicized.
Where did Schneider go?
C19 treatment was listed on national television.
Where did Schneider go?
I think he muted himself. I don't think he knows he's muted.
Brian, are you with us? You're muted. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down.
Patriot Mama, you can sit there and wave that shirt all you want to. It really doesn't matter to me, because I was not...
You said you wanted to burn all the
Can you stop flapping your gums for 5 seconds? Because you're talking about everybody and we can barely hear you. What I'm trying to say is I never supported what happened to him in Butler, PA. Not one bit.
I didn't say you did I?
You did. You did earlier. You tried to imply that I did.
All right. Hey, anybody on this panel, did I say that?
You did. You implied it earlier before you put on that shirt.
I'm sorry. This is the second shirt I put on. I just had on a different one.
Whatever. Before you decide to have your fashion show.
She's triggered by your shirt, Patriot.
I'm not triggered in the least bit, man.
I'm very triggered. I just want to put that out there. I am triggered.
I regretted it.
Okay.
What do you think, Tom? What do you think about mass amnesty to increase blue collar workers, Because I know that, so they want to preserve American factory jobs and jobs that are like blue collar jobs, but they also want to deport a big portion of the working class. What do you think about mass amnesty?
Well, I mean, our biggest problem right now in the country is especially when it comes to work, is that we have a labor shortage. We don't have enough people, and we have too many jobs right now. Millennials aren't replacing the workforce, and we don't have any immigration coming in to replace that workforce either. And so the biggest problem right now is that we actually need way more people to come in and take these jobs that nobody's working. And so we need some sort of plan, because if the plan right now, what I keep hearing from a lot of people that I talk to in MAGA is that we just need people to have more babies. If we have to wait 18 years to actually get those workers into the workforce, we're going to have a lot of businesses out of business by the time that happens. So right now we need something to actually get these people.
Hang on 1 second. Melissa, I'm dropping you. You don't need to call her names, and I really don't appreciate it. So I'm dropping you.
Bye, Melissa.
One thing I want to say, as far as it's...
I was going to show her my little...
I dropped her because she was saying
I was going to show her my little cement Trump out here, and then I have another one.
Josh, what do you want to say?
Yeah, hold on. I'm speaking. You did. You called her a Karen. Okay? So, bye-bye.
But I do have, multiple... Right next to my American flag, too. Multiple cement Trump statues that are flipping you off. you want to come
you, my friend Melissa, are extremely triggered. Donald Trump
Melissa's
lives
in
rent
chat
free
saying,
in your
"Who's
head.
triggered?"
You really should go see someone.
Josh, what'd you want to say?
I just wanted to say that, like, I actually work in the construction industry, and yeah, for sure, I've noticed, you know, because I was trained by a lot of older guys, you know, union guys, non-union guys, and I for sure can say, like, the construction industry is struggling right now.
Yeah,
and
I know, like 60 or 80% of.
Melissa in chat said, "Who's triggered?" I put in chat. I said, "I'm still triggered. Still me."
That's fair. That's fair. But what I'm saying is like literally.
Guys, if you can tap the live for me, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, she used the hard R,
gift
Karen.
your panel if you want to, because they're fabulous. Yeah, that's about it.
So what I'm trying to say is, like, yeah, we're struggling for, like, concrete guys. Majority are Hispanic for sure. I'm struggling for electricians, plumbers, you know, mechanical guys. It's really been a big
Why are you
issue.
struggling?
Hold on.
Because nobody wants to
wait,
go in.
Josh, I have to vet. Hold on one second.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Patreon Mama, thank you.
That's questions, or is that okay?
No, hold on one second. Christopher, how old are you and who did you vote for?
She has Trump statues. They're probably just gnome statues, and she doesn't know that it's not Trump. She just thinks it looks like Trump.
35. Okay. Well, see,
Yeah.
I was trying to make you younger. You should have just went with it. Just kidding.
I feel really good at my age.
I know. I'm just kidding. I know Brian is a Trump supporter. Brian, I dropped you down because you weren't responding.
It's no reason I should feel bad
you know,
because he's a
I'm
Trump
so
supporter or because I'm a Kamala supporter.
Snyder, we missed you.
No. I was joking with you, Christopher.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Look, I'm really gay, bro. Like, also, let's be honest.
Wait, hold on. I'm not done, Christopher.
I'm from New York. No, you can be done. I heard you speak. Can I speak? Is that allowed, or do I just have to hear you speak?
Yeah, that's how that works when you're the host. I get to, like,
What
drop
is he
you.
doing?
Eric, how old are you and who did you vote for?
I'm 48. I voted for Trump.
Okay, welcome up.
Hey, just so you guys know, today's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday,
Birthday, Schneider.
Hey, brother.
Happy birthday!
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you so much.
Happy birthday to you.
Eric, why'd you vote for
Happy
Trump?
birthday
No,
to
why?
you.
I know, like, 15
I
people
voted for
birthday
Trump the
today.
first time.
Crazy.
And well, first thing is, I'm sorry, my voice messed up.
All good.
Anyway, I voted for him the first time because I think a lot of these guys, left and right, need to get out of office. They've been there too long. I think there needs to be term limits. He said he was going to do term limits, so it kind of pissed me off because the left didn't shut their mouth long enough to let him do what he needed to do. But for any leftist, Trump, it was a leftist before he was on the right. So he supported the left. He also paid for the left, a few presidents that everybody knows.
Okay,
so I don't
responding-
understand why the left hates the right so much when Trump is doing exactly what Obama, Bernie Sanders is saying today. Actually, he said back in, I think, 2008.
He actually dropped 20,000 or a bomb every 20 seconds in his presidency.
How many times? Well, no, hold on. Trump beat. Hold on, wait. Trump beat Obama's record on dropping stuff. I don't know if we can use those words, but Trump beat that record with drone bombing. So I don't. But anyways, I don't know how many times Obama broke the. Hold on, I wanted to ask the new guy a question. No, it's not. I can show you the. I'll put it in the chat. Okay, how about that? I'll put it in the chat. This has been reported on. But anyways, I wanted to hold on. Wait. I wanted to respond to the thing that the guy just said. Is I would like to know. You're saying like he's doing the same things that Obama and all these other Democrats did. Can you tell me any times that Obama just randomly sent people to foreign prisons, and when he broke numerous Supreme Court orders and federal court orders? How many times did he do these things?
I'm gonna read.
He literally owns.
That is be honest with you, you could say it's relevant or whatever, but honestly, they all do the same thing, left or right. They
Sure.
all
So I
do
would
the
like
same
examples of
exact
it.
thing. So it is very sad that you sit there and say it's
I'm
bad
asking for
Trump does
examples
it,
of
but
it.
it's okay for Obama to
No, I'm
send
not
people
saying that.
out.
I'm asking
It's
you for
okay
examples of it.
for
I'm not. I didn't
everything.
say
I
that.
don't have examples.
Here you
I'm
go,
just
Tony.
telling you, it's there. It's
Tony,
there. Look it up yourself. But that's
Well, I did
when
look it up, and it didn't
Obama,
happen. You're saying that they both did the same thing, but I'm
Tony,
telling you they didn't, and that you don't have any examples of the other side doing the same things.
there.
You're just making that up. You're just making it up that they do the same things.
Doesn't make you right.
One at a time.
Yes, I'm saying that
Tony.
you're just making it up that they both did the same thing. And when I'm asking you for evidence of your own claim, I would like to see evidence of it, because when I give evidence that he's breaking court orders, I can actually show you that information. But if you're saying that they broke court orders too, yes, I would like to see that
You sound
information.
like Destiny. You
Tony,
sound like Destiny.
Okay, Tom, can you let other people talk? You let them reply to you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Tom. Okay, I'm sorry, not Tony. Tom, tell me the federal judge that stopped Obama from exporting illegal aliens. Tell me one.
I don't know a name. I don't know their names. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's because there weren't any. That's because they didn't have Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes.
And that is exactly what it is.
Can you
And
tell me when
so
Obama used the Alien Enemies Act?
you know what? You know what? That you cannot argue against that. You can't.
I can.
Yeah,
Let's
and
go
so
over it. I can argue against it. Let's go over it.
Knock it off.
Nothing you
knock
can
it off.
say.
Allow him to talk.
It wasn't okay. So they're talking about democracy or whatever. So they deported them. There was no hearings. There was no nothing. They deported them. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so for different types of people, there's different types of due process. If somebody's already got legal status in the country, they have to go back to court to take away that legal status. For other people that he deported without any due process, those people didn't have any status in the country, but they did still. But wait. But let me finish. But I promise you, they all did go to immigration judges.
No,
they did all go to.
not.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They had immigration
did
hearings.
not.
Yes, they
No.
did.
Brian,
Due
let him
process.
finish. Let him, Brian and Josh, in all
That
due
is the word,
respect,
Josh.
let Tom finish. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, they all did go see. They had immigration judges talk to them. They don't go through formal court hearings when they deport you at the border or something like that. So like Biden has the second most deportations of anybody. He also did not send each person to court, but they went through immigration hearings. But once you have legal status, those people do have to go to court, and they did go to court.
Can I respond?
The legal status is not legal anymore.
That's
Once they go to court,
the
it's not.
Biden administration considers
go
legal
through the
has now
court
been
status.
a lot of it is not legal anymore, so they are no longer legal.
Correct, but they have to go to court for that to be the
And
case.
how do you verify that
null and void.
each and
It's
every
not
one
there anymore.
went through the legal process? You can't verify that.
No,
Well,
there's
the-
absolutely
Via due
no way.
process, you can verify it.
No way.
First off, he's the one making the claim
it
that they
didn't
didn't.
happen.
He's the one who's making the claim that they didn't. But
No, no,
we
I'm saying
would have to
you
have
can
evidence.
verify
Hold on,
every
wait.
single
I'm
person.
trying to.
You
Yes,
ver-
I'm
you
explaining.
verified
I'm
the
explaining why I
claim
would
that
make
they
that claim.
did.
I'm explaining why I would make that claim is because in order for us to make the claim that that didn't happen, normally somebody would have like they would have a claim of like that they were kicked out illegally, right? We don't have those claims, but we do have those claims with Trump, and we have the evidence, and we have the Supreme Court orders, and we have all of the federal court orders. We have all of this evidence here. So you don't have that evidence for Obama or anybody else.
No. What I'm saying is that the judicial system is two different animals now with Obama and with Biden. And no federal
One follows
judge,
the law, one doesn't.
I mean, it was like the Republican federal judges were like, okay, let's deport people that were illegal. That's what it is. But no, because it's Trump and because it's Trump, the hysteria syndrome or whatever it's called,
Amen.
they have to, try to stop everything that he does.
So give me an example of something they would have stopped with Biden.
It's exhausting.
Let
it's
him
exhausting.
finish. I gave you the floor. Let Brian finish.
Okay.
No, it's exhausting. I mean, everyone knows it. Everyone sees it. Did you see 60 Minutes the other night with all these lawyers that went against Trump on all these false allegation claims? And then he's going to go back against them, and they go, oh, well, this isn't fair when we go back against him, or he comes back against us. It's just not right, and it's like, okay, you went after him with a false dossier, you went after him with a false Russian thing, you spent $20 million, and
it's a fact.
An investigation on a Trump dossier, and
I'm sorry, he's so far off topic now.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, so I'm asking you.
I have
it's
someone
totally
new on the panel, so let me just welcome them up. I don't know,
Russia.
Hang on, Josh, hang on. I don't know. Hello, welcome up. How old are you, and who did you vote for?
Harrison, 58.
Okay, welcome up. Do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
Yes, I'd like to add, people seem to forget that the students of Harvard elected Brock as head of the constitutional law while he was there. So they thought he should lead them in order to navigate through the Constitution. So he followed the Constitution to the T because he knows it so well, unlike Trump.
Yeah, as I was saying before, we have examples of like actual court cases and evidence where we can make these claims against Trump. You guys don't have any evidence or any cases or any claims whatsoever against Obama or Biden. You just keep making the claims that they did illegal things, but you have no evidence whatsoever. Yet we have evidence for our claims. We can back up our claims. You can't.
Russia.
Can I say one thing?
I haven't made a claim about Russia. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sound like Destiny.
Destiny copies everything I do. That's why.
Okay, can I respond to what I want to respond to something Eric said of why he voted for Trump, and you said something about Trump advocates for term limits, correct?
That's what he did in his first term.
Okay, he's also talking about running for a third term, and he's selling hats.
No, he's not.
He's selling hats. They are selling hats. Trump, let's say Trump 2028.
That's the problem right there. Is y'all do
is
that?
he not selling hats that say Trump 2028 on it?
Yep, he just does it to get under your skin. That's why
dude
he
is
does
a comedian. There
Can I
are
say one thing right quick?
that praise Trump on how good he is at being a comedian. That dude has a great sense of humor. He loves to troll you guys, and you guys fall for it.
You fall for it.
Time.
Do you think the executives should be trying to separate the parties?
Hang on. He actually made a comment yesterday. I forget the source, but I can find it if I have to.
Probably on True Soldier.
Yeah, I don't think it was True Social. Somebody asked him if he was running for a third term, and he said no. He's going to run a fabulous 4 years and hand it off to someone else.
That was on NBC yesterday. He did say that on NBC yesterday.
Yeah, so he is not running for a third term.
He likes to troll you guys, and you fall for it.
He does. You guys fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Well, I'm sorry. He is the president. We should take what he says seriously.
Okay, you would take him serious if he was actually elected on the left.
What did Biden say? Biden didn't even talk.
I'm sorry.
So it's hard to take anything Biden said seriously.
Brian, I can tell you what Biden said. He tried to pass a border security bill that didn't pass legislation by Republicans.
Fucking idiot.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's because it was loaded on the back
The president
end.
is more like us. He's a
Oh my
human being.
gosh, you guys, you got to be kidding me that you're actually bringing that up.
Hey, Josh,
why would I not advocate for border
security?
security?
Hang on one second. Josh, I have somebody else requesting come up. You've been up here the longest, so I'm going to drop you down so I can rotate and bring someone else up.
No problem.
Thank you so much for coming, and please stick around, and if someone drops, I'll bring you back up again if you want.
Getting ripped
Bye,
in these comments,
Josh.
and I just get every now and then.
All right.
I got to go to work, so.
All right.
See you guys.
Come back again
Yeah,
soon.
I was leaving anyways.
Leave his comments.
Are you still getting
Why
ripped?
why is the economy so
I don't
bad?
know. I'm just going to take it.
Because of cost
wait.
push and demand pull inflation.
Because of what?
Cost push and demand pull inflation due to the tariff.
Well, I wanted to go back. I mean, a lot of these people, they made a lot of claims about the Democrats and their immigration, yet I still haven't heard a single argument for how they actually think that that's true, that they think that both sides are the same when there's no evidence that both sides are the same.
Well,
It's
Tom,
just-
the
it's
problem
just-
was Obama would deport the illegals that were in prison that have been convicted.
Correct.
And get them right out of prison. Trump's around telling these people that they're murderers and apists out here, and we need to deport them. When that's not true, they'd be in prison.
No, that's because Biden didn't put him in jail or didn't put him in prison. They
Biden's
out on
fault.
the
Why
streets.
wouldn't he? Oh, so you're saying law enforcement
Didn't
didn't do their job during Obama?
Why is he
term?
going to go after? He's going after.
So you're
people
saying
that
law
have been
enforcement,
convicted.
the police are
And
the
so
problem.
that's what he's doing. And
You're saying the police are the
listen,
problem, right?
Listen, the ICE people have more information than what we have. And so if they're going after someone that is illegal and has been convicted, then
They should be in
you
jail if
have
they've
to
been
understand
convicted.
that they have more information that we have and should
Am
be
I missing something,
deported.
Tom?
Sorry?
If they're convicted, they're in jail, right?
Yes,
No,
you can just be charged and be in jail as well. You don't have to. You're not necessarily in jail. So if you get convicted of something,
what?
sometimes you'll be.
Not-
Hold on, Brian, stop.
You know what,
Sometimes
Tom?
when you're
Not
convicted
in
of something,
Illinois.
Brian, chill. Oh, sometimes when you're convicted of something, you are let out. So especially when it comes to like things with immigration, you're almost immediately deported. Sometimes just for being charged with a crime. You don't actually have to be convicted all the time. Sometimes just the charge of a crime will get you get an immigration judge to go ahead and say that they're going to deport you. And then sometimes they'll convict you, keep you in jail for a while, and then deport you after your sentence is over. And then sometimes they'll deport you as soon as you're sentenced. In this case, they don't have any convictions or charges, and sometimes they're even deporting people who are legal immigrants, but they're still putting them in prison for absolutely no reason. So this is a very, very different scenario.
But if you're held civilly liable for SA, you can be the president of the United States.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
Make that work.
So you believe that story too?
Well, he said he would just grab them.
Story.
He said he would just
was-
grab
he
those
was-
people.
Act
He
like
was
you
con-
haven't been around men who talk like this.
Did he go to court for it?
Honestly, if you have not been around men,
I
that
have been
talk
around men that talk
then
like
you've been
that,
around
but I
both
haven't
of
been
them.
around men that talk
I'm
like
just
that
gonna
and are
say
held
it.
civilly liable.
Exactly.
I can't
We
help
have the
that
combination.
you said something that was factual and true.
So, Patriot,
It
you
was
never
true.
believed in the court system, so
I won't
everybody
say
in
I didn't
jail
believe in the court
should be
system.
let.
That's exactly
should
what
be
you're
let
saying.
Where
out.
did that come out of my mouth? You did not.
That's what
Patriot,
you.
if
But that's
what
he
you're
was
saying.
still on the left
You did
and
not.
he still
But I
had
also
leftist views, they would be
know
praising
that
him
court
today.
systems can be corrupt with Democratic judges and people that run on saying, I'm going to take Trump down and things like this, and then they get assigned to cases for him. Tell me that's not corrupt. You
That's
can't
not
tell me that our
necessarily
court
corrupt.
system doesn't have
It's
That's
flaws.
not necessarily
It's
corrupt.
Tell
If
me
somebody
that our
said,
court system cannot have flaws.
Trump said before he got
Why
into
did
office that he was going to
26%
go
say
after cartels. He said that he was going to go
I'm
after.
sorry, but you can't tell me that our court systems cannot have flaws. Judges are human beings. The people put on that freaking panel are human beings. Lawyers are human beings, and honestly, sometimes they're shitty ass human beings.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Try
If
to
someone,
be good,
I
but
agree with
you
you.
can't say
If
that
someone
about
gets
everybody.
deported, and the judge votes that,
I'm not saying about deportation. We was talking
no,
about.
no, no, no. I want to apply this. I want to apply your
hang
logic
on,
to a
guys.
certain
Hang
scenario.
on 1 second. I have to vet two new people. Gravel, welcome up. You've been patiently waiting. I believe I know you're a Trump supporter. Am I correct?
Trump 49, Arizona.
Oh, you're so funny. You know all the questions that somebody's going to ask. Hi, Magic Marka. You, just so the people that are waiting to come up, one of our moderators, Angela, actually dropped herself to give Magic Marka her spot. So
Okay,
whenever
and that was so
whenever
adorable.
a new spot opens up, I will definitely get the next person in line up on the live.
That is
Magic,
so sweet.
Yeah, Magic. How old are you? Where are you from? And who did you vote for?
49, Texas, and Trump.
Okay, very good. All right. Is there anything, either Gravel or Magic, you'd like to add to the conversation?
If I may, I don't want to interrupt anyone. Okay,
Ladies first, I think.
Oh my
right,
gosh, y'all are
Gravel?
so sweet.
Go ahead, Magic. Go ahead.
Okay,
please.
no, just real quick on the deportation thing and the rules, the law, the policies and etc. I think it's important for everyone to understand. I came here as a Canadian to the United States in 2008. When I held a visa, I had to be incredibly careful to not be deported. And when I say that, I meant in every single way. I was, and it was myself, my husband, and my 3 children at the time. They're all adults now. But we had to, and still to this day, are very careful because at no point in time did we want to not obey the law. And so if we were that careful, I would think that would apply to anyone else that came into this country.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Okay,
The problem
so
is...
I don't want to...
What if,
Go ahead.
what if they came and just like put you in jail though, because they wanted to revoke your status? You hadn't actually committed a crime or been charged with a crime, but they went and put you in prison instead of just revoking your status and deporting you.
So explain to me in what circumstances that would happen.
Well, currently right now, 75% of the people who are in hold on. Currently, 75% of the people who are in CCI have no criminal charges. They have no. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They have no criminal charges and no convictions. Well, wait. I want to finish my statement, please. Can I finish my statement? I want to finish my statement before you respond. I didn't make my statement. The 75% of them, yes, 75% don't have charges or convictions, and 20% have had legal visas and green cards for to be in the country.
Okay, so 2 questions. First of all, well, actually, a statement and 2 questions. The first statement is you're not 100% correct that what you're claiming is correct. The first question is, at what point did you go ahead and ask these people, hey, are you here legally? And did you go ahead through the process? Did you go ahead and maybe show up for court? Did you have any kind of process through when you entered the country, for example? Or did you seek asylum and then never show up again? Did you ask those people those questions?
No, of course not. I wouldn't believe an answer that they gave me.
Exactly.
I would never ask them. That's a totally irrelevant part of the process.
Saying to you, no, it's not irrelevant, because what I'm saying to you,
I can look at their records. I don't need to ask them.
Excuse me, sir, who has gone through the process, what you're doing right now is you are going clearly on assumptions.
No, I'm not. I'm going on studies.
Very dangerous.
I'm going on studies.
Okay, sir, I'm still speaking.
You're making it up. You're lying.
When you go on, excuse me, sir, when you go on assumptions, you're going to go ahead and spread misinformation.
Says the liar.
Exactly.
Says the liar.
Going off of evidence.
Says the fucking liar.
I will continue. And so unfortunately, when you spread that misinformation, there are a lot of people that will believe you and take that line, hook, line, and sinker.
Do you think it's okay to lie?
Okay, that's the truth. And there, spread it some more. Well,
do you think it's okay to lie like this? Are you okay? Do you think you're a good person lying?
Sir. I'm the one who immigrated here. Sir,
so what?
Did you immigrate here, or were you born an American citizen?
I've immigrated here 1,000,000 times. 1,000,000.
Well, you can't immigrate anywhere.
Yes, I did.
Times,
I immigrated 1,000,000 times. I'm the expert here. So actually, I can look at the study better than you because I immigrated 1,000,000 times.
Hang on 1 second, guys. I don't know. I'm going to drop you down and I'm going to rotate. So thank you.
Can you guys look at Jasmine Mooney? She's a Canadian girl that just got deported. She was in American Pie, the movie, and they're deporting her right now.
All right.
Ruin the apple pie.
Thank you
Yeah.
for coming up. Have a good night.
I'm sure that didn't happen.
But that's credible.
Tom Foolery, I got a question for you. You said you've immigrated here a million times or 100
million times.
a million times. So how is that? How did you immigrate here? How did you immigrate here a million times? Explain your statement, sir.
Leave and come back again.
Open borders, it's open border policies that were existing.
not
I was able to do it
immigration.
over and over. But the point is that I looked at studies that actually have people's public records, and their criminal records are public, and so we can look at studies to see public record. And you're lying, saying that there's no evidence to this. If you ask somebody, I don't believe that you immigrated here. You're lying, saying that you immigrated. Yeah, you said you immigrated once. I don't believe you. You didn't immigrate here once. You never immigrated from
I
Canada.
immigrated from Canada in 2008.
I don't believe
Hang
you.
on one second. Tom, do not call her a liar on my live, please.
Wait, what if she's lying?
That's what she's doing.
She's lying.
Okay,
She is lying.
All I'm asking Tom Foolery. Tom Foolery said, I immigrated here a million times. Does that mean you went? What does that mean? Are you a U.S. citizen or are you not?
Yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen.
Tom, that one's for you.
You can unmute.
Oh yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen.
So how do you immigrate as a U.S. citizen? How do you immigrate to the U.S. a million times? Are you trying to say that you went through passport control, like you traveled to say France and then came back? You know, you went on a vacation or something, and you.
Gravel, I think it's clear that he never immigrated or did anything through that.
I think it's clear you never did.
No, sir, I'm so sorry, baby. You dug your grave a long time
I've
ago.
immigrated a million times. You don't know about this as much as I do, okay?
Okay, no, first of all, I hate to say this, but I'm having a little bit of secondhand embarrassment here. Sir, no one immigrates a million times.
While we've been on this call, I made it 1,000,001.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Thank you, sir, for your foolishness.
I have someone new on the live who's been very, very patiently waiting, and I'm so sorry that it took me so long to get you up. But welcome up, Smooth. How old are you, and who did you vote for? And thank you for being patient.
Oh, it's okay. 49 Texas Harris.
Okay. Welcome up. Do you have anything you'd like to share with the live?
Yeah. Again, if these people had these records and all of these things that Trump is claiming, why not just go through the regular process, right? When Obama was in office, he deported a lot of people. Biden did also, and I don't recall either one of them using the Alien Enemies Act. They just did it through regular order. So I don't understand why Trump can't just do it through regular order.
Because he's a dictator.
Because I'll tell you exactly why. Because under Biden, especially Biden and Harris, when you let 20 million people into a country and you don't know who they are, guess what? You're going to get that. That is why we Trumpers, we MAGA are having to take action because we don't know who these people are.
1,000,000 of those 20 million were me.
The Biden administration tried to pass a bill to increase border security, but Republicans and Trump in Congress did not let that bill pass.
Right here.
And Biden deported.
Hang on, Magic. Let him finish.
Oh, it's going to be bad.
No, I know, but he's. I'm fair. I am fair. So let him finish, and then you can have the floor.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Was that for me to finish? I mean,
whoever was talking, I don't know who was talking.
All right. So I will answer that question with all due respect. You guys talk about a bipartisan bill. That bipartisan bill, which included funding to Ukraine, by the way, there was a bill. Yes, it was. And that bill.
There were two different bills. One had funding for Ukraine. One didn't.
All right.
Can you please let people finish?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to help.
This is what you guys do. The Langford bill, which was a Republican, it was actually a bipartisan bill. It let 5,000 people in a week, and if they were trying to including Ukraine, it was like 5,000 people a week, and we're going to just flood, the U.S. with a bunch of people. We have no way to take care of them. By the way, there was no plan built in for that. We're just going to let people in. I guess my point is that this is what y'all don't understand, because a year prior to the Langford bill, you had HR2, which sat on Schumer's desk, which addressed the border specifically. And this was when the Democrats were in charge. And, you guys, or the Democrats, I'm not saying you personally, but the Democrats, Schumer would not even bring it to the Senate.
Can I respond to that?
Okay, no, I think it's my
Hang
turn
on,
to
it's
respond.
Magic's turn, Smooth, and
Yeah.
then you
Go
can.
ahead.
Then you
I'm
can
done.
go.
Appreciate.
I'm done.
Okay,
Please,
so
go
so
ahead.
gravel, you made some excellent points there, but I am going to have to clarify a few things. During the Biden administration, there were many claims that were made that there was a necessity for a bill to secure the border. Well, that was absolutely false. Okay, so yeah, of course there were many bills that were opposed by both sides and yada yada, and we can go on forever. But the reality is, you never needed a bill.
You just need to break the law.
Exactly. No. No. That's not what I'm saying. And I clearly you're not. And I love that you're laughing about this, but you wouldn't be laughing. You wouldn't be laughing if you absolutely understood the truth. You don't need a bill to close the border.
Yeah, you don't. You just need to break the law.
Excuse me, sir. And that's exactly what President Trump did. President Trump just said, "Hey, enough is enough. This is what we're doing.
We're breaking the law now.
You don't need to pass a bill to secure your border."
Enough is enough. Time to break the law.
Okay.
Well, there was
again.
Sorry,
you
go
think
ahead.
it's breaking the law, but sir, you were the one that was very complicit and probably incredibly accepting of the last 4 years, and you're part of the problem, because this is why we're in this pickle that we're in. This is not setting a precedence for any future presidents. This is absolute course correction. And if the Democrats don't understand that, there's only one reason: they're hiding something.
So the last guy, he made a bunch of different claims that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Tom, hang on. Smooth. I told Smooth he could go next. So
Okay,
go
sorry.
ahead, Smooth.
Yeah. So a couple of things. First off, just because Trump says that we don't need a bill doesn't make that true. The bill was going to cover a lot of things. Another thing, the Langford bill actually ended up being a bill strictly on immigration. The all of the funding, foreign funding, had been separated from the bill, and all of it was actually passed. So, and as far as the HR 22, the bill that he's saying that Schumer didn't put on the floor, well, it's the reason why is because that was a completely partisan bill that only passed with the Republicans in the House. It had no Democrat support, so you can't expect the Democrats to vote for that bill. And another point that people seem to miss is that Biden actually introduced an immigration border bill his second day in office, and so they actually took three swipes at trying to get a border bill passed. And legislation is the way to go, because legislation encompasses a lot of things. And again, the initial question that I made was, if Biden deported more people than Trump, if Obama deported more immigrants than Trump, and without using the Alien Enemies Act, then how come Trump can't do the same?
Tom,
yeah.
You're free to go.
Okay, so yeah, the thing that I want to say is that there's a couple of things. There were two bills that were put forward for the immigration bill. One of them did have the Ukraine and Israel money on it. It is a normal part of like negotiations for people to add things onto bills, especially if like some states aren't at the border, they don't care about the border as much, and so they're going to try to negotiate some things in. The thing is that both the people who negotiated in the Israel money and the Ukraine money were both Republicans. Then the second time they took out the Ukrainian money and the Israel money and just did the the immigration bill by itself, and it was still Republicans who voted it down. So the excuse that it was because of that money just doesn't really count. Under Biden, there was a total, at most, according to a Republican committee, of 1.7 million illegal immigrants who came into the country through all 4 years of Biden. Not 20 million, 1.8 or 1.7 million in total. So the 20 million illegal immigrants number is a little outrageous. Biden has the second most deportations of anybody, and to call it open borders when he has the second most deportations is kind of wild.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were mistaking, like Gravel said earlier, letting 5,000 people in a day. I think you were trying to refer to amnesty, like mass amnesty.
I said a week. But go ahead.
A week. Yeah. Okay. I don't think that was in the bill. I think you're referring to mass amnesty, which would actually be very good.
No, there was a thing where they would cut it off after 5,000 a week. They would cut off all immigration. So it was a cap on it. It was saying that was the most that could possibly be let in.
Okay. Yeah. Then Gravel was right. Yeah.
But wait, the point of it was to say that it was once we reached capacity on detention centers, which detention centers were always at capacity. So they wouldn't actually end up letting in 5,000 a day because detention centers were always full.
Mm-hmm. And then it would.
How was they able to do all of these deportations without the Alien Enemies Act?
Correct.
But Trump immediately goes to that.
Correct.
I mean, isn't the Alien Enemies Act unconstitutional anyway because Congress has to declare war for that to be effective?
Why would it be
that's why the Supreme Court put it on hold.
If it's an act.
Yeah. Okay.
It's an act that you can put in the place.
Tom, let Magic speak.
So why would it be unconstitutional if it's already an act?
It's an act that exists for war times. Yeah, so it's an act that exists for war times, which is why the Supreme Court put a hold on. Well, I just want to finish that. The Supreme Court already put a hold on him being allowed to use the Alien Enemies Act 2 weeks ago. So he's not even allowed to use it because Congress hasn't voted for us to go to war.
Mm-hmm. And I can understand why they wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
Anything to stop productivity, anything to stop this country from going forward, anything to stop this country
a dictator from breaking
gaining.
the law.
Yeah.
Well, and this is the problem, right? That this is your point of view, and that's okay. You're totally entitled to having your point of view.
Yeah, the constitutional point of view. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The left don't follow.
This is funny, but no, it's okay. I think it's okay. We all on the red side would have to clearly agree that we look at all of this happening the way that you guys are conducting yourselves, and we absolutely have secondhand embarrassment. We're literally just watching you all go into decline. And it's sad because you have a choice. You could easily go, you know what? I'm going to use my logic and common sense today.
We could be criminals too.
You choose.
We could all be criminals. Let's all be fascists, guys.
So
let's all be fascists.
Fascist. So
Magic,
what is the
definition
definition of fascist?
To what we were talking about.
I bet he doesn't know.
Bullshit.
It said that Obama was the deporter in chief, and Biden had the second most deportations again, and neither one of them used the Alien Enemies Act. They did it through regular order. I don't understand why Trump can't.
So why did you not? Why did you not have
anything they did?
All right. So if that is true,
I don't believe it all.
If that is true, why did you guys not have a problem with that then? Why is it all of a sudden? Why are deportations a problem now?
Deportations are not a problem. Deportations are not a problem.
They did it through regular order.
They have an issue with the logistics. I get it now, because if they don't have an issue with one thing, it's another. I get it. No, I understand where they're coming from.
I just don't understand why he can't follow the rules the way the other two presidents did. They deported a lot of...
Because they voted for him to break the law. He's breaking the law like they voted him in to do.
We are not
deported a lot of illegal immigrants.
Hang on, I'm talking for a second. Well, do you know that Obama and Biden and Bush and all the way back to Clinton, that they have deported thousands and thousands and thousands, and 70% of Obama's deportations, 70% of them were just bye-bye, gone, no due process. And I'm sure there were criminals in there.
They were at the border.
They don't need due
And they
process if they were
messed up a
already
few times,
criminally
but it wasn't
convicted.
publicized.
There's no truth to the no due process thing. That's not true.
Yes,
They were at the
absolutely is.
wait. It was at the border. It was at the border
do
that
you
were.
understand what due process is?
Where's
Yes,
the
the
evidence
due process
that
changes
Obama
that.
Hold on,
Wait,
Mr.
Where
70%
was
of
the
those people
microscope on Obama
illegally?
and Biden and Clinton and Bush and everybody else? Where were you guys' little microscope trying to figure out every single person they deported when it was by the millions and millions? You guys were just worried
Because they
about
did it by the law.
life, not paying
They
attention.
did it by
It's
regular
only
order.
because
They
it's
did it
Trump
by
that
law.
you guys care. You guys
There's
didn't
not-
care. It's only because Trump you care.
No, it's
Yep.
not. We're not
You know
taking
what-
a
you know what?
microscope to
I
it.
feel like this is a
They
great
muted
point
me.
to make. Actually, if y'all may put more effort, okay, or as much effort into hating Trump, okay, into actually in your Democratic Party and trying to make things right, we would probably be on the right track altogether.
You guys hated on our party enough for
But
everybody.
the fact is, y'all are so against Trump. You're not for anything.
Why he can't just follow the rules?
No,
Yeah,
are you
we're,
hearing me?
I don't know.
Yes,
You guys
because
won't
we're
argue against the
on
points that are being made.
thing.
No,
Are
Magic.
you listening to
Answer
me?
Smooth's question. Answer Smooth's question. Why can't he follow the rules like everybody else?
He did
because you know
absolutely
what?
100%. He's following
And
the
the
rules.
and the whole
I
reason
don't know
is
what it is that you guys don't understand.
Why can't you guys turn your head like you did with the other ones? That's a dumb question.
You guys won't respond to the points that are being made. Like they're asking like legal
not.
questions.
I
They're
did.
arguing
I
about
just
the
did.
law. No, hold on. They're arguing about the law. And so now if you're saying, hey, Biden and Obama did this stuff too, well, where's the laws? Where's the people who tried filing these in court? Where are the court injunctions? Where are the courts saying that they're breaking court orders? Where are these things? Where are the...
Okay. So what exactly? Like name.
There were no courts because
You guys want to. I know what you're focusing on. You're focusing on the Garcia case.
Well, that's one of three.
Name one case.
Three.
Name one case that either Biden or Obama, like maybe somebody was deported wrongly. Name one case. I bet you can't.
Well, that's the
maybe
point.
means that didn't happen.
Nobody was.
Because
That's
if
the
they
point.
did, he would have been took to court for it.
Yes, that's the point. And that if they went to court for it, they would have abided by the court orders.
Tom Snoovel, what Gravel is trying to tell you right now is there were most likely some of those cases, but y'all looked away.
No, where's the
Okay,
evidence
so
then?
no.
Where's the evidence then? Where's the evidence that those cases exist?
Most likely it's an assumption.
Our point is, may
Most
I
likely
speak
is
for
an
just a
assumption.
quick second?
Yes, she's making
May
it up.
Okay. No, I'm not making anything up, actually.
Just like you're an immigrant.
Okay, sir, if you continue to do that one more time.
Hang on, Magic. If you call her a liar one more time, I'm dropping you.
I just want to say she's a fucking lying bitch, 100%, but I won't say it again.
Why are you going so
There we go.
crazy?
There we
on
go.
me?
That's all you need.
Why are you going
There we
so
go.
crazy
There we
on
go.
me?
That's all you need to hear. That is your typical Democrat man.
Correct. When they get
Wow.
caught in a corner and they don't have any evidence, you are every name in the book.
Yep.
Shall I show him?
I'm a Democrat, and I ain't saying
No. Actually,
Markets and all
the
that?
reason why he was getting so upset is
Now
because
he's
he
looking
had
at the
evidence
comments
and
and
y'all
said, "They
didn't.
kicked me
And
off."
and Magic was making claims without any evidence to back it, but he was.
So my claim of being an immigrant, sir, what would you like me to prove?
No. I'm talking about the
Even if that was
claims
true,
of
Oh no, I'm
Of
talking.
what
So hold
names?
on a second.
I'm talking
Sigma.
about the claims you made of Obama and Biden.
Sigma, he
illegally
got
deporting
upset with me
immigrants.
because of he got upset with me because he claims I'm not an immigrant. Sir,
Yeah.
what would you say against that?
No, that's not what he got. upset
That's
with.
exactly what he said
That's
as he left.
exactly what he just
You
said.
agree with the way he spoke to her?
No, I do not.
He just said something about her immigration.
He
She
got
was lying
upset.
and then
He
called
got
her the
upset
B-word.
with Magic because she made the claim. She kept making the same claim that Obama and Biden also
Specifically
illegally.
just said you're lying about being an immigrant and then called her the B word.
Yeah, I never said that was okay.
Can I ask
That was our
He
point.
was just being snarky at that point. His real point was that they weren't
That's what I'm trying to
addressing what I
explain.
said.
Smooth. I'm trying to explain that, but they're not letting me talk.
Okay, we get that, but you don't go to the other spot because you can't prove a point.
I'm trying to explain it, but you keep talking over me.
I'll mute. Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why he was so upset with Magic and Gravel was because y'all were saying that Obama and Biden were illegally deporting citizens.
Nobody said that.
You said that.
All I said was if it were to happen under Obama and Biden, you guys would probably have looked the other way. That's all I said.
Yeah,
I didn't mistake to claim it.
If they would have denied due process, we'd have had the same problem with it.
Oh, really?
But they didn't. But they didn't.
no.
But they didn't.
Exactly. Thank you.
And neither did the Trump administration.
The question was, as Magic Marca was saying, where was all the fuss when people were getting deported under Obama, under Biden, and yeah, you know, you can say that, well, Biden deported.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't here earlier, I was saying. I was making claims about like the law on immigration, but then she said, I'm a Canadian immigrant. Okay. So, I know more about this. And I was like, no, you don't. I'm an immigrant too. And she's like, oh, are you're saying that you immigrated here? I was like, yes, actually I immigrated here 1,000,000 times. And she's like, what? You immigrated here 1,000,000 times? And I was like, yes. I immigrated 1,000,000 times. You only immigrated once. I immigrated 1,000,000 times. And then like a couple minutes later, they're like, you know, this guy thinks he immigrated 1,000,000 times. I was like, actually, since we've been on this call, it's now 1,000,001. So take that. I was like, again, like I say this all the time, and somebody makes like a fallacious appeal to authority, say like, oh, I know this because of some bullshit that doesn't actually give them any sort of authoritative position on it, then I will claim the same authority times 1,000. Like always, I will take whatever authority they're claiming and up it from there. And so yeah, I immigrated 1,000,000 times. So yeah, I was just fucking with her. But the part that I kept calling her a liar, because she started saying that I was lying about immigrating here 1,000,000 times. So then I said, well, you're lying about immigrating here once. And so yeah, so that's why I started saying that she was lying about immigrating here once. But then I kept calling her liars on a liar on a ton of other things, and she just would not ever engage honestly whatsoever. She would never engage honestly on any of those points. Every time I would bring up like the bills, I would bring up the laws, I would bring up the court cases, I would bring up all these different things, you know, the Constitution. She every time would refuse to answer as to what, like why I was wrong or anything. And so I just kept she would keep appealing to her immigration status that I'm an immigrant. So I just kept calling her a liar on that and liar on all the other things as well. So yeah, that's all it was. Isn't that more her experience, not authority? Well, no, she's claiming it as her authority, because when I was talking about the process for immigration and bringing up like stats on immigration and the fact, I think the thing that I said was, when these people are getting locked up, they're not just getting deported, they're getting locked up. And that's when she said, excuse me, Mr. Foolery, I'm an immigrant. Are you an immigrant? I immigrated here from Canada. So did you immigrate here? So that's when I was like, yes, I immigrated 1,000,000 times. Yep. So I'm right. He broke the Constitution. Like, that's what, like, or sorry, it was the stats about how many people were illegal immigrants. And she was arguing that the stats on illegal immigration were wrong. And she kept saying, that's just your opinion. Did you ask any of those people if they're if they were legal immigrants, I was like, no, I wouldn't ask them. It doesn't matter what they say. I wouldn't believe them. I would want, I'm able to go look at the actual data instead. I can look at the actual like public record of these things. I don't need to ask them. And she's like, oh, you think you don't need to ask them? Well, I'm an immigrant. You didn't ask me. Like, and so that's where it all started, was that she's acting like she knows more just because she's an immigrant. So I said that I'm an immigrant. I immigrated 1,000,000 times. Yes, it was an authoritative source. That is exactly what she was using it as. And so yeah, it was getting frustrating because she wouldn't respond to anything. And there was a point where she said, what was the other thing? She said, somebody asked, they said, why didn't Obama or Biden have to use these things to get people out? And she goes, Donald Trump came in and proved that they didn't have to. They kept saying that they had to pass border bills and go through Congress. And Trump proved that all they had to do was, and I said, just be a criminal and break the law. And she goes, exactly. And everyone was like, what? Are you serious right now? You're just saying, yes, exactly. You just needed to fucking be a criminal and break the law. That's it. Open borders. Yeah, well, that's what they asked me. They're like, how is it possible that you immigrated 1,000,000 times? I was like, open borders, bro. Open borders during the Biden administration. Was able to immigrate 1,000,000 times from open borders. So. Please make that a video. I'm going to share it around. That was funny. That was some funny shit. These are just so tiring, bro. They're so tiring. Nobody responds. Nobody answers. Nobody engages. Like, and this is why I don't like doing panels, and that's why when I try to do this on my own channel, I try to do just one-on-ones, because everybody just fucking like evades answering the questions. And so I'd rather just one person at a time, just you and me. Every time you fucking avoid my question, I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna bring it right back to this. But when there's like 5 people and they're like, there's 20 million illegal immigrants, and I'm like, no, there wasn't. Then I got 5 people, no, you're lying, open borders, you're lying, there was actually 50 billion, there's 100 million criminal illegals, like, and it's too fucking much. I can't take that shit. So yeah, I need one at a time, one person. Your panels are better. I mean, I can try to like go live on my own channel, but the last couple of times I've tried this, I'm not getting people to come on. And so yeah, it just gets really frustrating. But I don't know. There was Zentz, if you wanted to come on and talk about the January 6th, we can do that instead. Are you not banned? No, I got unbanned. It was a 3-day suspension or 4-day suspension or something like that. So I got unsuspended yesterday. Can you get banned again, please? I need to switch my mics out. All right, let me pull the interview up, and then I will. Oh shit! I already X'd out of Discord. Fuck. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh wait, what was that?
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being here. And I should note where we are. We're in Boston at the JFK Library because you just received the John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award last night for certifying the election results in 2020. And in your acceptance speech, you invoked the Constitution and you said it's the common ground on which we stand. How has that been a guiding principle for you?
Well, it's good to see you, Caitlin. Thanks. Thanks for traveling up here to the Kennedy Library. It was deeply humbling for me to receive the recognition, the Profile and Courage Award last night.
Fucking hero Pence.
As I shared with his family, President Kennedy was an inspiring figure since I was a little boy. And his eloquence and his example inspires me still. And so to be in any way associated with President Kennedy's legacy is something I'll cherish for the rest of my life. But as I shared last night, the thing that I am more convinced of than ever is that as we face challenges in our country at home and abroad, as we resolve differences between Americans, that the Constitution is the common ground on which we stand. And I saw that firsthand over the last 4 years when people literally from every political perspective have stopped me on the street, walked up to me in airports, and simply expressed appreciation for the fact that, as I said last night, that I believe I did my duty under the Constitution on that fateful day to see to the peaceful transfer of power. The American people cherish our Constitution. They cherish our rich traditions in liberty, and I think recognizing that the people of this country will always stand on that common ground. It should be a great source of encouragement to all of us.
Well, given that, when President Trump was asked if he thinks that he has to uphold the Constitution, he said, quote, "I don't know." Is there any doubt in your view that the president must uphold the Constitution?
Well, we all take the same oath, which is we put our left hand on a Bible and raise our right hand. And we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And despite our enduring differences about my duty 4 years ago, I believe President Trump understands that well. Honestly, Caitlin, I saw a bit of that clip, and I think the president was simply saying that he didn't yet know what his lawyer's view of that question was. But I served alongside the president for 4.5 years. We had a good working relationship. I'm proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration, and I believe the president understands what his responsibilities and duties are. And also, I want to say that I have great confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi and in the team around the president. I think Tom Homan is a great lawman, and as I wrote last week, I commend President Trump and the administration for the strong steps that they've taken to secure our border and reduce illegal immigration by 90%. I think these are important steps. It's what the American people.
All right, I got TikTok up. If some of you guys will head over to TikTok and hit the like button, tap the screen. Let's get it up in the algo for a minute. We'll take call-ins in just a moment, but need some people to head over there and click the screen. And yeah, anybody who wants to hop on and talk about some of this stuff, whatever it is that you want to get into, we can get into it.
People were hoping to see, and I greatly welcome it.
But in your view, there's no question of whether the president has to uphold the Constitution.
Oh, no, we all take, as my Marine Corps son reminded me a few days before January 6th, he said, you took the same oath I took, Dad. It's the oath that people in the military, people in law enforcement, people in public life take, and I have every confidence the president understands his responsibilities.
He didn't say it nearly as clearly as you did this just there, because he was asked about this argument that has been playing out when it comes to, you mentioned immigration, but a lot of this isn't playing out, not on the southern border, but inside the courtroom and court fights. And when he was asked if he agreed that everyone on U.S. soil deserves due process, he also said, quote, "I don't know, I'm not a lawyer," despite it being guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment. Is it clear to you that everyone on U.S. soil is afforded due process?
Well, I think that's one of the genius aspects of our system and of our Constitution is that the protections and the liberties that are enshrined there are provided to persons in America, not just citizens in America. And,
Correct, yeah.
I have every confidence that the administration understands that. You know, the Supreme Court recently ruled that the president was fully acting.
I mean, if he thinks the president understands that, then that just means the president's lying over and over when he says that he thinks that he doesn't have to give due process to illegal immigrants. So yeah, if he understands it, then he's lying. He's lying over and over and over.
Within the law to use the Foreign Aliens Act to deport individuals from this country. That called for reasonable due process, recognizing that the safety of the American people is paramount when people are in this country illegally, when people represent a threat to our communities, when they are engaged in criminal activities. There's a different standard. And as I said, I have confidence in the administration. I have confidence in our Attorney General. And also, as I said, confidence in Tom Holman, who has a long career, served in our administration with great distinction. That
I sound like I'm underwater. All right, let me see if I'm on the wrong mic.
They'll work through the issues of due process with the backstop of our courts. But the priority has to be to protect our communities. I mean, we have seen tragic consequences over the last 4 years from the open borders policies of the Biden administration. And I think in many respects, President Trump's historic victory, that incredible comeback of a year ago, last fall, was owing to the fact that the American people wanted to get back to the policies of our administration, not only on the economy, so believe on the world stage, and certainly.
Yeah, no, I'm on the right mic. It should sound fine. I don't know what the issue could be.
In the way that we secured the southern border of the United States.
But can they do both? Can't you protect communities and also provide people due process, in your view?
You sure can. And I have confidence in our justice system. I have confidence in our courts that will do just that, Caitlin.
On the economy, you obviously were serving as vice president the last time President Trump was putting tariffs in place. He's gone much bigger and broader this time, and he seems to be downplaying.
All right, let me check this. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, yeah, I might have to change it to mono.
Any concerns that people have about a recession. Instead, he's arguing in the long run, his policies will be successful. Do you worry, though, that the tariffs he's putting in place could potentially lead the U.S. into a recession?
Well, let me back up for a second and say that I
Okay, how's that? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, it's it might just be a little bit louder. That's probably all it is.
I really do believe that President Trump's historic re-election last year was in many respects not just a reflection of a personality, but it was also that what I heard all over the country is that people wanted to get back to the policies of our administration. In addition to strong American leadership on the world stage, which we can get into in a minute, it also was that we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy. But we also used targeted tariffs, particularly against China. After decades of trade abuses and intellectual property theft, we brought China to the table and achieved that 2020 Phase 1 trade deal that was truly historic and was a beginning of changing the dynamic of our relationship with China. So now, as I see this administration, I do have concerns that with the president's call for broad-based tariffs against friend and foe alike, that ultimately the administration is advancing policies that are not targeted at countries that have been abusing our trade relationship, but rather are essentially new industrial policy that will result in inflation, that will harm consumers and ultimately harm the American economy. So again, I want to be clear, when it comes to China, when it comes to decades of trade abuses, my view always is free trade with free nations. That we ought to be engaging our trading partners across the free world to lower.
Okay, so this says 6 times Trump administration has clashed with opponents over court orders. Where did my glasses go? In the nearly 3 months since President Trump's inauguration, lawyers challenging his actions in court have alleged that his administration has violated court orders on a half-dozen occasions, according to court records reviewed by ABC News. So that's 6 times. 6 times Donald Trump has broken court orders just in the 3 months that he's been in office. 6 times. 6 freaking times. If somebody will go ahead and jump up, even while I go over this stuff, that'll make it easier to get somebody else on a little bit later. And so we can at least have like the buttons up for people to join on screen just by somebody joining first. Seems to make it easier if somebody just requests now so that all the buttons are there, so that as people are crossing over it, it'll recommend it to more people. From unilaterally freezing federal funding to the use of Alien Enemies Act to deport non-citizens, the clashes have raised concerns about the separations of power and the potential for constitutional crisis. Plaintiffs suing the Trump administration, have alleged the government violated or ignored court orders on at least 6 different occasions, but no judge so far has held a member of the Trump administration in contempt of court. On at least 4 occasions, judges have expressed concerns about the Trump administration's compliance with court orders. So yeah, I get somebody on TikTok has to request up in order for me to have that on screen. Lawyers with the Justice Department have vigorously defended the actions of the Trump administration and have argued that federal officials have strictly complied with lawful court orders while also questioning the legality of some orders. I hate this so much. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. We got Mantis on. Okay. It takes forever for it to let me accept people. I've argued federal officials have strictly complied with lawful court orders while also questioning the legality of some orders. Each of the cases are ongoing or being appealed, so the district court's orders may be vacated as higher courts weigh in. Trump has repeatedly vowed to respect a court order even if a judge rules against parts of his agenda, though he has attempted to cast doubt on the authority of some judges. Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it, Trump told ABC's Rachel Scott in February, referencing cases involving Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. In those cases, Trump suggested a judge's order slowed down the momentum and gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. Yeah, this is something that we were talking about the other day on the yesterday on the panel about tariffs, is that they were talking about the fact that they wanted things to be more efficient, and they were saying that, like, yeah, the DOGE can make things more efficient, but dude, I hate this so much.
What are you trying to do? Can I put a video on? I just want to see if it works.
Yeah, try.
How?
I don't know. Wait, you
Live access.
Yeah, you have to have access to live.
I don't know.
You have to be able to go live on your channel.
Oh, never mind then.
Okay.
It won't work.
But yeah, I think it was what's his face yesterday was saying that, like, at least DOGE wants to make things more efficient, and I wanted to be like, we're not supposed to be more efficient. Like, the things in government are not meant to be efficient. They're meant to have, like, a lot of processes that they have to go through and red tape to make sure that, like, only the good stuff actually gets through. It's meant to be a very inefficient process. It is we did not build checks and balances and all this for efficiency.
Did you see the inspectors general who have been fired, their interview on CNN from like yesterday or today or something?
No.
They were talking about how like the amount of money that they would save for taxpayers, and how they basically were DOGE before DOGE and blah, blah, blah. I think it was on CNN.
Yeah, I think I got it right here.
President Donald Trump over the weekend defending his decision to fire a number of inspectors general from over a dozen federal agencies. It happened in a Friday night purge, and it raises concern about the future of oversight in his administration.
It's a very common thing to do. Some people thought that some were unfair or some were not doing the job, and it's a very standard thing to do.
Do you plan to bring your own people in those positions, Mr. President?
Well, they're not my people. I don't know anybody that would do that, but we'll put people in there that will be very good.
The fired inspectors general were meant to serve as independent government watchdogs, a check against fraud, waste, or abuse of power. Though Trump, who fired a handful of inspectors general during his first term, says it is, quote, common practice, the scale of Trump's purge has not been seen since Ronald Reagan dismissed 15 IGs on his first day in office in 1981.
Also getting the axe were the 15 inspector generals. They were the targets of candidate Reagan, who accused them of not doing enough to eliminate government waste. They'll be replaced, in the words of White House press spokesman James Brady, with people who are meaner than a junkyard dog when it comes to ferreting out waste, fraud, and corruption.
Oh. Democrats warning that these firings are not going to cut government waste as promised.
The American people, if we don't have good and independent inspector generals, are going to see the swamp refill. They're going to see rampant waste fraud. They're going to see corruption. It may be the president's goal here, when he's got a meme coin that's making him billions, is to remove anyone that's going to call the public attention to his malfeasance.
And joining us now is one of the inspectors general dismissed by Trump on Friday, Mark Greenblatt. He was the inspector general of the Department of Interior. Sir, thanks very much for being here.
Well, thank you for having me on. Yeah.
Can you explain how you learned about this? What happened on Friday?
So Friday night, I got an email on my work phone, and I checked it, and on there was it said White House notification, and I knew that can't be good. In the prior Trump administration, President Trump had removed 2 inspectors general, both of which were on Friday nights. And so those are Friday night, Friday night massacres at that time. And so to get an email from the White House saying White House notification on a Friday night at 7:30, I knew that couldn't be good. And so I opened it up, and there was a 2-sentence email from the Director of Presidential Personnel that said, in light of changing priorities, you are, terminated from your position at the, Department of the Interior, effective immediately, and thank you for your service.
So have you had a chance to clean out your office?
No, actually, my email has been cut off, and I don't know what's going to happen with my things. I was there for 5.5 years, and so we'll see.
You were appointed by Donald Trump, or named to this position by Donald Trump back in 2019. Do you have any sense of why he would put you on this list?
Oh my goodness, dude. Again, it's his own freaking people, bro. It's his own
Your
people.
mic.
My mic's cutting out?
Yeah, it's scripty. That guy just got completely cucked.
That better?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, every time it's his own people. Like, he keeps complaining about Supreme Court rulings when it's his own Supreme Court. He keeps complaining about, what was the other thing? He was, I forget the other thing. There was something else that was his, but even, he complains about trade deals that are his trade deals. He complains about all of these people that are his picks for things, and it's his own stuff every time. And then he says that they're all biased against him and they all hate him. Like, why did you pick people who hated you, bro? Why did you do that? That's stupid.
Yeah, I think he's just, everything he does is just optics. Like, he's just thinking media. How do I make things look a certain way, even if it doesn't matter substantially? So it's like, I'll just get rid of all of these people and replace them with this cool thing. It's like, it just doesn't, it's all just weird optics that people seem to fall for.
Yep. This is obnoxious, dude.
List?
No, I don't know. And all that was stated was the changing priorities in that email, which I understand the other IGs who were removed, the 17 or 18 of us, were still sifting through the rubble, frankly, to find out how many IGs were removed. But as far as I know, all of us got essentially the same email that said changing priorities.
Well, because, I mean, one of the things that happened on your watch that, of course, Donald Trump himself has focused on was this report that you did on what happened in Lafayette Square back during the Black Lives Matter protests, and the square was cleared. And there's those pictures of Donald Trump, of course, walking across the square with Mark Milley. And he was clearly pleased with you, because he wrote after this report came out, and you said, well, that the square was not clear.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Zenz, did you want to hop on? I'm sorry, I totally missed that if he was on Discord. Are you able to jump on TikTok? If not, I'll pull you on Discord instead. It doesn't matter. That's my fault.
You said the evidence we obtained did not support a finding that the U.S. Park Police cleared the park to allow the president to survey the damage and walk to St. John's Church. The evidence showed that the U.S. Park Police did not know about the president's potential movement until mid to late afternoon on June 1st, hours after it had begun developing its operational plan and the fencing contractor had arrived in the park. And then Trump issued this statement thanking the Inspector General, you, for completely and totally exonerating me in the clearing of Lafayette Park. It just seems as though the work that you're doing, and it's trustworthy, etc., has put him in.
Oh, that's right. The other person I was trying to think of is the head of the Fed. That's right. He nominated the guy who's the head of the Fed, and because he won't lower the interest rates, he keeps saying that the guy hates him, and so he won't lower interest rates. But Trump was the one who nominated that guy as well. So yeah.
in a positive light, not a negative one.
So
Well,
this isn't
we
the thing
do.
I was thinking of. This video, there was, I don't know which one it was or where they interviewed them. There was like 2 inspectors general that
This
talked
one?
to someone. No, it was like a black guy, kind of.
A black guy, kind of.
Well, I can't quite remember the face.
Yeah, I don't know.
Never mind. They were just saying essentially the same stuff as this guy, so it's fine.
Oh. Yeah, this guy.
No,
No,
it was not.
something else, but it doesn't matter.
He looks like a black guy, kind of.
Yeah, true. This is just another one.
It's another one of those.
Named to this position by Donald Trump back in 2019. Do you have any sense of why he would narrating me in the clearing of Lafayette Park? It just seems as though the work that you're doing, and it's trustworthy, etc., has put him in a positive light, not a negative one.
Well, we do fair, objective, independent oversight, and I've been doing that for 5.5 years, and I'm very proud of the work that my team has done during my tenure as Inspector General. And so I would agree with you. I don't know what the basis of the removal was.
Zenz, did you want? I asked Zenz Zenz, I was asking if you were trying to come on. If you were, I said, do you want to hop on TikTok, or if you don't want to hop on TikTok, then I'll just go to the Discord instead. But I asked you just a minute ago and you haven't answered.
But we've been doing good, high-impact work, trying to help the American taxpayer. We are the taxpayers' representatives inside the Department of the Interior, and I think we've been doing that job really well.
So let's talk about the big picture impact of not just your job, but all of these. You say you're still sifting through the rubble. I mean, what does that mean for taxpayers if there are not people like you in these roles?
Well, I would say it's troubling. These removals should be sending off alarm bells.
I know he was on Discord. That's why I'm asking him. I didn't know that he was on Discord. I'm asking. And I answered, I will transition to female to be called Susie Q. Okay, the last thing that I saw, it didn't pop up on my chat. You said, who is that joined me in the waiting room? She just described the entirety of all the media. She or they, them, whatever. Then that's when I asked if you wanted to come on. And then the next thing you said is, LOL, you might have just done a racism. Your friend told me you were busy with TikTok. Yes, I asked like 2 minutes ago. Dude, I asked like 2 minutes ago, so I'm asking again. I didn't know that you were in the Discord waiting room. If you want to come on, I will move to Discord. Or if you can just hop on TikTok, that would be easier. And so, well, apparently it didn't show up on that. I said the Susie Q line twice. Okay, yes. If you want to come on, can you come on TikTok? Are you able to hop on TikTok? Because you can just click on the screen on TikTok and it'll bring you right on. I already made it clear that I would transition to female and be called Susie Q before I get on TikTok. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you're saying.
He's saying Discord. He's saying not TikTok, Discord.
Oh, okay. I don't. I was like, okay, transition and then come on TikTok. What the fuck? Just hurry up. Okay. All right. Well, then let me see if I can like take the panels off, and I'll let you guys go, and I'll talk to him on Discord instead.
Bye. Bye. Bye, losers.
Bye.
Bye, fools.
Okay. Am I able to turn these panels off? Although I think getting on TikTok makes it... I think pulling up Discord is what's going to make it to where everything lags. Okay. Yeah, we'll try to see if I can pull up Discord, but it's probably not going to work. Yeah, I'm already lagging like fucking crazy. Wait, he's not in the waiting room. I'm here on Discord now and he's not there. Tom, read his last message. Oh my goodness. I already tried and it didn't work out. No worries, another night. Oh my goodness. Why? Why is this so hard? Bro, why is it so hard? I had to ask the same fucking question like 5 times. And then I finally drop everybody just to talk to him. And switch to Discord because he wanted to talk on Discord. And now he's not even going to talk. And now I just spent like the last 10 minutes just trying to get him on so that he could... Ah, damn, dude. Well, you're getting on now. Okay. Hello, hello. Okay, let me replug this back in. Yeah, there's 3 people in the waiting room now, but I don't think any of them are him. Okay, there we go. Zens.
All right, I'm in. What's up, man?
Okay. So what did you want? You wanted to talk about the Trump administration, that you don't think that he was responsible for the insurrection, right?
Okay, I gotta cut you off for a second. I think I'm gonna have to close YouTube because everything is.
Yeah, definitely.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna close YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, can you say something real quick?
Hello, hello.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, I needed to close YouTube.
Okay. So yeah, I think you wanted to talk about whether or not Trump was responsible for the insurrection on January 6th, right?
Yeah, whether or not he violated the First Amendment.
Okay. So yeah, so when I'm saying that the general argument for incitement is the argument about like yelling fire in a crowded theater, that like if there isn't a fire and you yell fire, that is where you can see a likely outcome, that a bunch of people are going to trample over each other, that for all of the injury that comes from this, that you incited that, so you are therefore responsible for all of the negative outcome that comes from it. How is that not the case with Trump claiming the election was stolen and that everybody in the Capitol was in there stealing the election from him?
Well, just to begin with, it's not against the First Amendment to yell fire in a crowded theater if there is a fire.
Correct.
I mean, obviously, that's the simple answer. If there is a fire, yeah. So the words you say are relevant to what's actually happening, and the words you say are relevant to whether or not you actually meant to incite violence. So that's why I was asking you to actually bring up the exact words that he said, which are, it's very short. Like if you could actually, am I actually live on YouTube right now?
Yeah, it's not whether or not you meant to. You don't have to have an incentive to cause that. You just have to reasonably see that as a reasonable outcome from your words. So if you yell fire in a crowded theater, it is reasonable to believe that everybody's going to try to trample out to the exit door and that somebody would likely get hurt.
Okay, that's why I wanted you to actually bring up the exact words that he said that you consider to be incitement. So do you have the exact words he said, like, on hand right now? Like, he did say the words, I'll just say, for example, he used the word peacefully in his alleged incitement. So, I mean, where do we go from here? I don't know where to go from here unless we actually have a transcript or a recording of what he actually said.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the actual speech.
But it's my opinion that what he said is by absolutely no means incitement at all. I mean, incitement to go to the Capitol. By the way, I should mention that I am not a Trump fan. I don't even fucking like the guy. I'm not trying to stick up for him, but just technically, legally, he did not do anything illegal, is my opinion.
Why is this? Oh, it's just a minute. I want the full speech. Here we go.
35th president of the United
U.S. election, Trump tells protesters in D.C., never give up, never concede. Okay.
Is there any way for me to actually see the YouTube video without getting the reverberation going on here?
It's hard with all of this stuff going, but I'll try to see if I can add a screen share to this as well. It's just I got a lot of processing now with streaming on YouTube, TikTok, and now doing a Discord call at the same time. But let's see if I can. Okay, I got a screen share up. You got to click on the screen.
Should there be a link?
No, it's in the Discord call. Like the call that we're in right now. You gotta. It's on the screen to where I'm sharing my screen with you in Discord. So do you?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay. Do you see where it says Tom
That's all I
Live?
see is...
And then you see the two of us in there. You got to click on
see
Tom
my
Live.
cat and your picture.
Okay, so yeah, so you click on Tom Live.
There's no words at all. It's just my cat and your picture. That's it.
Okay, on the left side, where you clicked on waiting room, you should see on the left side where it says Tom Live.
I don't see it. You know what? Never mind. That's fine. You can just bring it up. I'll just listen. I don't need to actually see it.
Well, I don't know how you're going to listen to it either. You would still have to pull it up in order to be able to listen to it.
Oh, no shit. Well,
yeah. So yeah, so on the left side where it says Tom Live, you're in. Are you on a phone or on the computer?
I'm on a phone.
Okay. So yeah, so on your phone, the on the left side where you might have to like hit the back button so that you see all the channels and everything.
Okay,
but,
I can see all the channels.
Okay, and so it's Tom Live with our two pictures below it.
Okay, yeah, I got that.
Okay, so now in there, you see where it says watch live or something like that? Like there's a...
Okay, watch screen, yep. Or watch stream, I gotcha, yep.
Okay. All right, and then tell me when it's ready.
Okay, I see it, yep.
All right.
Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our excitement.
So that's one claim, is if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Then.
So are you saying that itself is incitement to commit violence?
I'm saying that that's one part of it. That like what they're fighting against and why they're fighting is just one part of this. But this is another part here.
Tens of thousands of illegitimate votes were added to the tally. That's the only way you could explain it. By the way, you're talking about tens of thousands. If Georgia had merely rejected the same number of unlawful ballots as in other years, there should have been approximately 45,000 ballots rejected, far more than what we needed to win, just over 11,000. They should find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it. There's only one reason the Democrats could possibly want to eliminate signature matching, oppose voter ID, and stop citizenship confirmation. Are you a citizenship? You're not allowed to ask that question. Because they want to steal the election. The radical left knows exactly what they're doing. They're ruthless, and it's time that someone does something about it. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now. I'm not hearing good stories. In Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst, water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table, you all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're saying so far the part where you said you need to fight for it is possibly leading up to incitement, or I'm not sure exactly.
I'm saying there's a combination of him telling people that the election was stolen, that all of the senators inside of the Capitol right now are approving this election, and that he also talks about, like he said just a minute ago, like he wants Pence to do the right thing here. He also says that Pence, he doesn't believe Pence is going to do the right thing, and then he talks about the fact that they're all certifying these fraudulent votes. So this is him telling people they're all in there, they're approving fraudulent votes and fraudulent ballots, and if you don't fight like hell, you're going to lose your country. That even just saying they're all in there, like even just saying that these are fraudulent ballots, that the election was stolen from me, and they're going to go and approve this, that's enough to get people to go and run into the Capitol. That by itself is enough.
Well, that's enough to get people to go to the Capitol. But all right, let me give you an example. So I'm sure you're familiar with the majority report, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so let's say that I was to say right now, let's fight against the majority report. They're fucking lying to people.
Yeah.
They are propaganda. Let's go to where they work and stand outside and peacefully protest against them, which
Yeah.
we'll get to that later. But is that incitement to commit violence?
No, probably not.
Okay, well, that's I just did the exact same thing Trump.
Do you think the majority
just
report
listened to
is the
Trump.
same as the government and elected officials and a democratic process? Those people are not democratically elected
Absolutely
officials.
irrelevant. It doesn't
No,
matter.
that
It
is the
doesn't
most
matter if
important
they're
part.
part of
No,
government
that
or
is the
not.
most important part. Do you understand why when people think CNN is corrupt and bad, people don't go and riot at CNN? But when people think the king
that
is
doesn't
corrupt
matter.
and bad, they go to fucking war with him and they get independence for the American
making
colonies.
Okay, but you were making the point that majority report is not the government and the Capitol is the government. That doesn't matter.
Wait, hold on.
Free speech applies
Hold on,
to
wait.
everybody
Don't,
under every
hold on. I just made the point. Don't just ignore the point that I just made. When CNN is supposedly corrupt, we don't go and fight a war with them. But when the king is corrupt, we go fight a war and gain our independence for the colonies. You understand that difference, right?
I do understand the difference, but it's irrelevant to the First Amendment. It's
Why?
completely
Hold on.
irrelevant. It
No,
doesn't matter
hold on.
if
We're
it's
not
the
talking
king
about the
or
First
the
Amendment. Hold
majority
on. We're
report.
not talking about the First Amendment right now. Your point.
No, that's exactly
Okay,
what we're
hold on.
talking
No,
about.
we're not. No, we're not. Your point has nothing to do with the First Amendment when you made the point about majority report. You were making a point about when we do and don't riot.
Whether or
when
not
we do
it's
and don't.
incitement.
Yes, and yes. So we're talking, that has nothing to do with the First Amendment right now. We're talking about when people are likely
That
to
has
go do a thing.
everything to do with the First Amendment.
Okay, let me explain then. A government is a democratic institution. These are people who are supposed to do what you tell them to do. The majority report is not. The majority report can do whatever the hell they want. It's not. So I'm telling you that it's not irrelevant. So either you have to argue that point or you're just wrong, because that, like, you can't just keep saying it's irrelevant and then ignoring that entire
Okay, so
aspect.
let me know when you're done and I'll argue that point.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so the point is, it does not matter whether or not you're talking to somebody from the government or some random citizen. The First Amendment applies to everybody who is in this country. Oh, well, not necessarily. But
okay, again, I'm not making a
for the
point
sake of
about
this
the First
argument-
Amendment. I can keep saying this. I'm not making a point about the First Amendment. I'm
That's
making
the whole
a
point of the whole conversation
I
is whether or
understand.
not Trump was
I
inciting
understand.
violence.
I understand.
With his words,
I
according to the
understand.
First Amendment.
I'm saying that there is no reason to riot against the majority report because they're not a democratic institution. But there is when it comes to the government. That is the
Okay,
difference
so
that
now
I'm
you
giving you.
ignored my point.
I'm not
Now
ignoring
you
your
ignored my
point.
point.
I'm not ignoring your point. I am contradicting your point by saying it isn't about the first. It's not about the First Amendment. It is about differences in institutions. That one is democratic,
that
the other
doesn't
one
matter,
is
though.
not. Okay, but I'm saying it does. So you need to argue this
Well,
point.
and I'm saying it doesn't, and I already explained why. Because
But
the
you're
First
saying
Amendment
because of
doesn't
the First
dictate
Amendment,
whether
and
or
I'm
not
saying my point has nothing to
institutions
do with
matter.
the First
It dictates
Amendment.
whether or not
Correct.
individuals' voices matter.
Okay, I'm telling you, I'm not making a point about the First Amendment. I'm making a point about when we do and don't riot, when we do and don't do violent things. That's what I'm arguing right now. So it has nothing to do with the First Amendment. It's about when we do and don't riot. That, like,
Okay, so when do we riot and when don't we?
How
about never?
No, I would say that when we're talking about, like, democratic institutions, that if we do have a corrupt government, we ought to riot. We ought to do things to stop them.
Okay, and what are we allowed to say in order to get people to riot, and what are we not allowed to say?
Well, if you want
the
to get
point
people
where
to
we are
riot, there's a lot of
held
things you
liable
can.
for getting to riot.
Well, sometimes we do want people to riot. Sometimes there are times where we want people to get violent.
You know, if I'm being honest, I want people to riot against the majority report. So now I just possibly violated the First Amendment.
Yes, if you go tell
you
people
shouldn't,
that you want people to riot, that's against the First Amendment. But I'm saying that when it comes to government has control over your life. They have control over your institutions that control almost every aspect of the country. Like, they have control of these things, and we vote those people into place to have control of these things. Whereas the majority report does not have control of these things.
Right to say words that may or may not incite.
It doesn't. I told you that's not the point that I'm making. I can't say this for like
okay. Well, then your point is moot. Your point, I don't care about that point.
I just want you to understand. I just want you to understand. If you're going to keep bringing up private businesses as examples, like the majority report, I'm going to keep going back to this to say your point is not analogous because one's private and one's public. So if you want to use a public institution to be analogous, yes, but I understand. But I'm telling you why it's not analogous. Your example of majority report is not analogous because it's a private institution.
According to your conversation that you're having, which is separate from what I'm telling you.
Oh my goodness!
I'm talking about
hold on. No, you're not. No, you're not.
No. And how it applies to individuals.
Correct. And I'm telling you that if you want an analogous comparison, you cannot use a private institution because these are totally separate things.
So let's have a different conversation then. Let's only talk about the First Amendment and how it applies to individuals, forgetting the government, forgetting corporations, forgetting anything except for individuals, and what, according to the First Amendment, is inciting violence or riots.
Okay, so what I was saying earlier is that it's about the likelihood of something happening. Like, you have to reasonably see this as an outcome. The reason it's different between private and public is because one is not reasonable, one is reasonable. If it's public, it's reasonable now. If it's private, it's not reasonable. Just as if we're outside and I yell fire.
Wait a minute, hold on. Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
If it's public, it's reasonable. If it's private, it's not reasonable. Is that what you said?
The opposite. That if it's private, it is reasonable.
All right. So can you go a little further with that? What do you mean?
I'm explaining. So, like, if somebody's outside, it is and I yell fire. It is not reasonable to believe that there is going to be a stampede over people trying to get away from a fire. Whereas in a movie theater, when we're all trapped in there, like, they're all likely going to rush to get to an exit door to get outside so that they're not trapped anymore. So the reasonability of what it is that you're saying matters. When we're talking about a public institution where they control your lives, that is reasonable that people will riot against them. When it comes to a private institution that has no control over you or your life whatsoever, that is not reasonable.
So are you telling me that the January 6th riot was reasonable because of the fact that it was a public institution that has fucking control over our lives?
100%.
That sounded like what you just said to me.
Yes, 100%.
So January 6th was just
not justified, reasonable. He knew it was a reasonable conclusion that people would do this based on the words that he said.
Okay, well, first of all, we haven't listened to the whole thing, and second of all, if listening to what he said there and committing violence is reasonable to somebody, then
I'm happy to go just based off what I've already played. Just what I've already played, that's good enough for me. I'm happy with that as my example.
That's good enough for you. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're not sitting on the Supreme Court, but that's
the Supreme Court agrees with me.
Oh, did they?
Yes, that this is how we dictate what is or is not incitement. They do agree with me.
Trump was found guilty of inciting violence on January 6th.
Well, no, he was
Okay, so the
that's
Supreme
different.
Court did not agree with.
That's not what I said. I said they agree with me on the fact that it is about reasonability and that a public institution is way more reasonable that people will go and try to tear it down versus a private institution. They do agree with me on this, but that not that Trump specifically.
Really? Can you quote me where the Supreme Court said that? Because I'm not familiar with that.
I would, but it doesn't matter. You're not even arguing with it.
Well,
you
no, it
keep
does
saying
matter
you don't
because I don't
disagree.
believe that. I don't believe that the Supreme Court said that there's a difference between
It
government
doesn't
and private.
matter. It
when it comes
doesn't.
to
It doesn't matter because you're not arguing
why did you
that
bring it
those
up
are
if it
different
doesn't
types of
matter?
reasonability. Because you're not arguing with it. That's why you're not arguing that it's wrong. You have not
But it does
argued that
matter
I'm
to me, though.
incorrect. I know, but you can't just. Oh my goodness! I'm sorry. I can't. I don't think I can do this. If you're just gonna make up random things to fight on that
I'm not
have nothing
making
to do with
anything
the
up. I'm
argument,
asking you
okay?
questions.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is
You're
that if
getting mad.
you are not challenging this, then why would I go find evidence? If I say, listen, I want to give you an example of when here in Atlanta, I went to this fair and you said, I don't believe you live in Atlanta. I'd be like, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, wherever you want. No, you're like, no, I want to see proof you live in Atlanta. Well, that has nothing to do with the argument, so it doesn't matter.
What are you on? Come on, tell the truth.
Can you explain to me, explain back to me the
man.
example I just now gave you. Explain it back to me.
I'm not retarded enough. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, then I can't have this conversation with you. I'm sorry. Like you're already like 5 steps off. I'm trying to get you back to the original argument, and you're trying to
The original argument was
on
whether or
something
not
totally different.
incitement happened when that was the original argument was whether
Correct.
or not Trump actually incited violence based on the First Amendment.
Correct.
You're the one that went off the rails here.
No, I'm not. You gave the argument about majority report. I didn't go off the rails. I'm trying to bring us back to that. But you're trying to now argue over whether or not private businesses are different from public businesses and whether or not we should riot
You're the
against
one
them.
that did that. What are you talking about? This is
Oh my goodness! Did you not just ask me to go get a Supreme Court thing showing reasonability on these? Yes, you are the one doing this. I'm trying. As I've said,
you went off
as
about
I've said,
public and private.
yes, and as I've said, it's not relevant. It's not a thing that's being challenged in this conversation. We need to go back to the actual conversation about incitement because
Okay,
that is where we're at.
Let's do that.
So
let's do that.
You agree that incitement is about reasonability, that we can reasonably see that somebody would do something based on the circumstances that we're in, right?
I agree, yes.
Okay. So when somebody says the country is being stolen, the election was stolen, you don't think it's reasonable that people will go and try to stop them?
No, I don't think that's reasonable at all.
Okay.
I mean, to go commit violence according to those words, no, that's not reasonable.
My mic's popping again. I literally just reset it twice so since I've been in the conversation with him. I don't know what to do. I just got suspended on on TikTok again because he said retarded twice, so I got suspended again. So maybe it'll stop doing
people for that.
Yeah.
Oh well, you should have laid down some rules about words before I came on. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it's all right. Okay.
So where do we go from here?
Okay, so you're saying if an election was stolen, let's say for sure, the election is being stolen. We know that we're being told that the senators are going into the chambers now, and they're going to certify an election that you and I believe is stolen. You're saying it is unreasonable to believe that people are going to riot over that. That is unreasonable to believe that people would riot. Did I lose you? Hello? Oh, wait.
Okay. So
I
guess
disconnected again.
that's-
Oh, sorry. How much of what I said did you hear?
I haven't heard anything in like 45 seconds.
Oh, okay. I said, okay, so if you and I, we do believe that the election is being stolen, you and me, we definitely believe it is being stolen, okay? We think it's unreasonable for people to riot when we believe people are inside of the Capitol right now certifying a stolen election.
Do I believe that what Trump said would
No, that's
be
not what I asked you.
enough?
That's not what I asked you. If you and I do believe the election is being stolen, is it unreasonable to believe that people would riot over the senators being in the Capitol certifying a stolen election right now?
It's never unreasonable to believe that people would do something similar to that in any similar circumstance.
I'm sorry, I don't know what
People
you're
are
saying similar
fucking
to.
crazy.
I'm giving you a hypothetical right now, not similar to anything.
Yes,
Right
and
now.
yes, it's reasonable to believe that some people might do that, but it's also reasonable to believe that some people would do that anyway. I don't understand the point. I understand the question. I just don't get the point.
I don't. Okay, why? What do you mean it would be reasonable to believe people would do that anyways? What does that mean?
Whether or not Trump said anything, it would
I
be
didn't say anything about Trump. I'm
reasonable to
sorry.
believe.
Stop bringing up Trump. I have a hypothetical for you right now. Stop bringing up Trump. We're not talking about Trump. You and me, right now, you and I believe that the election is stolen. That they are currently inside of the Capitol certifying a stolen election. Okay? Is it unreasonable to believe that when you and I know it is stolen, that people would riot over a stolen election? Is that unreasonable to believe?
No, that's never unreasonable to believe, and as I said, it's not unreasonable to believe in other circumstances, like I don't
Like
know
what?
anything. Name something.
Well, no, you name something, because I think there are very few circumstances where I think it's
Okay, like
reasonable.
when people believe that a certain, I'm going to try to use certain language, so because I don't want to get you in trouble.
Well, I'm already banned on TikTok, so don't worry about it now.
I don't care about TikTok. I hope
YouTube's
you get banned on
YouTube's
TikTok.
fine.
Nobody
YouTube's
uses
fine,
that.
but TikTok's different. So yeah, we're fine. Just say whatever you want.
Okay, so would it be unreasonable then in the same question but just different situation? Would it be unreasonable to believe that if you tell a group of people that they have been oppressed for a certain amount of time, that they might riot?
Depending on
If
the
you
type
tell
of
somebody
oppression,
you've been
like if
held
they're
down.
telling, yes, depending on the oppression. So
Oh no,
if they
it's
say,
irrelevant the type of oppression.
no, it is relevant, because if they say like, hey, you're getting charged a cent more on candy bars, I don't think it matters. If they're saying cops are shooting you guys, unarmed black people all the time, yes, I think that's reasonable. Yeah.
So it would be, or wait, what exactly would be reasonable about that?
That if they were said that like cops over and over are shooting unarmed black people and that they're not being charged, they're not being fired, nobody's doing anything about that, I think it's reasonable for people to riot over that. That's why like when people kept lying about that during BLM riots, it was a huge problem because they were inciting violence, because they were lying about these things.
So, okay, the BLM riots were okay, and the people who were inciting those riots using the same type of rhetoric that other people, I won't say that name that you're afraid of, that other people may have said about January 6th. It's reasonable in one situation, but not the other.
No,
In the
hold on.
BLM
No,
situation, but not the January 6th situation.
No, I'm saying it is reasonable that they rioted on January 6th. I'm saying it is reasonable. It is reasonable to believe that those people were going to riot. That is my entire argument. I'm saying that yes, on
Okay,
BLM
so
and
the
January
people
6th, both were reasonable because people were lying to them.
So you're telling me, just to be clear, you're telling me that you don't think that the people who could be held liable for incitement, if they were lying, shouldn't be held liable because of the fact that they were telling the truth, even though they were saying the same type of rhetoric as the people or person who incited, I'm doing air quotes here, you can't see that, the January 6th riots?
I don't know what that means. I'm saying that the people who incited the BLM riots should have been held responsible. Because they
should be held liable.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, all right. Well, I mean, I actually kind of agree and disagree on that, but...
Wait, why do you disagree?
Well, it's a little bit of a gray area, but generally speaking, I would say that the people who incited BLM riots used a lot more specific and precise rhetoric.
Yeah, but there was like some really like specific examples of like the Kenosha ones where Jacob Blake, they said that he was an unarmed black man who was shot for no reason. They did not include that he had been fighting the cops for 5 minutes, that he was trying to steal children in a van. They didn't mention that he had a knife in his hand. They just said he was an unarmed black man that was shot 9 times in the back for no reason, right? That was a lie.
Right, yeah,
they just lied about that.
Yeah,
and so they incited riots all over Kenosha that for 2-3 days in a row, and the people who lied about this were responsible for those riots. They incited that.
Okay, so now when they lied about it, do you think they were actually aware of whether or not they were lying?
I don't know, and it doesn't matter as much, because like there's a couple of things there. Like, if they had the information available to them, they could have had the correct information, and they just chose not to get it. That is like an important aspect, that like they knew that they didn't look it up. They knew that they didn't double check what they were saying. They knew that they didn't actually go and look for credible sources or anything. And they just ran with the narrative that he was shot in the back, unarmed, all of this crap, that yes, like they're still just as liable.
Just as liable as the T word?
I don't know what that is. What is the T word?
I'm saying Trump. Trump. Yeah.
Yeah. What? Yeah, of course. Like
okay,
a little bit. I would say Trump is a little bit more liable because, like, he's in a position of authority. Like, he has higher standards that he should be held to. He's a president. Some person posting a meme on Facebook is a little bit different. You don't think that Trump should be held to higher standards than regular people?
He shouldn't be held to any higher standard according to the Constitution than anybody else. Everybody should be held to the same exact standard. He should be held to a different social standard.
No, not just social standard. Not just social standard, because we're talking about like reasonability. I think it's way more reasonable to believe that people will believe Donald Trump than they will believe some random person posting on Facebook. I think these two people are not the same. One, we know it's more reasonable that they will be believed.
I agree with you on that. It is more reasonable to believe that somebody would take Trump's word over some random motherfucker on the internet.
Correct.
But sorry, shit. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes, you can say whatever you want. I said it's fine. I'm already banned on TikTok, so it's fine.
But okay, anyway, yeah, I agree with you. It is reasonable to believe that somebody would take Trump's word over some random person on the internet. But I'm speaking specifically about the Constitution, the First Amendment, and how it applies to people in this country. In my opinion,
you and I said we both agree that reasonability is part of this. And so if we both agree it's more reasonable to believe that people are going to act on somebody's word, we believe that they have more responsibility, and that it's more that is now more reasonable to see the outcome from Trump saying it versus some random person posting things on Facebook.
When I agreed with you on that, I was talking about reasonability just in general, not specifically applied to people based on their status.
No, yes, that I'm saying status is part of in general. Like status is part of in general.
Status is specific. It's the opposite of in general. That's a specific standard.
No, I'm saying that this is, yes, I'm saying that the specific standard, okay, Why wouldn't somebody, if they're more likely to be believed, why is it not more reasonable that they will be believed? Where's the disconnect there?
Well, no, I already agreed with you about that. It is more reasonable to believe that somebody would do something based on something that Trump said rather than some random person on the internet.
Yes, but when
I'm
we
just
said the
saying that-
reasonability, we're saying it's reasonable that this outcome will take place. That's the reasonability, right? It's reasonable that this outcome will take place. So if we're saying we believe it is reasonable that this person will have that people will believe them and do something about it, that now Trump it is more reasonable to believe that people will believe him. Therefore, it is more reasonable that this outcome will take place. These are one and the same.
All right, that's my point, is that the standard, in my opinion, the standard of status does not matter at all.
Okay.
When I'm speaking specifically about the First Amendment and how it applies to individuals.
Me too.
The status of the
I'm
person,
sorry, you
even
keep
though it
saying
is
that.
more
Me too.
reasonable.
We are both arguing the same thing, but you keep doing this. You have agreed to this and then backtracked on it. If we are talking about reasonability...
Let me explain.
Okay, all right.
I can explain it. Let me explain. All right, so what I'm saying is the status of Trump having more influence over people is irrelevant to the application of the First Amendment.
Yes.
Even though I agree that it's more reasonable it's more reasonable to believe that somebody would do something based on what Trump says compared to a random person. It's irrelevant to the application of the First Amendment. So
Okay.
like if I'm walking down the street right now, like I know a lot of people around here. People listen to me more than one of my friends, whose name I'm just not going to say any names. So if I tell somebody to go do something, or if I say something that could be construed as telling them or inciting them to do something, even if I don't necessarily mean that I want them to do that thing, and my friend, who doesn't have as much status as I do around here, does the same thing, the application of the First Amendment should be exactly the same between us. Status irrelevant.
Okay. You're contradicting yourself over and over. Okay, so we need to keep going over this.
How am I doing that?
Okay, if you're saying incitement is about reasonably believing that this is going to be an outcome, and you agree that somebody can reasonably believe more people are going to believe them, and therefore we can more reasonably see this outcome, those are two things that are one and the same. They are the same thing. You cannot say, well, no, I'm talking about the application to the First Amendment. No, that is what we're talking about. We're talking about incitement. You're agreeing that reasonability and reasonably seeing this outcome is part of the incitement, and you're agreeing that we can reasonably see that somebody's more likely to believe the president than somebody else. So it is more reasonable now. You are agreeing to this. You keep saying you're not, but you are.
All right. Well, I feel like we're just never going to get anywhere on this. So can we go back to whether or not Trump actually violated the First Amendment, which was the whole point in the first place?
That is what this argument is about. This argument takes us to that. But if our disagreement is over whether or not you think it is reasonable to see this outcome, that's what we're currently arguing on right now, is that him having this power and having a following, that if he tells them something and he can reasonably believe that they are going to believe him on it, that this makes it
right.
more...
But he never told anybody to commit violence, though. That's
correct.
He never told
Again,
anybody to riot. He never
correct.
told anybody to commit violence.
Correct. Just as somebody who yells fire in a crowded theater never told them to run for the exit. They never told them to trample over people. They never told them to do these things.
Okay,
but
so
they yelled fire.
This is ridiculous.
What do you mean it's ridiculous? What do you mean? How is it ridiculous? That is the example that we have in the fucking Supreme Court writings, is that if you scream fire in a crowded theater, that you can see it as a reasonable outcome, that everybody will flood for the exit and that people will end up trampling over each other and hurting people. And if that happens, you are responsible.
The whole point for the fire in a crowded theater thing is that when you yell fire in a crowded theater, you know there's not a fire, and that's why
Exactly.
you're held liable for violating the First Amendment.
Exactly.
Trump believed what he said when he
Hey.
said they're stealing the election.
Okay,
He
what
wasn't
evidence do you
yelling
have that he
fire in a
believed it?
crowded theater. He was yelling fire in a theater that he thought, honestly believed was burning. He's a fucking
What evidence
dumbass.
do you have that he believed it?
Well, I don't have evidence, but you don't have evidence that he didn't believe it either. So now
Well,
we're
no,
at a
I do.
standstill here.
You don't know that. I do.
You
too.
have evidence that he didn't believe it?
Yes.
You have evidence that shows
so,
that Trump did not believe that the election was stolen?
Yeah, so he asked numerous groups of people to do investigations to see if the election was legitimate. All of those investigations came back and said, yes, there is no evidence that there is widespread voter fraud and that there was anything that would have changed the outcome of this election. And he still continued on claiming that there was widespread voter fraud. So your claim is, hold on, no, let me finish. Hold on. So your claim would have to be, he has no evidence of this. He has no reason to believe this. There's nobody who's telling him that this is the case, yet he still believes it anyways for absolutely, literally no reason. I don't believe that.
There were millions of people telling him.
Who?
There were millions of people telling him. Everybody on the internet that's a fucking right-winger. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
Look at the internet.
You think it makes sense for the president of the United States to believe random people on the internet?
It doesn't matter what you're sitting there saying nobody told him, he had no reason to believe it.
Nobody
Bullshit.
that would make
What
sense
the
to
fuck are
believe.
you talking
Nobody
about?
that would make sense
Half
to believe.
The fucking country was saying it.
It doesn't matter. If I tell you that your mom's dead
doesn't
right
matter
now,
if half
it
the
doesn't
country
make
was saying
sense.
it when you just said
Are
that
you
nobody
going to
was
believe
telling
me?
him?
Okay, fine. If I tell you that your mom's dead, like would it make sense to believe me?
My mom is dead.
Okay, but you believe me telling you.
Yeah, because she's dead.
How do you know
you're
she's
correct.
dead? How do you know she's dead?
Because I was there.
Oh, wait, so no, okay, so you don't believe me. You believe yourself. You just know that I happen to be right, but you don't believe me. You know that I have no information on this. So you don't believe me.
What are you going on?
I'm saying we're talking about authoritative claims that like Trump can't.
You
if
just
somebody
said that Trump had no reason and nobody told him.
yes,
But half
that
the
is what we're
fucking
talking
country
about.
fucking was screaming it at the top of their lungs.
Okay,
man.
fine. Then if I say your mom's alive, do you believe me?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because I know for a fact it's not true. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so what about Trump reading random people on the internet who say that the election was stolen? Trump has all of the people
He
who did
doesn't
the
know whether or
investigation.
not it's true.
Trump has all of the people who did the investigations talking to him. He has all of them. To believe random people out in the streets or on Twitter or wherever over all of the experts. You think that makes sense?
No, I don't think it makes sense, but that's how
You're claiming that
fucking
that's
life
what
works.
happened. You're claiming
no, I'm not
that
claiming
is what
anything.
happened.
I'm
You're claiming
that
he
you're talking
believed
with
it.
your head.
You're claiming he believed them. You're claiming he did believe them. You are claiming it makes sense that he believed them, not that he should believe them,
let
but
me
that
put
he
it this
did
way.
believe them.
I'm not claiming, I'm saying that I believe that Trump believed them.
Correct.
And nobody can prove otherwise.
Okay, so I don't believe Trump is that dumb, that he just believes random people who have no authority to claim.
I think
Why?
he's that dumb.
Why?
Have you heard him talk?
Yes, many times.
He sounds pretty fucking dumb, doesn't he?
Yes, but he also contradicts himself consistently. I don't believe that he actually believes these things. I believe he's willing to say things that are convenient to him, but I don't think he believes
that's my
them.
reason for believing he's dumb, because he sounds dumb as
but
fuck.
No, this isn't dumb. This is like he's inhuman. He doesn't even have a brain that is human. Because I would like to say he's like insane, but even insane people are more logical than that. Like he's not retarded because retarded people are more logical than that. That he is below human at that point but he's not below human. He is capable of thinking and not thinking, oh, well, you know, I'm talking to my mom right now, but if somebody on Twitter says that she's dead, well, I believe them. Like, there's no way. He has all of the proof at his fingertips. He has all of the investigations, all of the experts right there in front of him. And then you're saying, well, no, he's going to believe random people on Twitter over them. There's no way. There's no way he believes that. There's no way. I as much as I don't like the guy, I am not going to give him that little credit to believe he's that fucking stupid. No shot.
Well, you have so much more faith in humanity than I do, because I do believe it. He's one of them. He absolutely fucking believes it. I can't prove it, but that's what I believe. He fucking believed it 100%. I think he still fucking believes it. Are you kidding me? You don't think that Trump still thinks the election was stolen? That's your
No, even the
faith,
people who
I guess.
were working with him didn't think he believed it. He supposedly, right after he lost the election, he went and screamed and yelled at his campaign team, fired all of them, and then told some of them to go figure out why he lost. He did not believe he lost the election. The people who did the investigations, who fought with him over all of this, did not believe that he believed he lost. None of the people there believed that he believed it. The people who got charged for lying about this didn't believe that any of them believed it. Like, there's nobody who believes this, that he believed
Who the fuck
that he
did
lost the
all
election.
this, man? What, you got transcripts and shit for this?
Yes,
I need receipts.
Yeah, there's like Bill Barr in he did a HBO documentary where he talked about this. There's Jenna Ellis, who got convicted for lying about the election being stolen, and saying that that they all knew that the election wasn't stolen, but they were trying to push for more investigations, and so they were just claiming that it was stolen, hoping they could get more investigations. We have Rudy Giuliani in courts saying that he has already claimed that people were stealing the election, and when they asked him about it when they asked him about it when he went to court, he said, well, I don't have any evidence that happened. And they said, you already said you had evidence for this. And he said, yeah, I mean, it's my freedom of speech. I can lie about that. And he got sued and lost and paid millions of dollars. He 100% said that. He 100% said that. I am not kidding you. I can pull it up for you right now.
About that.
Yes, I can pull it up for you. He said, it's my freedom of speech. That's what he said. They said, so you lied about this? And he said, it's my freedom of speech.
Oh, well, this is news to me. But
I can pull it up.
Man, yeah. Well, at this point, I still say that Trump did not violate the First Amendment with what he said. And we never did get to the part where he says, go to the Capitol and be peaceful.
Again,
but I still say he never violated the First Amendment.
Again, that doesn't matter. If I yell fire in a crowded theater and I say, but everybody get in a single file line and move accordingly, it doesn't matter if I said that after I yelled fire in a crowded theater, because we know nobody's getting in a single file line and moving accordingly. You know that they're all going to flood into the doorway.
Your standard for incitement is a bit authoritarian, man.
That's not my standard. That's the standard that you and me agreed on. That is not my standard. It is reasonability.
No, it's not. We've been disagreeing the whole time. Why would you sit here and tell me that we've agreed upon that when we've been disagreeing the whole fucking time?
We said reasonability is what matters.
Yes, reasonability applied to each individual, not based on status, is my standard. Your standard is based on status. That's a very big difference. Status to me is irrelevant. Individuals are relevant.
Okay,
I don't give a fuck about status.
No, hold on. We're not arguing about status right now. The thing that you just said is me being crazy.
Now.
I'm saying yes, but that's what we're talking about right now. Yes, but we don't disagree on the standard of reasonability. That's what we're talking about. So when I make an argument about reasonability,
but you just say, 2 minutes ago, play it back, said we've been agreeing the whole time.
No, not the whole time. I didn't say the whole time. I said that we agree on the reasonability. So the same as, okay, so listen, if somebody's sitting in a crowded theater, okay, and they see that somebody from they're in Atlanta, and somebody from Chicago texts them and says, there's a fire in your theater, and they yell, fire, fire, okay? Do you think that person will have, they'll have immunity from this because they'll say somebody in Chicago texted me and said that that there was a fire.
No, they should be fucking tarred and feathered because they're too retarded for life.
Correct. Okay, so I would say the same for Trump, is that if Trump is believing random people on Twitter over all of his experts, that he's still liable for this. Exactly.
Exactly. What's exactly?
I just said it.
Say it again.
That if Trump is believing random people on Twitter over all of his experts and all of the data, then he's still liable.
Well, his believing random people on Twitter or YouTube or fucking TikTok or whatever is irrelevant to what he himself believes.
Wait, but oh my goodness.
Now, okay, let me give you a different scenario with the guy in Chicago texting the motherfucker at the theater talking about fire.
Okay.
So the guy in Chicago texts this dumbass at the theater, and this person in the theater who got the text starts yelling, fire, fire, but he can actually prove, which is actually impossible, but just hypothetical, he can prove that he actually believed his dumbass friend in Chicago. There's a difference there. If he just got a text and was like, oh, fire in the theater, okay, I'm just going to yell fire, when he knew goddamn well it was fucking stupid, is different than if he got the text and was like, oh my God, he must know something I don't know, and actually believed there was a fire in the theater.
So in court, the same applies for this, where they want to know if somebody's lying. They want to know if somebody could reasonably believe something. Like, all of these things apply. What that person getting the text, a reasonable person would not believe that there's a fire. And same with Trump. If all of his experts are saying one thing and random people on Twitter are saying another, a reasonable person would not believe the random people on there. And so we can reasonably believe Trump did not believe this, because no reasonable person would actually believe that.
No, we cannot say that. We can say it. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm saying that's how it works in court.
Well, no, that's not how it works in court. I mean, I understand the reasonable part. You have to have a reasonable suspicion, reasonable doubt, whatever, blah, blah, etc. But yeah, you can't just say Trump said something that could vaguely resemble an incitement to violence, therefore reasonably we can conclude that he's guilty of violating the First Amendment. It didn't happen. So that's incorrect. It didn't happen. He was not found guilty of violating the First Amendment. So, I mean, by your own standard,
he was no, because there was two courts who went over this. Two courts, both of them said that he incited an insurrection on that day. So they both came to this conclusion. We are 100% across the board, 2 for 2. They both say that he violated that he incited an insurrection. But I'm more talking about what you're saying here today and how we analyze these things, because we would use mens rea to.
Court said that because he was never found liable or guilty of anything as far as inciting violence on January 6th. So
correct. So the Colorado Supreme Court came to the conclusion that he incited an insurrection, and a congressional investigation on this also came to the conclusion that he incited an insurrection.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that at all. I knew nothing about that, but
it doesn't matter to me, because we're talking about when we're trying to know somebody's state of mind, we use the process of mens rea, which is trying to figure out somebody's state of mind, like what their intent is, what they are trying to do, and that we're saying that yes, if somebody says you guys should go peacefully protest at the White House, also they're inside, at the Capitol, also they're all inside currently stealing the election from you, and if you guys don't fight like hell, this country's going to be stolen from you. I think any reasonable person would believe that person wants them to go and riot at the Capitol. And we can see his
then I
after actions as
disagree,
well
because if
to
you
see.
tell
Well, hold on,
somebody-
hold on. And we can also use his actions afterwards as well, because normally, like sometimes if somebody shoots somebody, right, and they weren't trying to kill them, they'll like run over, try to like give them CPR, try to
Well,
like
now
plug up the
that's
hole,
just
something like that,
wrong.
right? But
His actions afterwards are absolutely have nothing to do with
No,
whether
no,
or
it
not
does.
incitement occurred.
Hold on, wait. I'm talking about intent right now. I'm talking about intent that like we can see somebody's actions
Yeah, intent
afterwards
is something
to
that
see.
happens before an act.
Hold on.
Afterwards,
No, it doesn't, because it can change whether or not somebody gets charged with like murder or manslaughter. That like it can look like an accident or it can look like it was on purpose. We can see their actions before and after to see if this person showed any remorse afterwards and was like, oh no, crap, that's not what I meant to do. And like they act like somebody who did this on accident. That is important. When Trump afterwards refuses to actually call in the National Guard, and we have witnesses saying that he says they're getting what they deserved. They shouldn't have betrayed their president. Like that shows that he was what do you mean anecdotal? It's witness testimony. Eyewitness testimony.
yes, anecdotal.
What?
Do you know what that word
I don't know
means?
why I do, but it does. I don't know why you're bringing that up. It's eyewitness testimony.
Okay, so that's anecdotal testimony, which is what?
Anecdotal
You tell me.
a court? Is anecdotal like a legal term?
It's legal. It's legal. Yeah, legal and just general use. Anecdotal. It's word of mouth.
How do we? What do
Like,
we?
I can
How
tell
do we
you right
use
now, this guy
anecdotal
down the
in?
street said he's gonna fucking go on a killing spree. That doesn't mean shit. That's just me saying something.
Yes, correct. So if you say this guy down the street told me that he's going to go on a killing spree.
That's what I just said. That's just me running my mouth. You don't know if I'm telling the truth.
No, you didn't say that. You said this guy down the street you said this guy down the street's going to go on a killing spree versus this guy down the street told me he's going to go on a killing spree. These are two very different things.
My exact words were, if I say this guy said he's going to go on a killing spree.
Okay, fine. That is good witness testimony. That would be definitely admissible. And there's
it would be admissible, but it would also be fucking laughed at because it's fucking anecdotal.
What do you mean
testimonial. Laughed at? Well, I mean not laughed at, but it wouldn't be. I forgot the term for it legally, but what do you call it? Fuck, I can't remember the legal term for it, but it would be evidence that is not taken very seriously because it is not. It's nothing but word of mouth. It's anecdotal, testimonial.
We have numerous testimonies that align with this, though. Like, if you have numerous testimonies that all align with the same thing, and you can see evidence that aligns with that, like the fact that he didn't call in the Coast Guard or whoever it was, I forget. It was but anyways, the fact that he didn't call anybody in, that is still aligning with these people saying, yes, we tried to tell him to call them in, and he didn't, and said they're getting what they deserve. And then there's other people who say that, I think it was 3 different people who said that they went in and tried to convince him to call in the National Guard.
Well, I never really followed it that much, so I don't know anything about all that, so I don't really have much of an opinion about it, except for the fact that it sounds anecdotal to me.
3 different people sounds anecdotal to you.
Did you say 3 people?
Yes.
Okay, big fucking deal. So what? 3 people fucking told me lies yesterday. Why the fuck do I care about these 3?
Bro, this is just how the legal system works. Like, you just don't care about any of the legal processes.
No. The legal system works based on evidence, and anecdotal evidence is like the lesser form, the lowest form of evidence.
Eyewitness testimony
do you understand what I'm telling you?
It is for one person. You keep saying anecdotal. 3 people are not anecdotal.
It doesn't matter.
That is corroboration. That is not anecdotes anymore. It is now corroboration. So the fact that aligns with what we know to be true, which is that he didn't call in the National Guard, that these all align. These are 4 different types of evidence that all align. These are considered now corroborated, not anecdotal.
It's still anecdotal. It's corroborated, sure, because it's more than one person, but it's still anecdotal. Look,
No, it's
I don't even
not.
care.
What do
Like,
you think an anecdote is? What do you think an anecdote is?
an anecdote is a word of mouth. It's just somebody saying something
No.
without proof. That's what an anecdote is. If I sit
No.
here and tell you right now, like I said, the guy down the street fucking told me he's gonna go fucking on a killing spree. That's an anecdote. I don't have
No.
anything to fucking demonstrate that that's
No,
a
that is
good
not
thing
anecdote.
any reason.
Anecdote.
That is what an anecdote is. What are you talking about?
Anecdote has
That is
nothing to do with
literally
word of mouth.
anecdotal evidence.
Anecdote has literally nothing to do with word of mouth. Anecdote means that it is. It doesn't. I can, if you want to look up the definition, we can look it up. But the definition, it's about a single instance of somebody's story. So it's their own personal story, of a single person.
Oh yes!
Right?
Oh my God! What's a personal story? That's something that you tell somebody that nobody else knows. That's fucking word of mouth. I'm telling you something. That's what I've been fucking saying the whole time. Now you're telling me I'm wrong.
So correct. So when I'm telling you that 3 different people say the same thing, you cannot call that an anecdote. It is not an individual single story from a single person. That's not corroborated.
Yeah,
it is a corroborated story.
That are
no,
corroborated.
Yes, if it's corroborated, it's no longer an anecdote. That's what that means. It's no longer.
No, I
anecdote.
agree. If it's corroborated, it's multiple anecdotes.
Okay, look, this is what the dictionary definition says. Anecdote, a short, amusing, or interesting story about a real incident or person. An account regarded as unreliable or hearsay, the depiction of a minor narrative incident in a painting. Yes, that's what we're talking about, is that these are single things that are not. No, if something's corroborated, it is not unreliable. If it's corroborated, it is not unreliable. That is the opposite of unreliable. Corroboration is the opposite of unreliable. These are the opposites.
No, it's not the opposite. It's a little more believable, but it's definitely not the opposite of unreliable. The opposite of unreliable would be reliable.
Yes, what does corroboration mean?
Corroboration means more than one anecdote. Well, not necessarily. In this specific situation, it would mean more than one anecdote in which more than one person agreed that something was said.
Yes, it means to confirm or give support to a statement.
Corroboration could also mean that 3 people agreed to fucking go rob a bank or something. Corroboration doesn't only include anecdotes, but...
Yes, corroborate means to confirm or give support to something. So when we say something is confirmed, to say that this is the same as that this is unreliable, no, confirmed is not unreliable. That is very different.
So that would be to confirm or give support to an anecdote.
Yes, like when you say or give support to, that is like 3 people went to rob a store.
So I've been right the whole time,
those people.
And we're just fucking yelling at each other for no reason.
No, you can't say those are 3 anecdotes when they are corroborated. When you say, oh, it means they're unreliable, but you're also saying they're also corroboration. You can't say they are confirmed and unreliable. You can't have these 2 things. So
no, corroborated is not confirmed.
Okay. The definition of corroborate: confirm or give support. These are 2 different aspects.
Confirm or give support to an anecdote, not confirm the fact. Not confirm a fact. It's to confirm an anecdote. To say that this anecdote is correct, which is not a fact. It's just corroborating with an anecdote that is not necessarily true.
Okay, yes, again. And then the anecdote is something that is unreliable. So when we say it is confirmed, it can't be an anecdote anymore because it's not unreliable anymore. This is no longer an anecdote.
But the
it's
anecdote
no longer a
itself is not confirmed. The anecdote is not confirmed. The confirmation comes from somebody saying that they also agree with the anecdote. There is no factual basis to say that the anecdote itself is actually confirmed. The anecdote is not a fact. The anecdote is just confirmed to be true by another anecdote. So it's one person says something, and then somebody else says, yes, I heard the same thing. That doesn't make it a fact. That just makes it corroborated between 2 people. So there is confirmation of the original anecdote. There is no fact here.
Okay. I to literally say 3 people giving the same story as an anecdote is just like, this goes against like literally the way that we defined this earlier, and there's no way to move forward if you're saying this is the opposites of the same thing. Like, I can't, there's no way. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Anecdote, not illegal, like term, not legal, doesn't matter. Anecdote doesn't change anything. What in court, 3 people say the same thing. This is considered a corroborated story, and it is considered much more reliable. The more people that confirm, the more people have corroborated it, the more legitimate the story is. So, anecdote doesn't matter one way or the other. Not a legal term.
Well, I agree with you then. The more people that corroborate with the original anecdote, the more reliable it would become. But
okay, so if we have 3 people
I
saying
don't know where to
afterwards
go from there.
that he's refusing to call the National Guard and is saying that that they're getting what they deserve, that these things are now corroborated, and so to say, well, we have no evidence of any of this, we can't like know what his intentions were or anything. No, we can use mens rea, we can use witness testimony, and we can come to the conclusion. Pretty obvious. He knew what he was doing.
All right, well, I really do have to go to bed. So
okay,
we never even came to any type of conclusion here, but it was fun anyway. And
I mean, I
so
think
I gotta hit the fucking bed, man.
All right.
Well,
Later.
maybe you did. Well, I did too, but all right, man. Take her easy.
All right, bud. It's just a bunch of people with the same anecdote. It was Trump's daughter who said to stop the riot. So that was one of the people. There was one other person that was a guy who went in there. And then there was the girl who said that after the guy went in there, she walked over and there was like mustard and ketchup on the walls and shit. So yeah. Save your hearts. You're just like schizo posting in the fucking chat, dude. Chill. Fucking shit, dude. Like, you're just posting like the same things over and over and over and over. Like, what the fuck, bro? Why did Nancy Pelosi decline Trump's offer to have the National Guard there for protection? There's no evidence that he actually offered the National Guard. There's no evidence for this. If he did, it's really dumb because Nancy Pelosi cannot accept or decline the National Guard. It's not her job. She's not the person to talk to. He would have to talk to the Sergeant of Arms. Has nothing to do with Nancy Pelosi. So there's no evidence that it ever took place. That's a Destiny talking point, and she absolutely is in her authority to do that. Okay, show me anything. Show me any time the chief or the Speaker of the House has had anything to do with the with security of the Capitol. She's over the Sergeant of Arms, which could say that she in some way is in charge of him, but that doesn't mean that she's in charge of it. She can't make those decisions. He still makes those decisions, not her. I'm dropping into a ranked game of Fortnite right now. Look it up yourself. I have looked it up. It doesn't exist. You're lying. I have looked it up. That's why I'm telling you you're wrong. Because I've spent a very long time on this. I know for a fact that you are wrong about this. I've been through this 20, 30 different times. And I believe pretty much every person has admitted that they don't have any evidence for this. So there's some people who say, okay, there's no evidence for this, but I still believe it. And then there's other people who say, okay, I didn't realize there wasn't any evidence for this. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. So but literally every person has admitted there's no evidence for this. To tell me, oh, go look it up. We all just can make up our own bullshit, and then you have to go find the bullshit that doesn't exist. I'll be searching forever, dude. I'll be searching forever. Then why did Nancy Pelosi accept responsibility? That's totally different. That's a totally different thing. That is extremely different to say she accepted responsibility versus Donald Trump offered her the National Guard and she's in charge of the National Guard. Those are very specific claims that you're making. And then you say, well, then why did she accept responsibility? That is a drastically different thing. And when she says responsibility, she says this is on me, but she also says this is on us and we failed. She's talking about like the government, that like they all fucked up. But the Sergeant of Arms has like testified
of up to 100.
Sorry, the Sergeant of Arms has testified that they did tell people not to. They didn't want. They had like a small group of, I think, National Guard members that were near the Capitol, and they told them that they didn't want them at the Capitol because it would have been, it would look bad. And but that wasn't them denying more National Guard to come there. They were just a couple blocks away. They were just saying that the few that were there, they wanted them towards the outer skirts. But yeah, I mean, I'm over my time limit, but if somebody else wants to jump on, I'm happy to talk about this if there was somebody else that wanted to get into it. Yes, Nancy Pelosi has authority over the Sergeant of Arms. Correct. Correct. That's still different. This is like saying Donald Trump has authority over congressmen within the, or sorry, not congressmen, over governors in the United States. And then also Donald Trump is in charge of the, somebody called Donald Trump and asked him if he wanted more police for the state capital of Georgia. Like, that's not Trump's responsibility. He can't say yes or no to that. That has nothing to do with him. You'd have to talk to the governor to get confirmation on that. That's not Trump's job. If you break down my logic, you'll find I'm absolutely correct. The problem isn't with your logic. The problem is with with your evidence. You don't have any evidence to back up what you're saying. I can Google it right now if you want me to. But I just want you to understand that even if I did agree with you, Trump is the commander-in-chief. Trump can always decide what the National Guard does. Always, 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 always. It is Trump who can decide this. It is him. We're talking about federal grounds, and we're talking about the commander-in-chief asking Nancy Pelosi, the commander-in-chief, hey, Nancy Pelosi, can I do this? Do you know, am I allowed to send people over there? Will you give me permission to do my job? What the fuck? My evidence is Nancy Pelosi herself saying she's taking responsibility. Trump made the claim he offered the national. Again, everybody has said Trump never offered this. There's no evidence that he offered it. You again saying she accepted responsibility is totally different than she accepted responsibility for that. You know what? I also heard that Nancy Pelosi was inside of the gates at the zoo, and Nancy Pelosi, she shit on the ground and then started throwing shit at a bunch of people at the zoo. And I saw her in that video, and she claimed responsibility. So she claimed responsibility for throwing shit at those people at the zoo. I can just now make up anything I want and say that's what she was claiming responsibility for. I can just make up a specific thing and say that's it. When again, she has said nobody called her and offered more troops. The sergeant of arms says he was not offered the Capitol Guard people, and there's no evidence of a phone call. Trump never provided any evidence. He never said, here you can see, this is when we called. It's on the records. Like, he never did that. There's zero evidence that he ever did this, and everybody denied that it happened. So it doesn't, that for you to say, oh, it's this one thing that she's claiming responsibility for. But she also says, we fucked up. We didn't do enough. This is our fault. She says all of those things as well. So it's not, it's not one or the other. Let's see. Is Nancy Pelosi in charge of Capitol security? Okay, who is in charge of security on January 6th? Wall Street Journal. All right. While answering a question... Oh, wait, I'm not able to read all of this. Fuck. While answering a question about whether he regretted his actions on January 6, 2021, Trump said that former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and then D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser were responsible for security in Washington, not the president. Trump was widely criticized for not acting more assertively to call the mob of his supporters that stormed the Capitol. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job, Trump said. It's a little more complicated than that because the nation's capital falls under both federal and local jurisdictions. Technically, the deployment of D.C. National Guard forces falls to the president, who usually designates that job to someone else. In 2021, that person was Secretary of the Army, but Pelosi was among those in charge of security at the Capitol, and Bowser was tasked with deploying D.C. police officers and other local enforcement. There are also other law enforcement agencies in Washington, and all of those officials had to say about the security situation leading up to January 6th and after the violence erupted around the Capitol. So this is why, again, she's saying, we fucked up, we screwed up. There is nothing in here that says Donald Trump offered her national security. That never happened. Everybody says it didn't happen. You're just making up that it happened. You have no evidence that it happened. But this is why she would say, we fucked up, we screwed up, we didn't do this. She was having meetings with Bowser and with, Bowser was the Sergeant of Arms, right? But you're conceding my Pelosi point where she's in charge of security, though. No. You keep doing this. Stop saying she's in charge. Stop doing this. She was part of the meetings. Yes, she is not in charge of security, and she was not able to decide whether or not the Capitol, whether or not the National Guard came. That is totally different. She's in charge of the Sergeant of Arms. That's why she's at the meetings. But that is not the same as she was the one who denied the Capitol Police the national security to come. Those are totally different things. You just read that in the article. It says she's in charge of security. Oh my goodness. All right, I gotta move on. This is just gonna be the last conversation again, where you're just not actually going to engage with anything that's being said. You're just gonna keep repeating yourself and not understand the actual conversation. So I can't. What does it say? Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio suggested Wednesday that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had been responsible for the security presence at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th after Pelosi rejected his appointment to serve on the Select Committee investigating the insurrection. Republican Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio suggested Wednesday that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had been responsible for the security presence at the U.S. Capitol on January 6 after Pelosi rejected his appointment to serve on the Select Committee investigating the insurrection. Why wasn't there a proper security presence at the Capitol that day? Jordan asked at a news conference after the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy polled all 5 members he had tapped for the committee in response to Pelosi rejecting 2 of them. The Ohio Republican added, only one person can answer that question, only one, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House is not in charge of Capitol security. That's the responsibility of the Capitol Police Board, which oversees the U.S. Capitol Police and approves requests for National Guard assistance. Jane L. Campbell, president and CEO of the U.S. Capitol Historical Society, told CNN that the Speaker of the House does not oversee security of the U.S. Capitol, nor does this official oversee the Capitol Police Board. Pelosi cannot unduly influence who is appointed to the board, which consists of the House and Senate Sergeant at Arms, the architect of the Capitol, and the Chief of the Capitol Police. The Sergeant at Arms are elected and must be confirmed by their respective chambers, and the architect must be confirmed by both chambers of Congress. And according to testimony from the former Capitol Police Chief, Pelosi was not involved in the decisions made ahead of January 6th regarding the National Guard. In his testimony before the Senate in February, former U.S. Capitol Chief Stephen Sund said that he approached both Sergeant at Arms and on the House and Senate side of January 4th to request the National Guard through an emergency declaration from the Capitol Police Board. Whoa, isn't that crazy that Sund knows who's in charge of getting the National Guard there? Isn't that fucking nuts that Sund knows that it's gonna be the Sergeant at Arms? What? That's wild. His request, according to Sund, was not approved. Instead, the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Michael C. Stanger, is that who it was? I thought it was Bowser. Was it Stanger? Oh, it's the Senate Sergeant at Arms. Sorry. Suggested I ask the National Guard how quickly we could get support if we need to and lean forward. Is there a different Senate Sergeant at Arms and, let's see, House Sergeant of Arms? Sergeant at Arms is the Chief Law Enforcement and Protocol Officer of the House of Representatives and is responsible. So wait, okay, and then the current Sergeant at Arms is Jennifer A. Hemingway. Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper serves the Senate and its Chief Law Enforcement and Protocol. Okay, so yeah, so there's different ones for the Senate and the House. So Sergeant at Arms for the House is currently this guy, but I don't know who he is. What the fuck? Why doesn't anything have his fucking name on it? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody. Explicit approval was received from acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller. So wait, are you saying Christopher Miller is currently the House Sergeant of Arms? Okay, so it is 2 different people. Okay. So Jennifer is one person, and then Miller is the other person. Okay, so the Senate and the House have separate Sergeant of Arms. Okay. His request, according to Sun, was not approved. Instead, the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Michael C. Stanger, suggested I ask the National Guard how quickly we could get support if we needed to, lean forward in case we had to request assistance on January 6th, according to Sun's testimony. Following the events of January 6th, the U.S. Capitol Police announced it was working with congressional oversight and Capitol Police Board to obtain the authority to immediately request National Guard assistance if needed without having to wait for board approval. Wait, is that it? What the fuck? No fucking shot. That's all of it. That is some fucking cliffhanger, dude. Oh, following the events of January 6th. Okay. I was about to say, because on the day, they didn't get them because they were waiting for board approval. They didn't get any of them because they were waiting for board approval. So how do they just say, like, yeah, before January 6th, they said they wanted to try to get them there quickly without board approval, and then just didn't end it that way. But yeah, that's after January 6th they did this. Okay. Okay, AI. No, Nancy Pelosi is not in charge of Capitol security. Key points. The Speaker of the House, while having a role in the overall management of the House side of the Capitol, does not directly control Capitol security. Capitol Police Board. The responsibility for Capitol security rests with the Capitol Police Board. The Capitol Police Board oversees the U.S. Capitol Police and approves requests for National Guard assistance, among other security measures. Pelosi's role as Speaker is more related to House operations and management. In conclusion, while the Speaker of the House has a position of leadership within the House, they are not the authority responsible for Capitol security. That responsibility lies with the Capitol Police Board. So yeah, so the thing is that, like, it wouldn't be right to say she has nothing to do with it, okay? It wouldn't be right to say she has literally nothing to do with it, because she is, like, over the Sergeant-at-Arms, okay? So she is in charge of him. But there's still separations of power there to where she can, like, she can tell him she would like him to do this thing, and he should go do that thing, but that doesn't mean he has to go do that thing, right? So this is kind of like when I ran restaurants. I had a district supervisor, and then I'm an area supervisor. And we have like 5 area supervisors, and each one of the area supervisors has like 5 or 6 stores that they are in charge of, and there's general managers who are in charge of each one of those stores. If my district manager tells me, Tom, I need you to tell those stores to hire 20 more people in the next week, and I go to all those stores and I say, hey, district manager says you have to hire 20 more people in the next week. Those people are allowed to say, I'm not hiring 20 more people. They're allowed to say this. We can fire them, but they're in charge of that store. Like, any outcome that happens ever, even if we told them to do it, at the end of the day, they are in charge of everything that happens in that store. And if they think we're wrong about something and we should, like, they shouldn't do it, they can just not do it. But at the end of the day, like, we'll probably fire them if they're gonna, like, refuse, like, too many things over time. But yeah, the outcomes that happen in that store, it's their decision. I cannot, as an area manager and as the district manager, we cannot just go and hire people for that store. We can't do it. We're not allowed to do it. It's his fucking store. It's her fucking store. They're allowed to make those decisions. It's their employees. They say what happens there. But we cannot just go hire people for them. So there's separations of power. People are making different decisions at different levels. They have different responsibilities. Just as here, she is part of the hierarchy. And she was in the meetings about security. But to say Trump called Pelosi to offer national security is a bullshit claim that they made afterwards to try to pin her for everything, because everybody after said it was Trump. Everybody after said Trump was told, he didn't do it, and yeah, they were. I remember in the hearings, one thing that they talked about. Do you have proof he made it up afterwards? That's not something that easy. That you're asking me to prove a negative. Like, you're asking me to prove a fucking negative right now. I can't prove that he made something up. He would have to show any evidence that he did what he did. But what he did includes numerous other people, right? He probably didn't call Nancy Pelosi himself. He probably told some assistant or somebody, said, hey, call Nancy Pelosi's office and tell them that we're offering National Guard people, right? And so somebody like a secretary or somebody says, okay, we'll call. So they call, and they call the office. They leave a message with, her secretary. That secretary takes a note and then goes to her and says, hey, they're offering this. And she says, nah, I don't want to do that. And so they go back and call back and say, hey, she said, no, she doesn't want to do it. And then that secretary says, okay, I'll go tell Trump. But that's how it works, right? We have 4 people there who would have some evidence that this happened, and it's just Trump by himself. Nobody else. Nobody's claimed that they called. Nobody. Just Trump. 4 people. Out of those 4, we have 1 who is claiming this happened. 3 are not claiming this happened. You can use witness statements. Well, now you're speculating because I thought Trump said he called her directly. I don't think he did. I can look it up, but I don't think he did. This is just the AI, but I'll pull up the actual thing. But it says, Donald Trump has claimed he offered National Guard troops to then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi prior to January 6th Capitol riot, and that she declined the offer. However, this claim has been widely debunked by fact checkers and contradicted by evidence. Here's a breakdown of the situation. Trump's claim: Trump has repeatedly asserted that he offered Pelosi 10,000 National Guard troops to secure the Capitol before January 6th events, but that she turned down the offer. The reality: no formal offer. There's no evidence that Trump ever made a formal or official offer of the National Guard troops to Pelosi. Pelosi's role as Speaker of the House: Pelosi does not have the authority to deploy the National Guard or accept such an offer. Capitol Police Board: the decision to deploy the National Guard to the Capitol Police rests with the Capitol Police Board, not the Speaker of the House. Pentagon testimony: a former acting Defense Secretary, Christopher Miller, confirmed to the January 6th committee that Trump did not issue in order to deploy the National Guard. In essence, Trump's claim that he offered National Guard troops to Pelosi and she rejected them is false and has been repeatedly debunked. Okay. So yeah, I could have sworn there was somebody who said that they called, that Nancy Pelosi wanted help. And that it might not have been Pelosi, it might have been somebody else, but I don't know why I have been able to find this. Like, I pulled it up like 20 fucking times and I never saved it. But I could have sworn there was somebody who said, we wanted help from the National Guard and we asked for help. We called the office and we left a message. And then somebody came and testified and they said, yes, I got the message and I asked Trump and he just never responded. So I asked him again and again he didn't respond. So then they called back and said, hey, are you going to send the National Guard? And she said, I keep asking him, he's not answering. And then they said, well, ask him again. So she asked the 3rd time. Hutchinson's testified to Trump's actions that day. Sure, but I'm not talking about that part, which I thought it was Hutchinson as well. I thought Hutchinson said this as well. I thought it was Hutchinson who made this claim, but I'm not sure. And so I can't find that claim about people offering this. All right, save your heart. You got to stop schizo posting. Either you can hop on and we can have a conversation about this, or you just got to chill. But you're not talking to anybody. You're not having a conversation with anyone. And you're spam posting. You are the last 5-6 posts now in a row. You got to bring it down, okay? Right now, you're at a 12. I think at most, you can be at like a 4 or a 3. Spam posting, yes. Do you see this? When all of this is you, one person, posting over and over and over and over and over, and you're not talking to anybody. I've spoken to you 3 times. This is the first time you've responded to me. That you're not talking to anybody, you're not on topic, like you're just posting random things. So we gotta slow it down just a little bit. I'm happy to have like dissent. I like people disagreeing. Welchin is a conservative, Catmere is a conservative. There's a ton of conservatives in chat who disagree with me. But yeah, it's fad or pad. I don't know how you say it. I think it's fad. P-H-A-D. Fad. You're not a conservative? Then what would you call yourself? An anarchist? Okay. I forgot to put Mike Ball's tip on here. Yeah, we didn't hit the tip, and I'm 20 minutes over the time limit, so I gotta get off pretty soon, so we'll ban them. I'm not banning them. They're fine. Like I'm just hoping that they're not gonna like just speak out into the ether. Okay. Fact-focused, Trump's misleading claims about January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. Former President Donald Trump said during his debate with President Joe last week that January 6, 2021, the attack on the Capitol involved a relatively small group of people who were in many cases ushered in by the police. But that's not what happened. Thousands of his supporters were outside the Capitol that day and hundreds broke in. This is hundreds broke in. There were somewhere, estimates range from 20 to 50,000 people outside of the Capitol that were trespassing on Capitol grounds, and then 2,000 inside the Capitol. What date is that from? Well, it says after Trump's debate with Biden, so I would assume it's July 5th, 2024. This is strange, dude. Hundreds? Everything that I've seen says, the estimates say there's about 2,000 people inside and anywhere from 20 to 50,000 outside. And that's not including just regular protesters. Then when it comes to regular protesters, there was maybe a total of like 100,000 regular peaceful protesters out there. But people who were people who were trespassing, there was about anywhere from 20 to 50,000 of them, and 2,000 of those went inside. I don't really have a political ideology. Well, it's not as much about like political ideology. It's just about like what side you align with. Like there's like values that people have, and so based on their values they just align with a side, right? So if you believe in the Constitution, you believe in like freedom and equality and all of these things, then like you're gonna be a liberal. If you believe in those things but you want it limited based on like cultural norms, we would call you a conservative. And so I'm a right-wing progressive based. Me too. That was a good one. That was a good one. FBI estimates that between 2,000 and 2,500 people entered the U.S. Capitol building during the January 6, 2021 attack. Additionally, about 10,000 people breached police barriers to enter Capitol grounds, but only a fraction of them actually went inside the building. Right, but that's still different from there's gates all the way around that nobody was allowed to pass in the first place, and those are the ones that I'm talking about are somewhere from 20 to 50,000 is just being past the gates alone. Then the police were around the Capitol with barriers there again, and that's another 10,000 that passed those, and 2,000 of those went inside. But that, yes, it was probably a total of 20 to 50. But yeah, anyways, okay. But that's not what happened. Thousands of his supporters were outside the Capitol that day, and hundreds broke in, many of them beating and injuring law enforcement officers in brutal hand-to-hand combat as the officers tried to stop them from storming through windows and doors. There is ample video evidence of the violence, and more than 1,400 people have been charged with federal crimes related to the riot. Many of those who broke into the Capitol were echoing Trump's false claims of the election fraud, and some menacingly called out the names of lawmakers, particularly then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and then Vice President Mike Pence, who refused to try to object to Biden's legitimate win. The rioters interrupted the certification of Biden's victory, but lawmakers who had evacuated both chambers returned that night to finish. Trump, now the presumptive GOP nominee to challenge Biden, has not only continued to mislead voters about what happened that day, but has also heaped praise on the rioters, calling them hostages and promising to pardon them if he's elected. A look at some of his false claims. Peacefully and patriotically. Claim. At the debate, Trump was asked by CNN's Jake Tapper what he would say to any voters who believe that you have violated your constitutional oath through your actions in action on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again. Trump simply replied, well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. He didn't even say... He didn't even ask him if he said anything. He didn't even give a quote. He didn't say, Trump, you said this. You said this thing, and you did, you said X, Y, and Z. He didn't even say anything. He just said, like, what do you say to people who think you violated your oath? And Trump says, I didn't say that. Nope, I said peacefully and patriotically. Bro, just right to your fucking talking points. Also, dude said earlier that I was doing a Destiny talking point. I'm sorry, like, it might be that there's only a couple of people who actually do research and like try to get facts from out of all of the people that you watch. I am one of them, so yes, I'm likely going to say a lot of the same things as Destiny because we both do a lot of research to get our opinions, but we're not I did not get any of my talking points from Destiny. Destiny was still saying this wasn't an insurrection, while I was saying it was an insurrection. Like, Destiny was still sitting around arguing that lefties calling this an insurrection are crazy and are taking this too far, while I was saying, yeah, this is an insurrection. So we are not the same person. We are not. I am not copying him, but he likely is copying me. So, could Nancy Pelosi have acted as a liaison for Trump's request of troops to the board and Sergeant at Arms? Yes, she could have. Yes, if we had evidence that that call existed, there would at least be some question as to what she could have done. Or if she told them, hey, I'm not able to make this decision, you'll have to call the Sergeant at Arms. Like, what she said in response would be important. But their claim is she rejected the help, right? That's their claim, that they offered it and she rejected it. So if she rejected it, that is a wild thing, like, because she doesn't even have the ability to reject it. So why the fuck did she reject this? Like, there would be a lot of problems if this call actually happened. Can confirm Tom is only in Destiny's chat once or twice a week. That should be enough proof by MAGA standards for proof. I mean, even when I'm in his chat, I'm there for like 2 minutes and then I leave. I normally go in and like spam some bullshit and fuck with people and then leave. Exactly. That sounds pretty dumb. You think a smart person would have went to the security and said, hey, you need more security. Correct. Exactly. That's why I'm saying that. Like, yes, if there was evidence that this call existed, there would be, there would be a lot more. But you understand that, like, you guys, and I say this pretty regularly, MAGA requires an insane amount of evidence, like an insane amount of evidence for things when it doesn't align with their opinion, right? So when we're talking about what happened on January 6th, the amount of people that have come forward and given eyewitness testimony for things and said what Trump said and said what he did or didn't do and all these things, you guys discount all of those people and don't believe any of them. But Trump alone says, I called Nancy Pelosi, and you believe him. But all the other people who say this call never happened, this never took place, this doesn't even make sense, you don't believe them, right? I require the same level of evidence for everything. Like, always, everything, it's all the same. So if there was some evidence that this call ever took place, or even people who corroborated this, that would be great. I would believe it. I would think that this is a thing, and I would be very critical of Nancy Pelosi in this case. But I feel like MAGA changes their standards based on what's convenient in every scenario. How would all those other people know about a private conversation? Again, it's unlikely that he actually called her personally. That is very, very unlikely for a number of reasons. One, because they're both important, busy people. They don't normally make their own phone calls with shit like that. Unless they're calling other, like, world leaders or something, Trump rarely will actually be, like, on the phone with somebody directly. That is a rare thing, and it's unlikely equals speculation. Correct. We have to talk about these things based on likelihood, right? All of this is speculation. If you believe him, you are speculating that he is correct. If you don't believe him, you're speculating that he's wrong. None of us have proof one way or the other. 100% of it is speculation. We have to use some reasonability here. So I'm going through reasonable thought processes. That is how we do this. So even that, when you say something like that, where you're like, oh, unlikely, you're talking about speculation. Yes, that is what we have to do to go through logical thought processes. And when people say something like that, I think, this is where, like, we're getting to some of the problems here, where, like, all of a sudden, reasonable thought processes are not good enough, when it just seems like the bar just rose a lot higher again. I woke up at 1 a.m. or so when Tom was talking to MAGAs on Twitter, and I had to put on a different stream because the delusions about immigration pissed me off. I couldn't go back to sleep. Oh, you missed it. That one ended really well, Jen. You missed it. That was a great fucking panel. That was a great panel. Everybody was fired up. They wanted me to go on another one. I didn't go on another one. That one pissed me off too. I was too pissed off after that one, so I couldn't do it. But then I had a debate with somebody about whether or not Trump incited insurrection. Zenzi. I had a debate with him about it, and then now we're here. So, yeah, claim at the debate Trump was asked by CNN's blah blah blah. What about the people who think you violated your oath and are worried you'll do it again? Trump said, well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. Nobody asked them about that. So the facts. In a speech on the White House ellipse the morning of January 6th to thousands of supporters, Trump did tell the crowd to march peacefully and patriotically. So just to be clear, everybody says mainstream media never mentions this. You're wrong. They always mention this. Always. They always mention that he said peacefully and patriotically. It's not even relevant, but they do mention it every time. People who don't ever engage with mainstream media believe crazy fucking things about it. But Does peacefully equal insurrection? No, but we've already been over this. Like, this is the conversation that I just had with the other guy. If I'm in a movie theater and I scream, "There's a fire! Fire! Fire!" Everybody line up in a single file line, and let's neatly and one by one go out the door. Like, nobody's going to listen to that. They're already fucking piling out the fucking door, right? That we're to say, if I tell somebody, like, "I'm going to fucking kill you, bitch." And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, and I'm only going to kill you, like, when we play Call of Duty together, or, it doesn't matter that, like, some statements are really bad, and then later there's other statements that make it sound like those others weren't so bad. It's about what we can reasonably conclude from these things with full context. And I think that, yes, the peacefully and patriotically doesn't negate the other things that are being said when he's telling people, because again, I'm not claiming he told them to go in there. I'm not claiming that. Just as the person who yells fire in a crowded theater doesn't tell people to all run for the doors and trample over each other. Like, they don't say, "Everybody jump on top of each other, start punching and kicking each other so you can get to the door faster and start hurting people." They don't say that. They just say fire. It's what reasonably will happen as a consequence of your words. When Trump says that people are currently inside of the Capitol approving a stolen election, and that all of these other states stole the election from him and they refuse to acknowledge it and are allowing Joe Biden to steal the election from him. And then you also say, and if you don't do something about this, the country's going to be stolen from you. Like, that's it. It doesn't matter. If anything else was said, doesn't matter. That's the end of it. Like, that is all you have to say. If he tells me afterwards to be peaceful and patriotic, I don't give a fuck if he said that. I don't give a fuck what he says. If I believe the election is being stolen right now, I don't give a fuck if he wants me to be peaceful about the election being stolen. Fuck you. I'm not being peaceful about the election being stolen. I'm going inside the fucking Capitol. Fuck that shit. Trump never incited an insurrection. He called for a peaceful again, that doesn't matter. I don't know. I just said that doesn't matter, and I just explained why that doesn't matter. You're ignoring all of the points and just doing your, like, repeating talking points thing. Colorado's decision in their Supreme Court was absolutely a kangaroo court. They had no jurisdiction to even say anything. They have jurisdiction to say. They do. They don't have jurisdiction to take him off the ballot. They do have jurisdiction to say whether or not he incited an insurrection. No, I'm keeping my logical points on track. You're gish galloping. If you want to, I invited you on. I can't, unless you want me to make a point and then sit quietly waiting for you to make another point. But you are not making logical points. You're not. Incitement does not mean you told people to do it. That's not what incitement means. So you're arguing a non sequitur. You're saying, "I'm keeping my logical points on track." No, that is a non sequitur. You do not have to tell people to do something for it to be incitement. It is not relevant. If they had jurisdiction to say, they'd have jurisdiction to take him off the ballot. No, they don't. No. The Constitution says that, like, the Congress can do this. So they don't have jurisdiction over whether or not they can take him off the ballot. It says if Congress says that he committed an insurrection, which Congress did say he committed an incited an insurrection and took part in it, but the Senate just didn't approve it, so it didn't get finalized. But Congress did say it, and the Supreme Court of Colorado said it, but it was like they have jurisdiction to say it, they just don't have jurisdiction to take him off the ballot. You don't have to tell someone something to incite something, correct? How does that make sense? That's your point. My last sentence that I just said, that's what you're saying. No, I'm not saying he told them to go inside the Capitol. I never said that. I never said he told them to go inside the Capitol. It never happened. You're arguing non sequiturs. These have nothing to do with incitement. When somebody says, as I said, when somebody yells fire in a crowded theater, they are not saying you have to, everybody should go and trample over each other, right? SCOTUS had the power for deciding if someone committed an insurrection. They can be taken off the ballot as passed through the House and the Senate is with Congress. Correct. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Correct. So so Congress can decide whether or not they're taken off the ballot. Colorado can decide who commits a state insurrection, not a federal. That's Congress. No, they can decide who commits a federal insurrection as well. They just can't decide to take them off the ballot. What you said is Trump directed them to do it without actually saying it. Not directed either. That's not, it's again, it's just that you can see this as a reasonable consequence of your words. Somebody who says fire in a crowded theater did not direct people to run over each other and trample over each other to get to the exit. They did not direct anybody to do anything. They just yelled fire in a crowded theater, right? It is, you can see this as a reasonable consequence of your words that they're going to do this. So yeah, the incitement, the action of provoking unlawful behavior or urging someone to behave unlawfully. So it's the action of provoking unlawful behavior, right? That is the thing. And generally, it's going to be based on lies or something like that. So if I tell someone that person raped your daughter and then cut her head off and wore it to our Halloween party last week, it was disgusting. And that person, after I say this, their parent goes and kills them. All right? If that actually happened, I will not get in trouble for incitement. If it didn't happen and I just made it up, I will get in trouble for incitement. See the difference? Even though both are unlawful behavior, it matters like whether or not I'm telling the truth as well. Just as you can yell fire in a crowded theater if there's actually a fire. And if people still trample over each other and hurt each other, you're not going to get in trouble for it. When you start talking about dead children, my mind innocently goes blank, and I think you're doing that as a debate tactic to try to shut people down. No. You generally, so two things. One, it is, you're close. You're close, but it's a bit more than that. So one, you want to use like extreme examples of things so that we can have something that is like a hypothetical, right? Hypotheticals are things that generally didn't happen. If I give you a scenario that did happen, well, now it's not a hypothetical. Now it's an example, right? I give hypotheticals of things that are extreme so that it's something that really didn't happen. But two, I also do want to kind of like have an emotional reaction to it, because the emotional reactions lots of times will kind of show that people aren't being logical, they're being emotional. And so you can really like differentiate these things pretty easily. So I talk about this pretty regularly, that Tom, if Colorado had jurisdiction to say he committed an insurrection, they should have been able to charge him. I don't think that's true. But we can come back to that. You're wrong. The extremeness is just distracts from the conversation. You need to explain it in a relatable way. No, I don't. It's not supposed to be relatable. These are not, no, I'm not going to explain it in a relatable way. The example that I'm giving is the example. That is the hypothetical. If you're too emotionally charged to engage with it, then yeah, you're kind of proving my point. But I am not emotionally attached to any of this. I don't give a fuck. And so I'm willing to, because I've literally debated people on their arguments, right? There's tons of people who say, Trump told them to go into the Capitol. He said, fight like hell. That means he told them to go in there. I've debated people on that. I've gone and debated them and said, that is not an incitement. You're wrong. That is not incitement, and you're completely wrong on this. And I've debated them on whether or not saying fight like hell is incitement to insurrect, right? Like, I'm not emotionally attached to one side or the other. I'm just wanting to go over like the legality and the logic of it. But are you telling me extreme examples don't evoke emotions? No, I'm telling you that they do. I'm telling you that's why I do it. I just explained. I do use extreme examples because they evoke emotions. I just said that. I'm saying that if I'm giving extreme examples, and I don't want to have to explain this a third time, so please just listen this time. I'm saying that if I give extreme examples and people are too emotionally charged to engage with the example, this kind of shows to me that they are just too emotional to have the conversation. That if they are emotionally distracted based on those small examples, then yes, I feel as though they're just not really capable of having the conversation in a logical way. So I always use extreme examples, most of the time having to do with like aliens coming down and raping people and shit like that. And I'll use family members and all sorts of other crap in there to kind of, make it as emotionally charged as possible. The facts. In a speech on the White House, ellipsed the morning of January 6th to the thousands of supporters, Trump did tell the crowd to march peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol. But he also used far more incendiary language when speaking off the cuff in other parts of the speech, such as telling the crowd, "We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." So this statement here is only relevant if before this you tell them that the country is being stolen from you and that the election is being stolen from you. So now, I think any normal person, if they hear, any patriot, right, any real patriot, if they're being told that the election is being stolen and that is immediately like a kind of like a call to arms, like real patriots would go and fight for their country. Just as somebody, if they tell someone that their daughter was raped and murdered, and that they were very disrespectful to them afterwards and wore their face around and shit, right? That is something that any parent would likely be so emotionally charged over this that they are likely going to go and like try to kill that person, right? Any normal person, any parent, anybody would be like, fuck that shit. No, they did not. And they're going to go and try to kill that person, right? So the idea that if you tell me my country is being stolen from me, they are literally in the Capitol right now stealing the election, that I think any normal person will immediately, any real patriot will be like, yeah, fuck that shit. We got to go do something about this. We have to go do something about this. And I would say that the people who went inside the Capitol, they had very real intentions. These people did not want their country stolen from them. That is a very real sentiment. The problem is that Trump was lying when he told them that the election was being stolen from them. So that is the problem. It's these people make sense why they felt that way. Trump does not make sense for why he's telling them these things. So this is all a reasonable outcome when Trump is saying this sort of shit. Trump did not address Tapper's question about his inaction as his supporters broke into the building and injured police. More than 3 hours elapsed between the time his supporters violently breached the Capitol perimeter and Trump's first effort to get the rioters to disperse. Oh, now you want to debate whether or not it was election fraud? Do we even have the ability to check if there's election fraud? Yes. Yes, we have tons, hundreds and hundreds of investigations into this, to where, yes, we don't have any investigations that have come to that conclusion. None. And we have hundreds of court cases, even Supreme Court cases, where Trump has 4 of the Supreme Court justices. He has the majority of the Supreme Court as conservatives. Those people refused to hear the majority of those cases because they didn't have even a little bit of evidence. Did any of those investigations actually look at votes and names and investigate people? Yes. So there's ways that they do this in mass. Like, they do this pretty easily. No, they did not. You're being disingenuous. You don't know anything about the investigations. You're just making shit up right now. I'm sorry. I can't pivot to a whole other topic right now, okay? I can't do it. If you're so uninformed on this that you don't even know whether or not the election was stolen and what all the investigations are that went into this, including Trump's own DOJ investigating this and Bill Barr telling him that they investigated this and that there was no election fraud, like, because next thing you know, I'm going to start saying that, like, Trump sent his lawyers to Georgia and they had to leave because they were in the middle of Africa at the time. And so they flew over there and got there 10 hours later. And you're going to be like, that's impossible. They couldn't get there 10 hours later. The earth is flat, and actually they had to have gone to the fucking ice wall first. Like, I can't get down to, like, the nitty gritty on these things, or like whether or not flight is even real and whether or not planes exist and whether or not birds are all fake and invented by the government. Like, there's just too many lines of things that are going on here that I can't fight all of these at once. But yeah. Trump did not address Tapper's question about his inaction as his supporters broke into the building and injured police. More than 3 hours elapsed between the time his supporters violently breached the Capitol perimeter and Trump's first effort to get the rioters to disperse. He released a video message at 4:17 p.m. that day in which he asked his supporters to go home, but reassured them, "We love you. You're very special." Some rioters facing criminal charges have said in court they believed they had been following Trump's instructions on January 6th. Yes, there's a bunch of people, including the leader of the Proud Boys, who said, "We went there because Trump told us to." And the evidence shown during trials illustrates that far-right extremists were galvanized by a Trump tweet inviting his supporters to a wild protest on January 6th. He called us to the Capitol and wants us to make it wild, wrote one Oath Keeper member who was convicted of seditious conspiracy. So yeah, so numerous people who were convicted said they went there because Trump told them to go, that Trump wanted them to go. And even though Trump never said the words, go to the Capitol and break in and do this and that, everybody heard Trump wants us to go do this. So the idea that we have a bunch of random people afterwards who watch this and then say, yeah, no, I don't see it. okay, but they were all there and they were repeating the things that Trump said. So, yeah, Trump told them to go peacefully protest. Okay. Again, in the example, never mind. I can't, because you said this example is too emotional for you, but like it's the point of the example is that the example is going to make the other person emotional to go kill somebody. So it's yeah, I can't even give examples anymore. So I'm not. Police let them in. Claim Trump said at the debate, they talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. The next day, Trump said at a rally, so many of these people were told to go in, right? The police, go in, go in, go in. The facts. More than 100 Capitol Police at the Metropolitan Police officers, and the Metropolitan Police officers were injured, some severely, as they tried to keep the rioters from breaking into the Capitol. In some cases, police retreated or stepped aside as they were overwhelmed by the violent, advancing mob, but there is no evidence that any rioter was ushered into the building. Yes, there's no evidence of this. The whole, that like they let them in, they ushered them in, they told them to go in. There's just no evidence of this at all. The best evidence that they have is Ray Epps, who wasn't even there on any official capacity. He was there as a fucking rioter, and this is supposedly evidence that the police told them to do it, when even still, it's one person about a mile from the fucking Capitol, and then you have 700 Capitol Police outside the Capitol telling them to stop and turn around. So one Ray Epps versus 700. One Ray Epps says go, 700 say leave, and that's erase the 700. Ray Epps, just him by himself. Come on. And then, yes, on top of that, you watch the fucking police, getting the shit beaten out of them, fighting against all of these people, trying to stop them from getting to the Capitol. And the whole idea is they're letting them in, dude. You watch them breaking through windows, breaking down doors. Hey, yeah, they let them in. They were letting them in. You watch them going in and crowding people, grabbing cops and dragging them into mobs. Yeah, they were letting them in. They were all working together. Alyssa Farah Griffin testified that Trump said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" Cassidy Hutchinson recalled Trump telling Mark Meadows, "I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out." Yes, the Meadows reportedly told Hutchinson he knows it's over. He knows he lost. Yes, and then again, I don't remember who said it, but that he went to his campaign team afterwards and said, how did we lose? Why did we lose? Figure this out, and then fired people for the loss. Yes, he believed that they lost. In an internal memo last year, U.S. Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Menger said, "The allegation that our officers helped the rioters and acted as tour guides is outrageous and false." Menger said police were completely overwhelmed and outnumbered, and in many cases resorted to de-escalation tactics to try to persuade rioters to leave the building. So I was always under the impression that 2 cops did open the doors, and that rioters opened other doors from the inside. And those are the first doors that were open, is the ones that went through the window, went around, and then opened up those doors. And then there was other doors on the other side where 2 guards opened those doors, but that's only because, 1, they were getting ready to break them down, and 2, they couldn't go anywhere. There was a hallway that led to a glass security door that could not be broken through. There was no way to get through it, and it was just, they were just stuck there. And I even read something that like a total of 300 people went in that door and soon went back out because they realized there was nowhere to go. Trump's campaign data expert told him in pretty blunt terms he was going to lose. Senior campaign officials like Bill Stepien advised Trump not to declare victory on election night. Yeah. Yep. The Capitol Police said in a statement this week that under extreme circumstances, our officers performed their duties to the best of their ability to protect the members of Congress, with the assistance of multiple law enforcement agencies and the National Guard, which more than doubled the number of officers on site. It took several hours to secure the U.S. Capitol. At the end of the day, because our officers' dedication, nobody who they were charged with protecting was hurt, and the legislative process continued. National Guard response. Claim. Trump said he offered 10,000 National Guard troops to Pelosi, and she now admits that she turned it down, referring to a video of Pelosi's daughter referring to a video Pelosi's daughter took that day. Trump claimed that Pelosi said, "I take full responsibility for January 6th. The facts. Trump has repeatedly and falsely claimed that he offered National Guard troops to the Capitol and that his offer was rejected. He has previously said he signed an order for 20,000 troops to go to the Capitol. While Trump was involved in discussions in the days prior to January 6th about whether the National Guard would be called ahead of the joint session, he issued no such order or formal request before or during the rioting, and the Guard's arrival was delayed for hours as Pentagon officials deliberated over how to proceed. In a 2022 interview with the Democratic-led House Committee, I totally blanked on this one. While Trump was involved in discussions in the days prior to January 6th about whether the National Guard would be called ahead of the joint session, he issued no such order or formal request before or during the rioting, and the Guard's arrival was delayed for hours as the Pentagon officials deliberated over how to proceed. In a 2022 interview with the Democratic-led House Committee that investigated the attack, Christopher Miller, the acting defense secretary at the time, confirmed that there was no order from the president. The Capitol Police Board makes the decision on whether to call National Guard troops to the Capitol, and two members of that board, the House Sergeant at Arms and the Senate Sergeant at Arms. Whoa! Yo! That's almost like what I said. Decided through informal discussions not to call the Guard ahead of the joint session. That was eventually interrupted by Trump's supporters, despite a request from the Capitol Police. So this is saying, again, the Capitol Police called for National Guard troops. The Capitol Police said, hey, we need the National Guard here as soon as possible. And the Sergeant at Arms for the House and the Senate both said no. So that is not Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi was not in that conversation. Nancy Pelosi had nothing to do with this conversation. And these are the two people who can make that decision, not Nancy Pelosi. The House Sergeant at Arms reports to the Speaker of the House, who was then Pelosi, and the Senate Sergeant at Arms reported to then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican from Kentucky. But Pelosi's office has said she was never informed of this request. The board eventually requested the Guard's assistance after the rioting was underway, and Pelosi and McConnell called the Pentagon and begged for military assistance. Pence, who was in secure location inside the building, also called the Pentagon to demand reinforcements. In a video recently released by House Republicans, Pelosi is seen in the back of a car on January 6 and talking to an aide. In the raw video recorded by her daughter, Pelosi is angrily asking her aide why the National Guard wasn't at the Capitol when the rioting started. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with, she asks. Her daughter is a troll, just so you guys know. If you guys don't know who her daughter is, she is a troll. Like, a hardcore troll. She's fucking hilarious sometimes. But anybody who watches her, and sorry. No, fuck that. Sorry. I'm getting her daughter mixed up with Alternative Facts Lady. Who's the Alternative Facts Lady? Her daughter's a fucking troll. Sorry. Her daughter's a troll. Who's the Alternative Facts Lady? It was the she worked for Trump for a while. They said no because they were told to keep the National Guard as far away as possible because they wouldn't like the optics. No, that was them. That was them. They were the ones who said that. It was no. The Sergeant of Arms. The Sergeant of Arms are the two who told them to keep the National Guard as far away as possible. They weren't told to keep them away. They were the ones who told the National Guard to stay a couple blocks down because of the optics. Sarah Palin, yes, the crackhead blonde, yeah. It's, the general said that, or the Joint Chief of Staff. Again, it's the Sergeant of Arms. It's the Sergeant of Arms, the Senate Sergeant of Arms, Sergeant at Arms, and the House Sergeant at Arms. And I believe that was Sund who said that they said that, right? Who was the head of the Capitol Police at the time. I don't think it was the Sergeant at Arms. Outgoing Capitol Police Chief, House Senate security officials hamstrung efforts to call in National Guard. Sun said Sunday they turned him down. In his first interview, pro-Trump rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol last week. Sun, who has since resigned from his post, said his supervisors were reluctant to take formal steps to put the Guard on call, even as police intelligence suggested that the crowd President Trump had invited to Washington to protest his defeat probably would be much larger than earlier demonstrations. House Sergeant at Arms Paul Irving said he wasn't comfortable with the optics of formally declaring an emergency ahead of the demonstration. Sun said, meanwhile, Senate Sergeant at Arms Michael Stenger suggested that Sund should informally seek out his Guard contacts, asking them to lean forward and be on alert in case Capitol Police needed their help. So yeah, it was the Sergeant at Arms. Okay. We did not have any accountability for what's going on there, and it was Sund who said it also. So just want to double tap that one. Maybe if Pelosi went to him and said, hey, you should probably take these troops that the president is offering, he may have changed his mind. Again, there's no evidence that she ever got that call. Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this? You keep doing this. There's no evidence that that call ever happened. Why do you keep just ignoring the fact that there's no reason to believe that that call ever happened? Why? Why do you just ignore that? You just keep talking as though the call happened, and we can just assume for absolutely no reason. But the sergeant at arms only said that because someone higher told him. There is no one higher. What do you mean? Because there's no evidence that she didn't get the call. Do you understand? Oh my goodness. Do you really not know what it means to prove a negative? Do you not know? Do you not understand that what you're saying is insanely illogical? You realize that, right? Your evidence is complete speculation from outside sources of two persons' private conversation. No, it's not speculation. You are making an illogical claim. If I tell you that I went to the grocery store today and I came back, okay? And you say, show me evidence that you went to the grocery store today. I can't say, no, you show me evidence that I didn't go to the grocery store today. How are you supposed to do that? That's impossible. It is impossible for you to show evidence that I didn't go to the grocery store today, right? There's no way you could possibly do that. So unless I was sitting in front of my computer the whole fucking day and you just had video of me the entire day, you cannot prove that I didn't go to the grocery store today. So that is an illogical thought to say, prove that he didn't call. I don't have to prove that. That's a negative. He has to show evidence that he did do it, and he is an unreliable source. It's illogical that President might call Pelosi, is your claim. No. I'm saying it's illogical to ask me for evidence that someone didn't do something. That is illogical. Proving a negative is illogical. Just the same as you cannot prove that I didn't go to the grocery store today. You can say there isn't evidence that you went to the grocery store today. Without evidence that you went, we're going to assume it didn't happen. You need to show evidence that you did go to the grocery store. And then I would have to go and get evidence to say, this is how you know that I went to the grocery store, right? I can get another person to come and verify my claims and say that they went to the grocery store with me, or that I called them and told them I'm on my way to the grocery store, or that I called them and said I'm on my way back from the grocery store, or I called them and said, hey, I'm about to go to the grocery store. Do you need anything? Or that I called them on the phone while walking around and they could hear the buggies and they could hear people over the intercoms and they could hear, all the music playing and shit like that. And it sounded like I was at the grocery store, right? I can get evidence to prove a positive, but you cannot get evidence to prove a negative. You can't do that. Again, how is another person going to be purview to a two-person private conversation? You're just galloping about groceries now. Okay, I'm sorry. If you don't understand the point that I just made, you're probably like 12 years old. I was not galloping. I was proving that your request to prove a negative is illogical. If you want to engage with that, engage with it. Otherwise, don't claim again that he made this phone call. Do not act like he made that phone call again. Is either you can explain how you could prove that I didn't go to the grocery store. No, I understand what you're saying, but it's illogical to the framing. Okay, again, it doesn't have to be other people. It doesn't have to be other people. If he says he did it, she says it didn't happen. Okay? Well, there's two people contradicting each other. Now, what we'd expect from here is for him to show evidence that it happened. He can show phone call records. He can say he told other people. He can have other people who said, we made the call for him. There's a ton of other ways that he can show evidence that this happened. There's a ton of ways he can do this. Okay? Tons of ways. There could be other people who said, Pelosi told me that he called and offered and that she wasn't going to tell anyone, that she was going to hide this and not let anybody know. There's tons and tons of ways that they can show evidence that he called and offered, especially when the security there was meetings at the White House they said that Trump was a part of, and nobody in those meetings ever mentioned calling Pelosi and offering 10,000 troops. On top of that, they also say that Trump also said he signed an order demanding 20,000 troops at the Capitol, and that this order doesn't exist. Nobody saw it. Nobody knows where it came from. Nobody discussed signing 20,000 troops to go to the Capitol. Trump has made numerous claims about this that there's just no evidence for. He is an unreliable source. So without evidence, we're not going to assume he's telling the truth. That would be ridiculous. All right. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous, Pelosi says, while her aide responds that security officials thought they had sufficient resources. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more, Pelosi said in the video. There is no mention of a request from Trump, and Pelosi never said that she took full responsibility for January 6th. In a statement, Pelosi spokesperson Ian Krager said Trump repeated comments about Pelosi are revisionist history. Numerous independent fact-checkers have confirmed again and again that Speaker Pelosi did not plan her own assassination on January 6th, Krager said. The Speaker of the House is not in charge of the security of the Capitol complex on January 6th or any other day of the week. So yeah, but she doesn't just say, I take responsibility for this. She also says, this is our fault, or we screwed up, and stuff like that. Like, Pelosi's office, through spokesperson Drew Hamill, has consistently stated that she was not consulted or contacted regarding any requests for National Guard troops ahead of January 6th. Why is she using someone else to speak for her? Because that's how they communicate in the government, as I keep saying. I've said this numerous times. You keep saying, well, how would other people know? Because that's how it works in the government. They don't normally contact each other directly. They have other people do these things for them. That's how this works. She's doing that for plausible deniability. She can deny something without it being true. You understand that you keep accusing me of speculating, yet you are speculating on everything that you're saying, and it's not even reasonable. What you're saying isn't even reasonable. Like, when we go and look at the way that people make statements, it is very common they make statements through spokespersons, that they make calls through assistants, they do all of these things through other people. That is normal. That's the way it's normally done. So it's reasonable for us to believe that that's the case. You are not taking what is reasonable, what is common, what is normal, what is factual. You're just making stuff up. Yeah, and I bet you believe that she didn't make $100 million off insider trading. Again, I need evidence for things. Correct. Yes, I need evidence for shit. Yeah. So correct, yes. If you're just going to assume a bunch of random things about people without evidence, then yeah, I'm not gonna believe it. I don't just assume things for no reason. It is not unreasonable to believe that one of the biggest and best stock market traders in the world, who is her husband, is also making a lot of money. That's not unreasonable. So math and statistics can be considered evidence, correct? How much towards the average person has she gained, and is it out of the norm? No, it is not. We have tons of analysis on this that says that she is not gaining an irregular amount per investment. So in total, yes, she is, because they invest a lot more than most people do. But if they have losses, well, doesn't look like insider trading. They wouldn't take losses if it was insider trading. And then also he is a trader for a living. So that is his whole job. Like, of course, he's going to invest more than the normal person when that's his entire job, but that's not, but per investment, no, they are not making more than the average person. Which is still a false statement too, because I know they've made single investments that are way out of the norm. Oh my goodness. Yes. I said per investment, not there isn't any single investment that they've made more than the average. Anybody who trades regularly has some that are going to be above the average. Otherwise, you're just not making any money. So obviously, there's going to be some that are making more than the average person. It's whether or not per investment they're making more than the average person. That is the difference. But LMAO, did this moron ramble how they are not insider trading? Why won't Democrats sign the Pelosi Act into law? Last I saw, it was Democrats the last like 4 or 5 times who were trying to stop people, or were trying to put more regulation on House members trading. So I don't know what you're talking about, but it is pretty much always Democrats who are trying to get more regulation on this. Even recently, Hakeem Jeffries was trying to make it the case. Now, Pelosi herself does not own stocks. Pelosi does not have stocks, right? Her husband does. And her husband is also it doesn't change that he owns stocks, because he is still under a lot of those regulatory orders just by being family with her, that he still has to abide by a lot of regulations just by being married to her. Like, his life gets a lot harder just by being married to her. It can also be about timing when they buy stock in relation to when it goes up. Correct. That's the point, though, is that if they're always getting stocks before everybody else, then yes, now it seems like there's something going on. But them just having portfolios that outperform others doesn't say anything. Tom, are you letting Easy just switch topics without conceding anything from chat 2 with no evidence? Well, we're done with the other thing. I've made my case. He has no evidence of anything, and I've already gone over numerous articles, so there's nothing else to talk about. Like, he just doesn't have any evidence. He's assuming, and it's just, yes, his whole thought process is just assumptions. So There's nothing more to get to. If he's not going to jump on, like, it's obvious that he probably just doesn't have that much confidence in his beliefs. Like, we've been doing this for like over an hour now, and he's been pretty active in chat, so he's not too consumed with his game to where he couldn't jump on, but here we are. This is from Filtered. To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment without immediate notification to and consultation with MPD if such plans are underway. When is this from? Dear Acting Attorney General Rosen, Secretary McCarthy, and Acting Secretary Miller, as the law enforcement agency charged with protecting residents and visitors throughout the District of Columbia, the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, is prepared for this week's First Amendment activities. MPD has coordinated with the federal partners, namely the U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and U.S. Secretary Service, all of whom regularly have uniformed personnel protecting federal assets in the District of Columbia. This week, MPD has additional logistical support of unarmed members of the D.C. National Guard who will work under the direction of and in coordination with MPD. The District of Columbia's government has not requested personnel from any other federal law enforcement agencies. To avoid confusion, we ask that any request for additional assistance be coordinated using the same process and procedures. We are mindful that in 2020, MPD was expected to perform the demanding tasks of policing large crowds while working around unidentifiable personnel deployed in the District of Columbia without proper coordination. Unidentifiable personnel, in many cases armed, cause confusion among residents and visitors and could become a national security threat with no way for MPD and federal law enforcement to decipher armed groups. To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment without immediate notification to and consultation with MPD if such plans are underway. The protection of persons and property is our utmost concern and responsibility. MPD is well trained and prepared to lead the law enforcement coordination and response to allow the peaceful demonstrations of First Amendment rights in the District of Columbia. Where? Oh, it's January 5th, 2021. Okay, so yes, this is the day before January 6th. Martha Stewart was just a businesswoman. They don't go after their own in politics, otherwise they would all just start eating each other. Just like the commentary community. That's not true. People get fined. People get in trouble for these things. You're just wrong. You are just objectively incorrect. Later, Welchin. Have a good night, man. "78 members of Congress have violated fucking shit. "78 members of Congress have violated a law designed to prevent insider trading and stop conflicts of interest." January 3rd, 2023. Insider and other media have identified serious U.S. lawmakers not complying with the Federal Stocks Act. Their excuses range from oversights to clerical errors to inattentive accountants. Congress considered banning lawmakers from trading individual stocks, but Democratic leaders never acted on legislation. Insider and several other news organizations have identified 78 members of Congress who have recently failed to properly report their financial trades, as mandated by the Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act of 2012, also known as STOCK Act. Congress passed the law a decade ago to combat insider trading and conflicts of interest among their own members and force lawmakers to be more transparent about their personal financial dealings. A key provision of the law mandates that lawmakers publicly and quickly disclose any stock trades made by themselves, a spouse, or a dependent child. Yeah, so this is why I was saying earlier that, like, him being married to her just makes his life more difficult. No one cares about congressmen. What about senators? You're talking about Nancy Pelosi. She's not a fucking senator, bro. What do you mean? You were just talking about Pelosi. Now you're moving to senators. Yes, senators have been fined for violations related to stock trading, particularly regarding the Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act, Stocks Act. While fines are often minimal, like $200 for a first offense, some senators have faced these penalties for failing to disclose transactions or for other violations. Here's a more detailed explanation. The Stock Act claims to prevent insider trading by members of Congress. It requires them to disclose their financial transactions, including stocks trades, and prohibits trading on non-public information. Fines and penalties. Violations can result in fines. For example, some Representatives Blake Moore of Utah paid a fine for late filing, and Representative Tom Malinowski also paid a $200 fine after transferring assets to a blind trust due to questions about undisclosed trades. Limited enforcement and disclosure. While the Stocks Act exists, enforcement can be limited. Fines are not always public, and there have been cases where violations have been brought to light by watchdog groups or media rather than official enforcement actions. No insider trading protections. Despite the Stocks Act, no member of Congress has ever been prosecuted for insider trading under the Stocks Act, suggesting the penalties may not be a strong deterrent. Ongoing efforts to strengthen oversight due to concerns about potential conflicts of interest. There are ongoing efforts to strengthen oversight of congressional stocks trading, including proposals to ban stocks trading altogether for members of Congress. Four days ago, bipartisan push to ban lawmakers from trading stocks gets a boost from Trump. President Trump and White House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat from New York, don't agree on much, but their public support of legislation to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks could revive prospects for a bipartisan effort that's stalled on Capitol Hill for years. Earlier in April, around Trump's tariffs announcement, a flurry of lawmakers' stock trades raised questions about whether they got any advance notice. Well, Trump literally posted the advance notice on Twitter, so he literally did inside trading out in the public in front of everybody. Georgia GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of the members whose trades have attracted scrutiny. According to House disclosure filings, Greene purchased between tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in stock around the tariff announcement. She also disclosed more trades around the news that Trump was pausing many of the tariffs for 90 days. Some of the specific stocks she purchased increased in value significantly. Green's office did not respond to a request for comment, but she recently told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that her financial advisor handles her trades. More disclosures about lawmakers' investments move around the tariffs are expected later this month. Trades like those are not surprising to lawmakers advocating for the ban. I think that this happens all the time. I do think that it makes the point. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley told NPR. He introduced legislation to bar lawmakers from investing in individual stocks. He backed a bipartisan bill last year that made it through the committee but never got to the floor to vote. The truth is, both parties, members of both parties, enjoy trading stock and enjoy the profits they get off of it, he said. This is something that we ought to set aside for the good of the American people. It is a distraction at best. It is a source of potential corruption at worst. Trump reinvigorated efforts to change the law last week when he told Times Magazine that he would sign a bill that ends the ability of members in Congress to buy or sell individual stocks. Absolutely. Hawley sees the development as hugely helpful and a big deal. It takes away a talking point of some people who say, "Oh, it doesn't matter if we pass it. This will never get signed." He said he would sign it, Hawley said in the interview. Bipartisan support grows. Hawley also noted that a lot of members campaigned on the issue in 2024, and he's going to those who talked about it to urge them to sponsor his bill. Senator Jeff Merkley led the effort in Congress, and Hawley says he's talking to him and other senators from both parties about pressing for a vote on the floor. Rhode Island Democrat Representative Seth Magaziner, that's weird. The lead sponsor on the bipartisan House proposal points out that Jeffries, the top House Democrat, became the first leader of either party to endorse a ban recently. I think we've gained more momentum in the last 2 weeks than had been achieved in the last 2 years, Magaziner says. Jeffries' predecessor, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, initially opposed proposals to change the rules around congressional trading. She eventually backed the reforms, but never put a bill on the House floor. Jeffries says he hasn't talked to other leaders about moving a bill, but argues that this is something he's long supported. Magaziner told NPR that we clearly have a surge of momentum, and now we need to capitalize on it. He says he and Democrats like New York Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are working across the aisle with Republican Representatives Chip Roy of Texas and Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania to build support and finalize details that meld different bill versions into one that could advance with significant support. Is that? Huh. Oh, Ryan Fitzpatrick. I kept thinking, isn't there a Brian Fitzpatrick in the NFL? Wasn't he like a substandard quarterback for a long time? He was mostly on like the Tampa Bay Bucks, and then played a little bit for like the Jets and I think the Bills. But he was on the Bucks for a long time. Who was this? Washington? Yeah. This is going to happen at some point, like the public supports it in polling by a 90 to 10 margin, he says. Fucking shit, dude. This is killing my eyes. It's so bright. It's one of the highest polling issues I have ever seen, Magaziner says. Chatter has picked up on the House floor, and it's consistently an issue constituents raise back home at town halls. He acknowledges the issue has been building support behind the scenes over time, but now believes a combination of factors build political pressure for action. Attention to trades around tariffs and Trump's comments key factors as Speaker says he's open to a vote. Magaziner called news around Trump's tariffs a catalyst, saying whether anybody with inside information traded off those announcements or not, they were just a very stark example of what could be possible when it comes to insider trading in Washington. And he said for his GOP colleagues, it's about President Trump, right? It's all about President Trump, right? President Trump is the leader of the Republican Party. They pay a lot of attention to what he says, and the president was very clear that this is something he supports. He argues that the ball is in House Speaker Mike Johnson's court. For his part, Johnson told NPR that he is not opposed to the idea if there's a consensus, he'll act on it. It's been talked about for quite some time, but there's probably a reason that the bill hasn't moved in all those years because there's never been a consensus built around it, he said. But I mean, I'm open to the conversation. Johnson also noted he personally does trade stocks. Representative Roy told NPR he gives the speaker some time to get through the process of passing a bill with the bulk of Trump's tax, border, and energy agenda. But on the congressional trading bill, he said, we're well past time to do it, and insisted we're going to have to do a vote on the floor of the United States House this year. Hawley named his bill the Pelosi Act, Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investment Act, a dig at the former speaker who doesn't trade personally, but under the law reports regular investments from her husband, Paul, whose portfolio is among the top performing of lawmakers and their spouses. But Hawley notes that Republican senators were investigated about their trades during the COVID-19 pandemic because of information they learned in briefings. Those members were ultimately cleared, but Hawley says members of Congress really do have advantages in the way that they are presented with information. He said he doesn't believe it necessarily means they are engaging in insider trading, but says the information is sort of served up to you on a silver platter, and all of that is true, which is why we ought to ban it. Proposals cover lawmakers and spouses. Both the House and the Senate bills would ban lawmakers and their spouses from trading individual stocks. Hawley says there's resistance from members of both parties. So when they say that it would ban them from individual stocks, it's saying that they can do like mutual funds and things like that. They're allowed to like get into a thing that just has stocks that they hold on to that are generally going to gain a lot of money. I've used a thing called Acorns for a long time. That is one of like my favorite apps for trading stocks, where it pretty much is kind of like a savings account. I feel like one of the best ways to explain it is like you just put your money in there, and you can even make it to where it'll take a certain amount of money out of your account every month, and you can tell it what day to take it out. And so if you get paid like every month on the 20th, it'll take it out on the 21st, whatever you want. And or you can do per week, you can do every 3 months, whatever you want. But you can make it to where it'll take out $20 every month, and by the end of the year, you've got, what is that? $240, and that's just how much money you've invested. But then it gains in you have gains as well. Oh crap. Okay, I gotta fix that. But yeah, you end up with dividends as well, and you can take out your dividends. You can do whatever you want. So yeah, you can withdraw money. You can put more money in anytime you want. You can do all sorts of things to like try to add to how much money you're gonna make. I took all of my money out of my Acorns account in like March, I think it was March. I took all of mine out in like March, and that was that. I haven't put it back in. The market's way too volatile right now, and I am not gonna do it. One thing I never understood is how Republicans seem to cry about Democrats and liberals being rich when they claim the left hates all rich people. I don't know. So they also claim that like we're all hypocrites, so that would go along with their thought process. Because they also say that Bernie Sanders hates people and that he's a multimillionaire and that he's a hypocrite because he's a socialist. So I thought Acorns was the one that if you spent $12.97, it would invest 3 cents and round it up to $1 or whatever it's on. Yeah, you can do that too. It does roundups. So that's what they're called. It's called roundups. It's Bernie is a multimillionaire, LOL, which is hypocritical. That's not hypocritical. What do you mean? Why would that be hypocritical? He didn't, like, socialists aren't against people having a lot of money. They're not against people being rich for the most part. They're against exploitation of labor. That's what they're against, right? So exploitation of labor is the problem that they have. When Bernie sells a bunch of books and makes millions of dollars off of selling books and doing speeches and shit like that, there's no labor to be exploited there. He's just selling himself as the service and his information, his words, right? So it's not, I wouldn't call that hypocritical in any way. Wealth inequality? Yeah, sure, but he does advocate for being taxed at a higher rate, right? From each according to his ability, to each according to his contribution. Bernie didn't contribute labor to sell his book, other than making the book. He's feeding into capitalism. He doesn't have a choice but to feed into capitalism, really. I mean, that's not... Yeah, it's just not much of a... He makes a salary from Congress, yeah? He's being hypocritical? Okay, none of that is hypocritical again. Like, you're saying a bunch of things that are just statements, but they're not like principles of what it is that the problem is, right? So, like, even in, from each according to his ability, for each according to his need. That's talking about under communism, how they would distribute funds. That's not like this principle matter that's there, right? So this is like when people say, well, if women get to have abortions, then why can't men decide not to pay child support. Like, those are, you're just looking at like outcomes. You're not looking at the principal matter in each one of these cases. Somebody who gets to have an abortion, they're not saying you get to just not have a kid anymore. The principle isn't people should be able to decide if they don't want to support their own child. Like, that's not the principle. The principle that they're arguing is bodily autonomy, right? They're saying it's bodily autonomy. People should be able to decide what they do and don't do with their own body. And that just happens to follow that they would be able to have an abortion from that. But the principle is bodily autonomy. So when it comes to whether or not somebody has to pay child support, well, that's not hypocritical. Has nothing to do with bodily autonomy. It doesn't violate the principle at all. It is hypocritical from each according to his ability to each according to his contribution is socialism. Bernie should want to be judged on his contribution, his labor under socialism. Again, that's not what that is. That is a term for how they would give money under communism. I don't know why you're repeating that. I just said, like, this has nothing to do with. That's just how they would distribute funds under capitalism. That's how they would decide, like, who gets what and who works what job and shit like that. That's what that's about. That's not saying, like, that's not like a principle that has to be abided under capitalism. That's weird. You said communism. It's not even communism. Communism is from each according to his ability, each according to his need. Yes, those are the same things. They're the same. No, they're not. Okay. I don't care. He's a hypocrite. You win. Michael. Oh boy. Shit. Okay, Stephen Miller tweeted out, the right of due process is to protect citizens from their government, not to protect foreign trespassers from removal. Due process guarantees the right of a criminal defendant facing prosecution, not an illegal alien facing deportation. That's incorrect. He is wrong here. He is objectively wrong. This guy has a fucking law degree. And he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. He is objectively wrong. 100% wrong. Fifth Amendment due process. The Constitution states only one command twice. Yeah, so this says it in the 5th and the 14th. It says it twice. It's very clear. It's not, one doesn't say citizens and the other one says people. They both say people. Both of them. People, not citizens. The Fifth Amendment says to the federal government that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, and property without due process of law. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, uses the same 11 words called due process clause to describe a legal obligation. Pretty sure it says no person, not nobody or no one. But yes, it says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, and property. Okay, here it is. This is on Constitution.org. www.congress.gov. The Fifth Amendment. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land of or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in the time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So yes, this says the Fifth Amendment provides that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Generally, due process guarantees to protect individual rights by limiting the exercise of government power. The Supreme Court has held that the Fifth Amendment, which applies to the federal government's actions, provides persons with both procedural and substantive due process guarantees. If the federal government seeks to deprive a person of protected life, liberty, or property interests, the Fifth Amendment's due process clause requires that the government first provides certain procedural protections. Procedural due process often requires the government to provide a person with notice and an opportunity for a hearing before such a deprivation. In addition, the Supreme Court has interpreted the Fifth Amendment's due process clause to indicate substantive due process guarantees that protect certain fundamental constitutional rights from federal government interference, regardless of the procedures that the government follows when enforcing the law. Substantive due process has generally dealt with specific subject areas, such as liberty of contract, marriage, or privacy. The Fifth Amendment's due process clause protects all persons within U.S. territory, including corporations, aliens, and presumptive citizens seeking readmission to the United States. However, the states are not entitled to due process protections against the federal government. The clause is effective in the District of Columbia and in territories that are part of the United States, but it does not apply of its own force to unincorporated territories, nor does it reach enemy alien belligerents tried by military tribunals outside the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. The clause restrains Congress in addition to executive and judicial branches and cannot be so construed as to leave Congress free to make any due process of law by enacting legislation to that effect. Due process cases may arise under both the Fifth and 14th Amendments. Both amendments use the same language, but have a different history. The Supreme Court has construed the 14th Amendment's due process clause to impose the same due process limitations on the states as the Fifth Amendment does on the federal government. The 14th Amendment's due process case law is therefore relevant to the interpretation of the Fifth Amendment, except for areas in which the federal government is the actor. Much of the Constitution's annotated discussion of due process appears in the 14th Amendment essay. I don't know what they mean where they say except when the federal government is the actor, because when it says like it's talking about corporations, aliens, persons, citizens, like are they saying that it applies to those things, but not the federal government, meaning the federal government does not get due process? Expedited removal in some cases, like for those apprehended near the border, and with limited time in the country, there may be expedited removal proceedings with fewer due process protections. Correct. Yeah, so like when I was on the panel, some of the people were saying that a lot of that Biden set a record. Why is this having so much trouble focusing on me today? What the fuck? Some of the people on the panel were saying that that Biden was not following due process because he kicked so many people out so fast and all set a record for the most deportations in 4 years. So there's no way he followed due process. And I said, no, he did. Due process for people who are caught at the border are people who just have to see an immigration judge in an interview. They don't actually have to go to court for those things. They just have to have an interview, and the judge can come to a conclusion in the interview. But they're not going to schedule a court date, 2-3 months from now and keep them in this holding center until they get there. Due process is different. Like, what process is due is different per scenario. Just as if you get a speeding ticket, your due process is not the same as somebody who commits murder and is going to be put on death row, right? These are very different types of due process. Somebody, a company that is being fined for, too many emissions of like chemicals and stuff like that, they have a very different type of due process versus the other two that I mentioned. And so, yeah, these are all different. It's just that there is a process that is due. And in the scenario with Trump, he just did not give them any process. The process that was due was not given to them. And so the Supreme Court listened to them. And we've talked about this, that I'm sure most everybody's seen me go over this 1,000 times, but we're going to make it 1,001. The process that was due, according to the Supreme Court, is that normally, anytime somebody is like arrested for some sort of crime or something like that, first thing they do is they get charged. Once they're charged, then normal due process is they schedule a court date and they go to court. That's just the way it always works. As soon as you get charged, normal due process says you go to court. In Section B, a person gets charged. What Trump did is, under the Alien Enemies Act, is immediately deport them. That's it. They didn't even file the charges. They didn't do anything. They just picked them up, took them straight out of the country. What the Supreme Court says in Part C is you have to give them like a couple of weeks, and then after those 2 weeks, they get to file, within those 2 weeks, they can file a challenge. If they file a challenge, that challenge will be called a habeas petition. That challenges their detention. And now they get to go to court. So now they end up going to court. But if in that 2 weeks they don't file a habeas petition, then they get to do exactly what Trump was doing, which is immediately deport them, right? So you get to do the same thing, just as long as they don't file a challenge. You just got to give them a short amount of time to be allowed to file the challenge. And then if they don't, then you get to kick them out. So there is a process. That process is due. They did not give them any process. They just kicked them out. So yeah, so Stephen Miller said the right of due process is to protect citizens from their government, not to protect foreign trespassers from removal. That is totally false. It's also like he is right and wrong. One, it is not there to protect them from removal. It's to protect them from illegal removal. That's what it's there for. It is to protect them from illegal removal. And not just illegal removal, but also illegal detainment. In this case, Trump is not just removing these people, he's putting them in prison. They are not entitled to due process under the Alien Enemies Act. The Supreme Court says you're wrong. So, unfortunately, the law says you are incorrect, and that's that. But yes, so he is correct that it is not to protect them from removal. It is protect them from illegal removal. While the Supreme Court is wrong and they misinterpreted it. Sure, buddy. Okay. But also, it is not to protect citizens. It is to protect persons. Any person, it is there to protect them, not citizens. It does not say citizens in this. It says persons, people. No person. So it's very clear. No person. Doesn't say anything about citizens there. So Michael Scherer quote tweeted him and said, the Fifth Amendment says no person. Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So Stephen Miller replied to this. Oh, he also says, a thoughtful explanation over the Supreme Court's struggle with person and people, or the people, is here. This person said, no illegals are being deprived of life, liberty, or property. They can all have life, liberty, and property with all their property in another country without due process. There we go. Solve the problem. Yeah, I just replied. I said, they're in prison, idiot. That is depriving them of all three, especially liberty, but also life and property. If they were just deporting them, this would be a different conversation. So Stephen Miller replied to him after he said the Fifth Amendment says no persons. Stephen Miller said, Michael, a deportation is not a state punishment. It does not deprive an alien of life, liberty, or property. It merely removes a trespasser. This is well-established legal doctrine. A homeowner does not provide due process before ejecting a home invader. A homeowner. A homeowner. It's protection from the state, motherfucker. The state. The state. You said this. You said this. You said it in your first fucking post. You said it is a protection from the state. It says it's to protect from their government. You protect from their government. Okay? In this case, it is the government that is deporting them. He says, a deportation is not a state punishment. It is. It is. It is. It's but you're not just deporting them, you're putting them in fucking prison, bro. You are no longer afforded personal protections when you join a terrorist organization. So you don't think that Obama did anything wrong with the, what was it, the Ramaswamy guy? That's what you're saying? I don't remember his name. I'm blanking on it. Anasawaki? No, I don't think that's it. Alawaki. Al-Awlaki. Yes, there you go. Al-Awlaki. But yeah, so you're saying you didn't have an issue with him bombing that person, right? Anwar al-Awlaki, I think was his name, right? Yes, Anwar al-Awlaki. Yes, you do have an issue with it or don't have an issue with it? So Stephen Miller went on. He said, yeah, he said, Michael, deportation is not a state punishment. It does deprive an alien of life, liberty, or property. It merely why is he? I think he meant to say it does not deprive an alien of life, liberty, or property. It merely removes a trespasser. This is well-established legal doctrine. A homeowner does not provide due process before ejecting a home invader. And then he goes on and says, furthermore, the Constitution protects we the people, as in the actual polity and citizenry of the United States. This requires the president to exclude the entry of those who are not members of the national community and to enforce that exclusion through prompt deportation. Damn, he didn't respond to him at all? What the fuck? Well, that sucks. That's disappointing. Shit. All right. I'm going to post this off stream. But I'll post it in the Discord once I get it up. Y'all go give it a like. See, I'll be back on tomorrow, most likely. Till then, I've done on the last like 2 or 3 streams. I've stopped. I've gone like well over the amount that I got donated for, and let the clock just sit at 0 for hours afterwards. So I'm a bad businessman. I'm fucking this up. But all right, yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools. Angeles is on the line. You're live with Tom Foolery and Hate. Go ahead.
Hey, Tom.
How's it going, man?
All is well. Tom, do you love white people?
I do love white people, yes.
Do you think we should be having more white babies?
Yeah, we should definitely be having more white babies. We should be having more babies of all races.
How about white babies?
Yeah, white babies too, yeah.
No, how about white babies?
Yes, white babies. We should be having more white babies.
What's wrong with the black?
What's wrong with the blacks?
Yeah, what's wrong with the black?
I don't know. They got some people who aren't really helpful to their movement, who don't really speak for black people, kind of speak against black people, take white people's sides over and over. That's one small problem with some black people.
2 months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You see, one should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country.
That's what a real American patriot looks like. Democrats are currently the only ones protecting veterans, they're the only ones protecting 9/11 heroes, and they're the only ones who are trying to protect your Social Security that you've already paid for.